Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Cain watched as flames suddenly appeared around Torchic, causing his eyes to light up with excitement. Quickly, he ran with Aaron toward Torchic. At that moment, the flames had nearly engulfed Torchic entirely. Torchic was also a little confused, as it was the first time experiencing something like this. Inside the fire, its small, puzzled eyes looked at Cain, seeking help. As he observed the data provided by the system, Cain smiled and said, "Torchic, don't worry. This is normal because you're about to evolve." Hearing Cain's explanation, Torchic's eyes instantly lit up. Ever since witnessing Mudkip's evolution, all the Pokémon in the second team had developed a strong desire to evolve. They all wanted to discover what abilities they would gain and how they would look after evolving. Because of this, they trained with much more enthusiasm, eager to reach that state of evolution soon. Torchic had been excited all day due to the internal energy that naturally made it more active as its evolution approached. At that moment, its entire body was enveloped in flames, except for its face, which was still visible. Both its feathers and head plume were practically transformed into fire. This was the fire-type energy reshaping its body, a normal process during evolution. Though it was intriguing, Torchic wasn't surrounded by the characteristic white glow of evolution. Cain couldn't understand why this was happening, but according to the system's data, all its stats had already maxed out, signaling that Torchic was ready to evolve. Without dwelling on it further, Cain retrieved a dose of the attribute enhancement potion specific to Torchic. Torchic's evolution was significant for Cain, not only because it was one of his Pokémon capable of mega-evolving, but also because it served as a crucial test to determine if the potions could enhance the dark blue quality of his Pokémon. Torchic, this is the quality enhancement potion, just like the one Mudkip had. Drink it, Cain said, holding out the potion. Kayak. Torchic eagerly opened its mouth, waiting for Cain to give it the potion. The moment turned awkward. Cain had forgotten that, with its entire body covered in flames, Torchic couldn't simply drink the potion. To avoid burning himself, Cain used his psychic abilities to control the potion, slowly pouring the liquid into Torchic's mouth. Kayak. After drinking it all, Torchic let out a loud cry, ready to begin evolving. However, the most embarrassing part was that the flames around its body began to gradually subside. Cain frowned. Is it still missing something? He retrieved a Pokeball and summoned Slowking. Slowking, use Flamethrower on Torchic. Torchic, absorb as much energy as you can. Yadin. Slowking nodded seriously and unleashed its flamethrower, directly engulfing Torchic. For the first time, Torchic experienced the heat of an external fire. It was intense, and it wanted to scream, but Cain quickly stopped it. Torchic, endure it. Don't cry out. If you do now, the potion's effects might diminish. Absorb all the fire energy from Slowking. Hearing this, Torchic closed its eyes and endured the discomfort while absorbing the fire energy. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, when Slowking was nearly exhausted, Torchic's body began showing new changes. That's enough, Slowking. You can stop, Cain said, handing a Pokeblock to Slowking. After all, Slowking, being a water/psychic type, wasn't specialized in fire moves, so it was natural for it to tire after such an effort. Torchic absorbed the last breath of fire from Slowking, and the flames around its body exploded, fully engulfing it in a red and yellow fireball. Finally, Torchic began to shine with a white light. It was finally entering the state of evolution. Cain found it strange that Torchic hadn't emitted the glow earlier, but he realized it had expended much of its energy during the battle with Scyther. Its body simply didn't have enough energy to trigger evolution at that moment. Fortunately, Cain had acted quickly, and with Slowking's help, Torchic was able to recover the energy it needed. Otherwise, the valuable potion would have been wasted, and Torchic might have suffered permanent damage from an interrupted evolution. Finally, the evolution process began correctly. The system monitored Torchic's changes in real time. Its stats had already surpassed normal limits. Cain, Slowking, and Aaron watched intently as Torchic remained enveloped in light. Gradually, Torchic's silhouette began to change. Its height increased visibly, and its small wings elongated considerably, resembling human arms. In its new form, Torchic gained the fighting type, which would significantly boost its close combat abilities. The fighting type was also an important addition to Cain's team, which lacked Pokémon of that type, helping cover certain weaknesses. After 10 minutes, the glow started to fade, revealing a Pokémon with 3 red feathers on its head, a light yellow body, and sturdy red legs. Its new arms, which now resembled elongated wings, nearly touched the ground when standing, as if they were weapons ready for battle, with 3 sharp claws at the tips. Additionally, its legs had strengthened significantly, clearly capable of leaping great distances with ease. This was Combusken, Torchic's evolved form. From a small, childlike Pokémon, Torchic had grown into an adolescent-looking form. Its face no longer displayed the innocence it once had. It had grown from 40 centimeters to an impressive height of 90 centimeters. Congratulations, Combusken. How do you feel after evolving? Cain asked with a smile. Busk. Combusken jumped powerfully, delivering a kick to a nearby tree, followed by another mid-air kick. The tree fell to the ground instantly. Combusken landed on one knee, arms spread in an incredibly elegant and powerful stance. Haha, it seems your post-evolution state is pretty good. That double kick wasn't bad, Cain said, laughing. But just as he finished speaking, Combusken collapsed to the ground, exhausted. It was the side effect of the quality enhancement potion. Combusken had just evolved and wanted to show off its new abilities, but it hadn't expected that a single kick would leave it so drained. Cain shook his head in resignation, picked it up, and gave it some poke blocks. While doing so, he activated his system to scan Combusken's data. Pokémon, Combusken, Quasi-Purple. Gender, male. Level, 16. Type, Fire plus Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Held item, none. Egg moves, Flame Burst, Agility, Last Resort, Faint. Basic moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Double Kick. Learned moves, Heat Wave. TM moves, none. Combusken had reached the threshold of purple quality, landing in a very complex intermediate stage. The quality enhancement potion had a significant effect, but the gap between dark blue quality and light purple quality was vast. That Combusken reached a quasi-purple level was already an impressive result. After all, the barrier between blue and purple qualities was far more difficult to overcome. Cain was confident that, with time, Combusken would reach light purple quality, as long as no unexpected deterioration occurred. However, even Slowking, despite having returned from Mythical Island over a month ago, had yet to surpass this same obstacle, even with poke blocks designed by Cain to gradually improve its quality. So Combusken, too, would need time. But Combusken could afford to wait. As long as it successfully improved its quality to light purple before evolving into Blaziken, it would be sufficient. With Combusken's evolution, Cain was also able to confirm that the aptitude medicines worked, even on Pokémon with dark blue quality. This alone was satisfying for him. Combusken still had one more opportunity to evolve and could use another quality enhancement potion in the future, increasing the chances of reaching purple quality or, with a bit of luck, even dark purple quality. Imagine a Blaziken with purple quality and the speed boost ability, combined with its mega evolution. It would be capable of defeating any rival with ease. After its evolution, Combusken gained the fighting type in addition to fire. While this made it more vulnerable to flying and psychic-type moves, it also removed its weakness to rock type. Overall, it gained only one new weakness. Combusken now held a type advantage over 6 other types, though some aspects had changed. Its resistance to bug-type attacks had increased from 2 times to 4 times, offsetting the new weakness it gained. Adding a fighting-type Pokémon to the team was a significant strategic advantage. After giving Combusken some poke blocks, Cain returned it to its Pokeball. The medicine's side effects would last for a while, so it was best for it to rest. Cain then summoned Larvitar, who carried its little backpack. Poliwag had a level advantage, but the environment wasn't favorable for its type. Larvitar, despite its low level, could use this time to train. Crack! As soon as it came out of the Pokeball, Larvitar made a crunching sound. It noticed it had been summoned and, with a bit of awkwardness, revealed that it was holding a diamond in its tiny hands, from which it had bitten a piece. Larvitar looked slightly embarrassed, but Cain couldn't help feeling a bit exasperated at the sight. Am I raising a glutton? Cain wondered. I've given it so many diamonds, yet it still isn't satisfied. This meant the rate at which it consumed the diamonds in its backpack would be faster than anticipated. When Larvitar saw Cain and Aaron, it grew excited and quickly offered them the diamond it had been chewing on, looking happy. It was clear it wanted to share. Before Cain could say anything, Aaron stepped forward and snatched the diamond with a bite. Huh. I knew you were hiding snacks. Now I've caught you, Aaron thought as it chewed on the diamond, unbothered by the fact that Larvitar had already bitten it. Realizing what had happened, Larvitar pulled out another diamond from its other hand and offered it to Cain, showing that it didn't have any more left. Cain couldn't help but facepalm. All right, eat it quickly. We got a battle to fight. Hearing this, Larvitar's eyes lit up, and it immediately swallowed the diamond. It clenched its tiny fists, signaling it was ready, though it continued chewing on the diamond. Aaron stood beside Larvitar, having finished its diamond. Larvitar also sped up its chewing. Cain, Aaron, and Slowking patiently waited for Larvitar to finish eating. A minute later, it was finally ready for battle, but just as Larvitar turned around excitedly, a small diamond fell out of its red backpack. The scene turned awkward once more. The small backpack that once only held a fragment of Groudon's armor was now bulging, full of diamonds. Sweat appeared on Cain's forehead. I've definitely raised a glutton. He held out his hand. Larvitar, give me the diamonds. I'll return them after the battle if you perform well. With some reluctance, Larvitar emptied its backpack, which contained more diamonds than expected. If you don't fight well, I'll cut your food in half, Cain added. Larvitar's eyes widened, and it suddenly displayed a hostile attitude toward the surrounding forest, causing small sand particles to rise from the ground. I'll fight. Nothing will stop me from eating properly, Larvitar thought, ready for battle. Cain smiled, realizing that raising a little glutton wasn't so bad after all. At least it had great motivation to fight, food. When Cain arrived in Fallarbor Town, it was already the second day. He had spent 2 days training Larvitar and Aaron on Route 114, focusing on improving their combat skills. By the time he reached Fallarbor Town, Larvitar had reached level 15, gaining 3 levels, while Aaron, already at level 20, hadn't leveled up further. For Pokémon, this not only represented a level increase, but also an improvement in experience and combat techniques. No matter how much you train, it's in real battles where combat techniques truly become part of your strength. Unlike the first group of Pokémon, who faced constant invisible dangers on the Trial Island, forcing them to grow and strengthen quickly to survive, the second group of Pokémon had a much calmer life, allowing them to grow steadily. Fallarbor Town is one of the largest towns in the Hoenn region, similar to Verdanturf Town. The most important building in Fallarbor Town is the Contest Hall, a venue where the league regularly holds contest competitions. By comparison, the town's gym isn't as well known. Fallarbor Town is located on the opposite side of Mt. Chimney. Unlike Verdanturf Town's fresh air, Fallarbor Town is surrounded by volcanic ash floating year-round, giving the place a grayish appearance. However, these mineral-rich volcanic ashes allow vegetation in Fallarbor Town to grow lushly. Thanks to this, the town has become one of the most important agricultural centers in Hoenn, producing nearly 50% of the region's food supply. Although Cain came to Fallarbor Town intending to challenge the gym, his main goal was to visit a famous local figure, Professor Cosmo. He remembered Professor Cosmo after his encounter with the Team Aqua members in Meteor Falls. This Professor Cosmo was the one who, while excavating a meteorite in Meteor Falls, unwittingly uncovered what both Team Aqua and Team Magma needed to summon Kyogre and Groudon. It could be said that this marked the beginning of the entire incident. Although Professor Cosmo hadn't done it on purpose, Cain wanted to ensure he had a backup plan, or at least stay one step ahead. Fall Arbor Town isn't very large. Cain headed straight to Professor Cosmo's house after asking a few locals for directions. He was lucky, as Professor Cosmo was home and hadn't gone out searching for minerals. Knock, knock, knock. Cain knocked on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged, thin man dressed in an archaeologist's outfit opened the door, showing a curious expression upon seeing Cain. Professor Cosmo, nice to meet you. I'm Cain from Leafy Town, Cain introduced himself. Cain? Professor Cosmo didn't seem to recognize him. I'm the new gym leader of Leafy Town. I came to pay you a special visit, Cain said, scratching his head with a bit of embarrassment. There's nothing more awkward than believing you're well-known and realizing the other person doesn't recognize your name. Oh, I see. Please come in. Professor Cosmo quickly responded, inviting him inside. Though Professor Cosmo was a researcher specializing in meteorites, he wasn't a famous Pokémon professor, so his status in the Pokémon world wasn't very high. This was evident in the modest size and layout of his home. On the other hand, as a gym leader, Cain held a much higher position in terms of both power and status. Thus, receiving a special visit from Cain flattered Professor Cosmo. Professor Cosmo's full name was Icarus Cosmo, a researcher passionate about meteorites. While he was a Pokémon trainer, he wasn't very strong, as his interests lay elsewhere. Cain, with his excellent interpersonal skills and superior status, knew how to talk to Professor Cosmo in a way that made him feel comfortable and appreciated. Despite Cain's youth, if he hadn't declined, Professor Cosmo might have insisted on forming a closer bond with him. Cain had vast knowledge thanks to his system, which contained a wealth of information not only about Pokémon, but also about rarer topics. By sharing some of this knowledge, he quickly connected with Professor Cosmo. Cain's ability to persuade people was at its peak. By the end of the visit, the two had exchanged contact information and promised to stay in touch. Cain asked Professor Cosmo that if, during any future research in Meteor Falls, he came across completely red or blue stones, to let him know immediately, as they might be items Cain had lost. Professor Cosmo didn't suspect anything, especially since Cain described the objects in great detail and gave a convincing reason. While being chased by Lunatone and Soul Rock, he had accidentally dropped the items while running. When he returned to search for them, they were gone. To avoid getting lost, he had decided to postpone the search. He knew an expert in meteorites lived in Fall Arbor Town, so he thought of asking for help during any future exploration of Meteor Falls. This was the plan Cain had improvised. It seemed perfect, and any lingering doubts were filled in by Professor Cosmo's imagination. For example, why had Cain gone so deep into Meteor Falls? Professor Cosmo assumed it was part of Cain's Pokémon training. Perfect. After leaving Professor Cosmo's house satisfied, Cain headed to the Fall Arbor Town gym. However, this time he wasn't so lucky. According to the gym staff, the gym leader had been absent for some time, and the next challenge day would be next month. Cain didn't have time to wait for someone unimportant. Without the leader present, there was no way to enter. What a disappointment. Cain left the Fall Arbor Town gym feeling slightly frustrated. Of course, Cain wouldn't admit that his true motivation for challenging the gym was to gain recognition and upload battle videos to increase his fame. That was definitely not his goal. Seriously. Cain's objective was to strengthen relations between Fall Arbor Town and Leafy Town, promoting friendship between gym leaders and contributing to the development of the Hoenn region. How exactly towns separated by a massive mountain could strengthen their friendship wasn't something Cain needed to worry about. Not being able to challenge the Fall Arbor Town gym was a disappointment. However, leaving a contingency plan with Professor Cosmo allowed Cain to gain more precise insight into some of Team Aqua and Team Magma's movements. Therefore, that small detour in time was entirely worthwhile. He decided to depart directly from Fall Arbor Town, heading east. After covering a certain distance, he would reach for Tree City, and southeast of it lay Cain's true objective, the place where he had once discovered a Mega Stone. Due to the considerable distance, even flying at maximum speed on Flygon, it was impossible to arrive in a single day. Thus, Cain wasn't in a rush. He called upon Slowking, who floated beside him. Flygon didn't need to go too fast, and if any Pokémon decided to attack during their flight, Slowking would be ready to fight. Currently, Slowking had reached level 48, nearing the maximum advanced level. It only needed a slight push to achieve that milestone. As potentially the first Pokémon on the team to reach that level, Cain was preparing to help Slowking make that leap. Although the wild Pokémon on Route 113 were not very high level, beyond this route and before reaching Route 119, there was a dense jungle to cross, home to higher level Pokémon. Encountering even maximum advanced level Pokémon wouldn't be surprising. When Cain ordered Flygon to descend from the sky, they had already reached the foothills of a mountain range. Behind them stretched Route 113, and ahead lay the unknown forest. According to League maps, the safe route was to continue north along Route 111 after Route 113, which was the path most traveling trainers took. Recklessly entering an unknown forest could bring unexpected and difficult-to-avoid dangers. However, with Cain's vast wilderness survival experience, he didn't need to take the long way around. In fact, if any wild Pokémon tried to attack him, it would be a perfect opportunity for Slowking to grow stronger and reach the maximum advanced level as soon as possible. After making some adjustments to his team, Cain returned Flygon, which wasn't suited for battling in such a dense forest. It wasn't long after entering the jungle before Cain's foreign presence attracted the attention of numerous wild Pokémon. Although Cain was no longer as ruthless as he had been during the Trial Island days, and now wore the League uniform, if the attacking Pokémon didn't enrage him, he allowed Slowking to spare them after the battle. Afterward, it was up to those Pokémon's abilities to survive in the harsh forest environment. This forest, located near the sea, was one of the densest in the Hoenn region, partly due to the frequent volcanic ash rains from Mt. Chimney, enriching the soil and allowing lush vegetation to grow. Cain, alongside Slowking, continued skirting the cliffs overlooking the sea, heading east. The abundant humidity provided a great deal of water-type energy, which helped Slowking recover quickly after its battles, thus increasing its stamina. Additionally, Floette, in Cain's pocket, could sense plant-type energy more clearly in this dense forest. At that moment, Cain had been training Floette to maintain her plant-type form so she could switch between her fairy form and effectively use plant-type moves. Using the grassy terrain move occasionally also served as a way to train its plant-type abilities. The afternoon passed quickly amidst battles, and after defeating a Beedrill with Psychic, Slowking appeared beside Cain. For some reason, this part of the forest was plagued by massive swarms of Beedrill, with hundreds in each hive. Although they didn't seem to be direct enemies with each other, they also didn't cooperate, likely due to the presence of different Queen Beedrill in each swarm. For Cain, this was a problem, as his entry into the territory of these swarms was viewed as an invasion. Fortunately, as poison types, the Beedrill didn't pose a real threat to Slowking, but their numbers were overwhelming. With steady progress, Cain had already reached the cliffside. Night fell, and the forest grew more dangerous at dusk. Cain wanted to set up camp, but with so many Beedrill swarms around, this wasn't an ideal spot for pitching a tent. Unless he decided to summon all his Pokémon and completely wipe out the swarms. While considering this option, Cain noticed flashes of light on the horizon over the sea. As the lights drew closer, he realized they came from a ship, with a flag flying atop its mast, adorned with the Pokémon League emblem. It seemed to be a League ship. After a brief moment of reflection, Cain ordered Slowking to leave a psychic mark in the area, then called out Flygon and mounted it, flying toward the approaching ship near the coastline. Since the ship carried the League flag, Cain assumed its occupants must belong to the League. But even if they didn't, with his current abilities, Cain was more than capable of escaping if necessary. One could say his confidence matched his skills. Before Cain reached the ship, the sailors on board had already spotted him. This wasn't a modern vessel like the SS and cruise ship Cain had previously been on. It resembled an old wooden ship. However, the ship was considerably large, with enough space on its deck for more than 100 people. When Cain arrived, some sailors left their tasks and ran toward the cabins, while the others continued their work, as if they didn't care much about Cain's arrival. Even Flygon's presence, which would usually draw attention, seemed unremarkable to these sailors. Without any obstacles, Flygon landed smoothly on the ship's bow. At that moment, the sailors who had retreated returned, accompanied by a burly man with a large white beard, dressed in a captain's uniform. Although he wore the signature jacket of a captain, the man had nothing on underneath, exposing his muscular chest and abs, marked with numerous scars. He held a smoldering cigar as he stepped heavily onto the deck, exuding a fierce and commanding aura. A name suddenly came to Cain's mind. Drake? Could this be Drake, the dragon-type member of Hoen's Elite Four? Cain watched as Drake appeared on the deck. Drake observed the newcomer, Cain, along with his Flygon and Slowking. Cain quickly spoke up. Sorry for showing up like this. I mean no harm. I was just training on the cliff up there, and as night fell, I wanted to find a place to camp. And then I saw the ship at sea. But if it's a bother, I'll leave right away. Hearing his words, Drake took a puff from his cigar and gestured for the sailors to carry on with their work. Drake approached Cain, towering over him, much taller than Cain had imagined. Don't worry. Since you're here, stay the night. There are plenty of spare rooms in the cabin, Drake said calmly before turning his gaze to Flygon. This is Flygon. Mister, are you a strong trainer too? Cain noticed Drake's gaze and decided to ask the question. Drake's imposing figure, aside from a somewhat lean face, exuded the aura of a man shaped by the sea. His white beard covered his face entirely. Perhaps this was someone who had been born into the wrong world. Strong, you say? I suppose you could say that. But Flygon. I know this species well. Young man, your Flygon isn't fully developed, and you haven't unlocked its true potential, Drake said with a smile. Drake's words sparked something in Cain. Drake was the Dragon-type Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, an expert in Dragon-type Pokémon. While some of his Pokémon also had Flying-type traits, they all fell under the Dragon category. Undoubtedly, he knew far more than most. Cain currently had Flygon and Bagon, and in the future, he might even acquire an Altaria. But even if he couldn't catch Altaria, just having Bagon was reason enough to invest significant time and effort. If anyone knew how to train a Salamence to its maximum potential, it was Drake, Hoenn's Dragon-type Elite Four member. His ace Pokémon was precisely a Salamence. It was said that this Salamence had once saved Drake's life, and because of that, Drake had dedicated himself to training it. However, raising a pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Salamence was no easy feat. When Drake was a young sailor, he barely had any income. He spent years training Salamence until he finally developed it fully. This is why, when Drake became one of Hoenn's Elite Four, he was the oldest among them. But a pseudo-legendary is always powerful, and becoming a Dragon-type Elite Four member granted Drake formidable strength. Besides Salamence, Drake had also trained other Dragon-type Pokémon over the years, including Flygon and Altaria. If Cain could gain advice from Drake, he could save significant time and effort in training his Dragon-type Pokémon in the future, especially in unlocking Bagon's full potential. Although Cain had experience training Bagon in his past life, the methods he used back then were no longer as effective. Additionally, the Bagon he had now had much greater potential than the one before, so his old techniques wouldn't suffice. Drake's appearance at this moment, pointing out flaws in Flygon's training, was a golden opportunity for Cain. If he could gain some insight from Drake, it would be incredibly beneficial. But first, Cain needed to earn Drake's trust. For now, Drake likely saw Cain as just a regular trainer passing by, looking for a place to stay the night. Perhaps Cain was stronger than the average trainer, but to Drake, it wasn't anything remarkable. The only thing that had caught Drake's attention was Cain's possession of a Dragon-type Pokémon like Flygon. Yes, Flygon hasn't been with me for long. To be honest, I'm not very skilled at training Dragon types. But if we're talking about my Slowking, I have more experience, Cain said with a shy smile, scratching his head. Flygon, under its previous trainer Ren, had never been fully trained. Despite its great potential as a dragon-type Pokémon with a blue-tier quality, its development wasn't optimal. Even though its level had reached 49, it struggled against Cain's Honchkrow, which also had a blue-tier rating, but was only level 46. Flygon, at its current advanced level, was no match. Flygon had relied too much on orders from its former trainer, Ren, who lacked much strategy in battle and often resorted to direct tactics. Brute strength only works if the Pokémon has enough power. Intelligence remains a key component of success. I see. Your Slowking is very well trained. If I only saw Flygon or only Slowking, I'd think they belonged to two different trainers. The difference is noticeable, Drake observed, studying Slowking closely before letting out a sigh. Cain couldn't help but think. If Flygon had just arrived under my care, I'm sure Drake would tear Ren apart for wasting its potential. What a lost gem. Yeah, it's a shame. I don't have any friends who are experts in training dragons, and as a gym leader, I can't spend much time away from my gym. This time, I ventured out to handle some business and train a bit, Cain said, revealing his identity as a gym leader with a hint of resignation. As expected, Drake's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. You're a gym leader? Drake asked with a smile of intrigue. Which gym are we talking about? A small town, nothing significant. I'm the leader of the Leafy Town Gym. My name is Cain, Cain replied modestly. Hearing this, Drake's eyes gleamed even brighter. Cain? The gym leader the league has been promoting as one of the two young prospects of the Hoenn region? The one compared to that kid from the Stone family. If by Stone Kid, you mean Steven Stone, then yes, I think that's me, Cain replied with a sheepish smile. Cain thought maybe he should try his luck in acting someday. Who knows, perhaps he could share the screen with Diantha, the future champion of Kalos, in a movie one day. And you are? Cain asked curiously. Ha ha ha. My name's Drake. You can call me Uncle Drake, Drake said with a hearty laugh, clearly pleased. Drake. Are you the Elite Four Drake? Cain said, trying hard to show an expression of surprise. If there's no other Elite Four named Drake, then the one you're talking about must be me, ha. Drake mimicked Cain's words, laughing with satisfaction. As one of the senior members of the Elite Four, Drake, like others of his age who care about the league's development, pays close attention to the talents of the next generation. For this reason, in the future, when Ash meets Drake and asks for a battle, Drake won't refuse. Although Ash isn't very well known at the top levels of the league, he has the support of Professor Oak, which has given him some notoriety. Drake, curious to see Ash's level and skills, won't hesitate to face him to gauge his potential. Similarly, Cain is much more famous now than Ash will be at that time. Therefore, it was only natural for Drake to want to do something to acknowledge him. Moreover, Cain has a significant advantage over Ash. He also owns Dragon-type Pokémon, which means he could gain valuable training advice from Drake. Come on. Let's not talk on the deck. Let's head into the cabin. I want to show you my captain's quarters, said Drake, with his cigar in hand, clearly pleased, as he led Cain inside. Although Drake spends much of his time at sea and rarely attends Hoenn League meetings, he is well informed about their contents. However, he is not someone with lofty ambitions for power. Even after becoming a member of the Elite Four, he dislikes getting involved in managing things. As a man of the sea, he enjoys the freedom of sailing and rarely returns to the league. So Cain's visit was something special to him. Cain followed him through the ship's corridor. The ship was a large wooden sailing vessel. Despite being made of wood, the materials and techniques used were so advanced that the vessel could withstand even the strongest storms without issue. In fact, combined with the captain's and sailors' skills, the ship was much safer than some made of metal. The ship's interior was imbued with a strong masculine aroma. Unsurprisingly, there were few women aboard, as the smell of sweat was almost unbearable for anyone unaccustomed to such an environment. Nonetheless, the wandering life at sea seemed quite appealing, as long as one had enough power to face any dangerous situation that might arise. Sudden storms or powerful Pokémon could appear at any moment, and one had to be prepared to face them. When they arrived at the captain's quarters, Cain noticed that the space was quite large and, thankfully, did not have the overwhelming stench of sweat. Instead, there was a strong smell of tobacco and alcohol. It seemed Drake had a considerable fondness for both. The atmosphere was far more comfortable than Cain's previous missions, so he showed no sign of discomfort, which made Drake appreciate him even more. After sitting together on the sofa, they began to chat casually. However, they didn't talk about dragon-type Pokémon, but rather about everyday topics in Cain's life, like his master Matsuda Takashi and his close friend Steven. Eventually, Drake offered Cain a cleaner room to spend the night, suggesting they talk more in the morning, reasoning that young people should go to bed early. With no other option, Cain went to sleep. The bed was much more comfortable than sleeping outdoors. Cain understood what Drake wanted but didn't mention it, letting himself drift into slumber while Jengar, hidden in the shadows, kept watch to ensure his safety through the night. After Cain left, a sailor entered Drake's quarters. Unlike the other sailors on deck, this one had a far more intimidating presence. "Captain, what are your orders?" the sailor asked in a deep voice. "I want you to verify the identity of the young man who just boarded the ship. Find out if he's the famous Cain people have been talking about recently," Drake said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Yes, sir," the sailor responded firmly before leaving. Drake stared at the spot where Cain had sat moments earlier, deep in thought. Although he dislikes getting involved in League matters, as an Elite Four member, he is cautious. He wasn't going to trust Cain's words without prior investigation. Half an hour later, the burly sailor returned with a report. Drake reviewed the report on Cain. The description matched the person he had seen, and Cain's signature Pokémon, Slowking, was also present. Drake confirmed that this Cain was indeed one of the rising talents in the Hoenn region. Feeling reassured, Drake decided he could pass on some of his knowledge. After all, he was aging. Though still full of energy, he preferred to leave behind a legacy rather than take it to the grave. Drake was a strong man, but the sea was always full of dangers. It wasn't as if he was destined to become the king of the pirates. The next morning, after a night of rest, Cain woke up early. To his surprise, the ship's sailors were already awake. Everyone seemed busy with their tasks, and fortunately, the ship was still anchored at the same spot where Cain had boarded. It would have been quite awkward if they had departed while he was asleep. Drake was at the ship's bow, looking toward the nearby cliff and the forest above it. Some resilient plants grew on the cliff. Although small and weak, they struggled to survive. "You're awake already, Cain? You're up early. Young people should maintain good habits, otherwise, when they get old, they'll feel like their bodies are rusted," Drake said as he noticed Cain stepping onto the deck. "But you woke up even earlier, Uncle Drake." Cain replied with a smile as he approached the bow to enjoy the fresh sea breeze. "Haha, old folks don't sleep much. Since you're awake, how about a battle? I think it could be quite interesting," Drake proposed. Now that he had confirmed Cain's identity, Drake no longer held back. He was eager to see the level of the young talents of this generation. Cain and Steven were the leaders of Hoenn's new generation, and testing Cain's skills was practically evaluating the level of the region's youth. Drake was very interested in that. Hearing his proposal, Cain's eyes lit up with excitement. A battle against the Elite Four, Drake? There was no doubt that Drake's power was immense. However, if he used his main team, the battle wouldn't make much sense, as Cain wouldn't stand a chance even with all his Pokémon combined. "Of course," Cain replied without hesitation. Facing a member of the Elite Four is a privilege many trainers aspire to, but very few achieve. The title of Elite Four not only signifies having the strength of an elite-level trainer, but often implies being far above that level. This is especially true in the regions of Kanto and Johto, with Kanto leading the charge. As the epicenter of the Pokémon League, Kanto is brimming with talent, and its Elite Four members are considered some of the most powerful trainers in the world. In fact, if one of them were to be transferred to another region, like Sinnoh, they would likely become the strongest member of the Elite Four there, though this doesn't mean other regions lack extremely powerful trainers. The reason Kanto hasn't had a stable champion for so long is because its Elite Four members are incredibly strong. No one has been able to completely dominate these powerful trainers. Not even Lance, who would eventually become champion, could achieve it easily. Although he's sometimes mocked with the nickname Flying-type champion rather than Dragon-type champion, Lance's strength is undeniable. His name is often used as a benchmark to measure the power of other trainers. A clear example of this is Giovanni. On multiple occasions, Giovanni has demonstrated his strength by boasting things like, "I defeated Lance in just a few moves," emphasizing his power as a true threat. But setting comparisons aside, the opportunity to face Drake, one of the Elite Four members of Hoenn, deeply excited Cain. Despite the gravity of the situation, Cain trusted that Drake wouldn't use his strongest Pokémon. This gave him some relief, though the battle would still be incredibly challenging. Once the decision to battle was made, the sailors aboard the ship quickly cleared the deck, leaving ample space for the fight. "Cain," Drake began, his face serious. "Show me what you're capable of, and if you manage to impress me, you might get what you want. But if you don't meet my expectations, I must say the new generations of Hoenn will have deeply disappointed me." Cain, for his part, also adopted a serious demeanor. He wasn't surprised that Drake had guessed his intentions. After all, standing before a Dragon-type specialist like Drake, anyone with a Dragon-type Pokémon would naturally seek to learn from his vast knowledge. Dragon-type Pokémon are incredibly difficult to train. Not everyone would have the resolve to give them up so easily, as Ash would later in his journey. Without a word, Cain nodded with determination. "Very well," Drake said, pleased with Cain's firm and confident attitude. "Let's begin." With a swift motion, Drake threw a Pokeball. Immediately, a powerful Shelgon appeared on the deck. Its body was encased in a tough shell, and though it stood firmly on its four legs, its eyes, barely visible through the plates of its armor, gleamed with a fierce combat intent. Shelgon, the Dragon-type Pokémon, the intermediate form of the formidable Salamence. Seeing Shelgon on the battlefield, Cain couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of envy. He had fought hard to acquire his own pseudo-legendary Pokémon, while Drake had several of them. Cain was certain this Shelgon was the offspring of Drake's Salamence. That meant Drake likely had at least two fully evolved Salamence on his team, and now even their offspring had evolved into Shelgon. If Cain remembered correctly, in the future, when Ash encountered Drake and battled him, Drake would use a Shelgon in his team. By then, Drake would probably have 4 pseudo-legendaries under his command. It was impressive. Practically a Salamence factory. It was astonishing that someone like Drake, with so many powerful Pokémon, had only reached the position of Elite Four member and not champion. How strong must Steven be to have claimed that title? Steven didn't have the advantage of specializing in such a powerful type as Dragon, but his skill as a trainer was undeniable. His success couldn't simply be attributed to his affinity for Steel-type Pokémon. His talent was authentic. Steven is incredible. Cain thought to himself as he activated his system to scan Shelgon and gather its details. Pokémon, Shelgon, dark blue. Gender, male. Level, 49. Type, Dragon. Ability, Rock Head. Held item, none. Egg moves, Dragon Rage, Twister, Dragon Rush, Defense Curl. Basic moves, Protect, Rage, Ember, Leer, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Focus Energy, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Zen Headbutt, Scary Face, Flamethrower. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Dragon Pulse, Iron Defense. TM moves, Hidden Power, Fire, Rock Tomb, Shadow Claw, Rock Slide, Sleep Talk. This Shelgon, at level 49 and of dark blue quality, was one step away from evolving into Salamence. Its level was just shy of elite status. The dragon lineage was evident, with powerful egg moves showcasing the purity of its bloodline. Drake, however, hadn't brought out one of his strongest Pokémon. But even so, the Shelgon in front of Cain was much stronger than any of his team members. Cain knew his best chance of victory lay in his Slowking, the water, and Psychic-type Pokémon. Although speed wasn't Slowking's strength, the system had revealed that his Slowking was very close to reaching the maximum advanced level, giving him an edge over Shelgon. Interesting, Drake commented with a smile. Your Slowking is famous. I'm eager to see how strong it is. Cain knew the battle wouldn't be easy, but he was ready. Slowking, prepare yourself. Unleash your full psychic power and use nasty plot. Slowking's eyes shone brightly as it increased its special attack. Shelgin, use Dragon Pulse to start the battle, Drake ordered seriously. The dragon energy condensed in Shelgin's mouth, which then unleashed a violet-blue beam straight at Slowking. Slowking, counter with Water Pulse and then use Trick Room. Although Shelgin was slow, Slowking was even slower. By changing the rules of the battle with Trick Room's effect, Cain intended to give his most strategic Pokémon the advantage, relying on wit to compensate for the power gap. For the second time, Slowking used the move Trick Room in an actual battle, and the opponent was also a Dragon-type Pokémon. It couldn't be denied that this was a peculiar phenomenon. A strange space unfolded, encompassing both Slowking and Shelgin. Although Drake's Shelgin was powerful, it wasn't as strong as Cynthia's Garchomp, so Slowking could exchange ranged attacks with it. This was Slowking's strength and advantage. Slowking, use Psychic. Cain commanded. Hearing this, several psychic energy spheres, the size of fists, appeared around Slowking's body. Once formed, they flew directly toward Shelgin. Shelgin, jump. Use Draco Meteor. Drake's command surprised Cain a little. Jump? With Shelgin's weight? Could it really jump? But an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Shelgin slightly flexed its limbs and, as if equipped with springs, leaped into the air. It couldn't be denied that Drake had a unique way of training his Dragon-type Pokémon. Although Shelgin didn't completely avoid the psychic attack, it evaded part of it. As for the hits it took, Shelgin only felt a slight dizziness, but that didn't stop it from using the move Draco Meteor. The jump not only allowed Shelgin to dodge, but also doubled the speed at which it launched the Draco Meteor attack. Originally, Shelgin needed to shoot energy into the sky to disperse it as meteors, but by jumping into the air, it skipped that step. Immediately after firing, the Draco Meteor scattered and began to fall. Shelgin had clearly trained for this move before, as it concentrated and directed the attack straight at Slowking. Slowking, teleport and use Psychic again. Cain quickly ordered. Slowking's psychic energy surged suddenly as it activated the move Teleport. However, due to the speed of the Draco Meteor, part of the attack hit Slowking before it could fully teleport. Although it sustained some notable injuries, Slowking, accustomed to taking damage, was still within its endurance range. The psychic move activated once more, and this time, Shelgin, still in midair, was hit directly as it lacked a foothold. Boom! Shelgin fell to the ground with a heavy thud, indicating just how massive it was, yet it had managed to leap so high. It slowly stood up and shook its head, feeling slightly dizzy. Drake, observing Shelgin's condition, had a gleam in his eyes. The intensity of Slowking's psychic moves exceeded his expectations. Even though this Shelgin had undergone rigorous training, to the point of being stricter than a Salamence, and excelled in damage resistance, it seemed like just two of Slowking's attacks were already causing it trouble. This Slowking not only had great talent, but had also been trained exceptionally well. Cain's strategy in battle was equally commendable. Since Cain had ordered Slowking to maintain a prudent distance, both Pokémon exchanged moves several more times, causing significant damage to each other. A great display of psychic skill. Since that's the case, let's settle this now. Shelgin, advance and use Outrage. Drake commanded. All right. Slowking, advance as well and use a double ice punch. Cain responded. If the battle continued, the outcome would be uncertain. However, Cain felt he had a 60% chance of winning, as Slowking had a significant advantage in attack power. But since Drake wanted a direct clash, Cain wouldn't refuse. Shelgin's armor seemed to tense as it charged like a small tank. Slowking, on the other hand, moved faster with the aid of its psychic powers, its hands glowing with ice-type energy. Recently, Slowking had been frequently battling Dragon-type Pokémon and had gained a deeper understanding of the Ice Punch move. It often discussed techniques with Weevil, and this time, the Ice Punch move was stronger than when it had been used against Cynthia's Garchomp. The two large Pokémon clashed violently on the ship's deck. Boom! Shards of ice and purplish-blue energy scattered, creating a gust of wind across the deck. Both Pokémon were sent flying by the force of the impact. Although Shellgun, being heavier, was pushed back less, Slowking, aided by its psychic power, didn't crash heavily to the ground. Instead, it moved gracefully as if walking on water. Cain was about to order Slowking to continue attacking, but upon observing Shellgun's appearance, his pupils contracted. If he remembered correctly, Shellgun had just used the move Outrage, right? Why hadn't it entered a state of rage? Its eyes remained clear, and Cain could see the intense determination within them. Was this what Drake wanted to show him? That it was possible to freely control the move Outrage? That was quite surprising. The reason Outrage was such a powerful move was due to its explosive capability, making it one of the strongest moves among Dragon-type Pokémon. But why did Dragon-type trainers rarely use it as their first option? It was because after using Outrage, the Pokémon entered a state of frenzy and couldn't stop until all its accumulated energy was exhausted. However, Drake's Shellgun had stopped the attack immediately after using it. Cain frowned again. Something wasn't right. Given Shellgun's capability, the move Outrage shouldn't have had such a minor impact. At the very least, its explosive power seemed about 30% weaker than it should have been. While it was still strong, it wasn't as powerful as expected. Alright, let's end it here. Cain, your skill is quite impressive and Slowking is very well trained. There's no doubt you're a prodigious breeder, Drake said, laughing as he approached Shellgun, patting its back to calm it. Slowly, Shellgun settled down, folded its legs, and with a soft thud, lay down on the ground to rest and bask in the sunlight. Slowking looked at Cain, and upon receiving his approval, deactivated the Trick Room move and positioned itself by his side. Cain retrieved some Poke Blocks from his storage and fed them to Slowking. Seeing this, Drake's eyes sparkled once again. He knew the Poke Blocks Cain had just given Slowking weren't ordinary, and having an advanced breeder mentor clearly had its advantages. Did you see it? Drake suddenly asked. Cain was startled, but then smiled and nodded. Yes, Uncle Drake, you're truly incredible. Flattery was always welcome. Ha ha ha. After the battle, Cain realized Drake's mastery in training Dragon-type Pokémon. Not only had Drake trained his Shellgun to jump incredibly high, but he had also managed to control the use of the move Outrage, a feat far beyond what most Dragon-type Pokémon trainers could achieve. After the battle concluded, Drake took Cain directly to the ship's deck, where they sat down to chat. Although Shellgun wasn't Drake's strongest Pokémon, it was one he had trained with great dedication. Had the battle continued, Drake wasn't certain he could defeat Cain, even with some tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't revealed. However, it wasn't necessary to resort to unconventional tactics, as there was no animosity between them. Drake began to explain to Cain some unique traits of Dragon-type Pokémon, along with details that were unknown to most. For instance, after Bagon evolves into Shellgun, it's commonly believed that it no longer needs to eat and simply accumulates energy for its evolution into Salamence. However, if Shellgun doesn't participate in many battles or training, this method may work but takes an exceedingly long time. Cain recalled that in his previous life, to speed up Shellgun's evolution, he had even resorted to injecting nutritional supplements. Although these supplements had no side effects, their results were limited and extremely expensive. After listening to Drake's teachings, Cain realized that Shellgun could indeed eat during this phase, and that the more energy it accumulated at this stage, the stronger Salamence would be upon evolution. This is similar to the evolutionary process of Beedrill, where the amount of energy stored during Kakuna's stage determines the resulting Beedrill's strength. Shellgun, too, is in a state of energy accumulation, and if it's allowed to eat normally and ensure it has sufficient internal energy, it can continue training without losing much time. This instruction was vital for Cain as it would optimize both the time and energy of his Pokémon. Drake didn't know that Cain had a Bagon, but now Cain understood that once his Bagon evolved, he would need to intensify Shellgun's training to maximize the amount of energy it could store. According to Drake's explanations, if part of this energy is expended during training, Shellgun's total capacity to store energy would increase, thereby improving the future Salamance's power. This was why Drake's Shellgun could jump so high during the battle. Continuous training had optimized its physical performance. In addition, Drake taught Cain an even more important lesson: how to control the move Outrage. While this move is incredibly powerful, it also has a significant drawback. If not properly controlled, it can unleash uncontrollable energy that leaves the Pokémon in a state of rage, difficult to manage. Drake had trained his Shelgon to release 70% of the power of Outrage, reserving the remaining 30% of energy to counteract the move's negative effects. This careful control was achieved by fine-tuning small details during training. If Cain wanted to further enhance the effectiveness of Outrage, he would need to work meticulously on those adjustments, as even Drake had only managed to reach 70% control. The conversation between the two lasted quite a while. Most of the time, Drake spoke while Cain listened and took notes using his system, recording all the information in his database for future reference. During the discussion, Cain occasionally asked questions that had been on his mind, and Drake patiently answered all of them. As the conversation progressed, it became more balanced, with Cain actively participating and sharing his own knowledge. Drawing on his past experience training Salamence in his previous life, Cain was also able to contribute valuable ideas. This surprised Drake, who hadn't expected Cain to keep up with the conversation so effortlessly. Cain not only quickly understood the concepts Drake explained, but also asked questions that elevated the discussion to a higher level. Some of Cain's questions even caused Drake to reflect more deeply on certain topics. Initially, Drake had only intended to discuss the evolution of Bagon into Salamence and perhaps mention a bit about Flygon. But before he realized it, Cain had drawn out nearly all of his knowledge. Cain, on his part, felt as if he had gained a profound revelation about training Dragon-type Pokémon, particularly on how to manage his own Bagon's development. In fact, Cain briefly considered bringing out his Bagon to show it to Drake. He thought that doing so would make people assume that his Bagon had been obtained from Drake, thereby reinforcing his image of being backed by a powerful trainer. This would not only benefit him in terms of prestige, but also provide a plausible explanation for his Bagon's origin. However, he decided against it. Even though he trusted that Drake wouldn't harbor any malicious intent toward his Bagon, it wasn't prudent to reveal it openly at that moment, especially with others on the ship who might have ill intentions. Moreover, his Bagon wasn't yet in ideal condition to be displayed to outsiders, even if they were experts in training Dragon-type Pokémon. Cain resolved that in the future, when he met Drake again, he would bring out his Bagon and use the opportunity to deepen their relationship. He knew that would be the best way to approach the matter and ensure that his Bagon's origin remained ambiguous enough. The conversation between them continued throughout the day, and by the time they finished, the sun was already setting. Drake had spent almost the entire day sharing his knowledge of Dragon-type Pokémon with Cain. Although he hadn't officially taken Cain as a student, Cain felt he had learned enough to consider himself nearly a half-disciple of Drake. After all, Drake rarely took on students, but he was doing his part to ensure the next generation of trainers had a bright future. In the future, when Cain met Ash and faced his challenges, he would apply the same principles he had learned from Drake. Cain was about to bid farewell and continue his journey when Drake stopped him. Upon learning that Cain planned to head to the Safari Zone, Drake insisted on personally taking him there on his ship. Cain had to temporarily set aside his plan to challenge the Furtree City Gym and instead accepted Drake's offer to take him directly to the coast near the Safari Zone. By midday the following day, under Drake's swift navigation, it took only a night and a morning to reach the coast near the Safari Zone. However, the Safari Zone is a restricted area controlled by the League, and their oversight of the place is quite strict. If Cain entered directly through the back, it would be considered trespassing, which could lead to trouble with the League. Thus, Cain could only circle around to the main entrance. Bidding farewell to Drake, with whom he exchanged contact information, Cain flew off on his Flygon. After Drake's guidance, Cain had a better understanding of how to raise Flygon, with a clearer sense of direction for its training. If Flygon were trained well, it seemed it could become a useful ally. It all depended on whether Cain had the intention and determination to make it happen. Fortunately, Cain was now a man of resources. While his mine was small, its quality was high, and production was fast. The training of Larvitar and Aaron was supported by the minerals accumulated by Carbink over countless years. The minerals produced after that could be used to train other Pokémon as well. However, the mine was rather small, but if its output could be doubled, Cain wouldn't need to seek additional resources to train his Bagon. Riding Flygon and flying at high altitude to avoid some dominant wild Pokémon, Cain headed straight for the entrance to the Safari Zone. The Kanto region also has a Safari Zone, another league-regulated area. Anyone willing to pay a certain fee can enter to capture Pokémon, though only special Pokeballs can be used inside. These Pokeballs are of medium to low quality, making it harder to capture Pokémon. Often, even after using all 30 Pokeballs, one might not catch a single Pokémon. Still, every year, many people are eager to enter. In these hunting areas, the Pokémon levels are usually low and, compared to the outside, much safer. Of course, due to the variety of visitors, there are some more dangerous areas in the Safari Zone. However, the League marks these hazardous zones, and most people avoid entering them. Cain, however, was heading to one of the most dangerous areas, likely a place few had ventured before. Today, Flygon was in a good mood. After Cain's conversation with Drake, he treated Flygon better, even conducting detailed tests to plan its future training. For Cain, not taking advantage of Flygon's potential would be a waste. After all, Flygon would likely serve as his aerial mount for a long time, and if it was too weak, it would be embarrassing. Furthermore, Cain wanted to conduct some experiments on Flygon. Although Flygon's Dragon-type blood was faint, it was still a Dragon-type Pokémon. Some of the breeding techniques Cain had learned from Drake could be tested on Flygon first before applying them to Bagon, which should yield better results. But Flygon was unaware of any of this. In good spirits, Flygon flew swiftly and avoided causing trouble with wild Pokémon. Soon, Cain arrived at the ticket booth at the Safari Zone's entrance. There was a large crowd, all eager to enter and catch Pokémon. The wild Pokémon here were of good quality, and the best part was that the entry fee wasn't very high. For just 30,000 Pokedollars, one could receive 30 special Safari Zone Pokeballs. However, before entering, everyone was required to hand over their personal Pokeballs. At the entrance, there were detection devices to ensure no unauthorized Pokeballs were brought in. If any were detected, entry would be denied. As a League member and gym leader of Leafy Town, Cain didn't have to wait in line or pay the fee. Gym leaders in the League are granted 3 free entries to the Safari Zone each year. After handing over his Pokeballs and receiving 30 low-quality Safari Zone Pokeballs, Cain entered the Safari Zone. Normally, within the Safari Zone, using Pokémon is not allowed. There are many surveillance devices, and if someone is caught using force to capture Pokémon, they will be fined and won't be allowed to keep the captured Pokémon. However, trainers like Cain, who enter dangerous areas, are allowed to use their Pokémon in battles. In these hazardous zones, there are no surveillance devices, and even if there were, they would likely be destroyed by the Pokémon in the area, increasing the privacy of these zones. After entering the Safari Zone, Cain, under the envious and jealous gazes of many, mounted Flygon and flew deeper into the area. He passed through the safe zones and entered a region marked with the League's warning signs. Unless a trainer has advanced-level Pokémon, it's best not to enter here, as the responsibility lies entirely with those who dare. Arriving at a familiar valley, Cain descended. Venturing further could mean encountering many advanced-level or even quasi-elite Pokémon. It was safer to proceed on foot. He came upon a valley lush with vegetation and featuring a small waterfall. This was the place Cain remembered. The Mega Stone was hidden among the rocks in the valley. If all went well, no Pokémon would appear and Cain would only need to dig through the rocks to find it. If luck wasn't on his side, he might encounter powerful Pokémon. Walking through the valley, Cain was accompanied by Slowking, whose full psychic power could assist in locating the Mega Stone more easily. But Cain's luck wasn't great today. Upon entering the valley, he encountered a powerful Pokémon. A black Pokémon with a fierce expression. Houndoom. This valley was likely the only water source in the vicinity, so many Pokémon came here to drink. Cain ran into Houndoom just as it finished drinking. As an aggressive and violent Houndoom, It attacked immediately upon seeing Cain and Slowking. Fortunately, Slowking successfully countered Houndoom's Inferno attack using the move Psychic Water Pulse. Had it not been for Slowking's Miracle Eye move, which allows it to bypass the immunity of dark types, the battle would have been much harder. Pokémon: Houndoom, light green. Gender: male. Level: 48. Types: dark plus fire. Ability: early bird. Held item: none. Egg moves: Fire Spin, Counter, Fire Fong. Basic moves: Inferno, Nasty Plot, Thunder Fong, Leer, Ember, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Beat Up, Fire Fong, Faint Attack, Embargo, Foul Play. Learned moves: Snatch, Snore, Laser Focus, Heat Wave. TM moves: none. Cain scanned this Houndoom's data, and its strength exceeded his expectations. It wasn't that Cain couldn't take it on, but he clearly remembered that the last time he had found the Mega Stone in this area, there were no wild Pokémon above level 45. There wasn't time to dwell on this, though, because the Houndoom was already charging at them. It was time to act first and think later. Slowking, use Psychic Water Pulse to repel it, then Miracle Eye, Cain ordered without delay. Slowking, displaying its usual calm and precision, quickly formed a sphere of water energy. The sphere was launched with force, colliding directly with Houndoom's Inferno move. Thanks to the psychic coating around the water sphere, not only did it neutralize the rival Pokémon's fire move, but it also retained some of its energy, continuing its trajectory to block Houndoom's charge at a crucial moment. Taking advantage of the opening, Slowking successfully used Miracle Eye, nullifying Houndoom's dark-type immunity to psychic moves. From the start, Houndoom had sensed an irritating, uncomfortable energy emanating from Slowking, driving it to attack recklessly, confident that the psychic type couldn't harm it. Clearly, this Pokémon had never faced the Miracle Eye move in battle before. Slowking, use Psychic repeatedly, Cain shouted. Immediately, a series of psychic energy spheres began floating around Slowking. Houndoom, momentarily halted by Slowking's Psychic Water Pulse, noticed that no further water-type energy was being created. This boosted its confidence, prompting it to advance decisively. However, what awaited it was not a water move, but a barrage of consecutive psychic impacts. Boom! The first psychic blast stopped Houndoom dead in its tracks, leaving it stunned and disoriented. It had no idea what was happening. But there was no time for the Dark-type Pokémon to process this, as Slowking wasted no time generating a new wave of psychic attacks. While Houndoom roared desperately, Cain realized the danger. It was calling for its pack. The situation was becoming more complicated. Cain frowned. Really? Calling reinforcements, he thought, knowing the situation could escalate quickly if more Houndoom arrived. But it was too late to stop the call for help. The second wave of Slowking's psychic energy struck Houndoom with precision, taking it down immediately. Despite Houndoom's defeat, the echoing howls of other Houndoom in the distance signaled that the pack was responding to the call. And there were many of them. Cain began hearing the howls of several Houndoom rapidly approaching from all directions. Houndooms, much like Arcanines, are canine Pokémon. However, while Arcanines tend to be solitary, Houndooms prefer to travel in packs, resembling a wolf pack. Cain couldn't let them gather and surround him. He needed to act fast. He quickly grabbed several Pokeballs from his belt, preparing for what was coming. But then he noticed something different in Slowking's eyes. Since capturing Slowpoke, Cain had only seen that look once before, when the group of Slowpoke faced a fierce Sharpedo ambush. Back then, Slowpoke had evolved into Slowking with unrelenting determination during the battle. It was a gaze filled with inner fire and a passion for combat. Cain looked closer and noticed something remarkable. Slowking had reached level 49, the upper limit of the advanced rank. Defeating that Houndoom had been exactly what it needed to make that leap. Now, Slowking was on the brink of breaking its limits and ascending to the quasi-elite level. Cain saw this as a golden opportunity. Slowking was in peak form, ready to keep fighting. If they could maintain their momentum and keep battling, maybe, just maybe, they could push it to the next level. Instead of waiting for the Houndoom pack to surround them and attack from all sides, Cain took the initiative. Let's go, Slowking. We'll take them on before they all arrive. We're not letting ourselves get surrounded. Without hesitation, Cain and Slowking ran toward the howls. It didn't take long before they encountered 2 more Houndoom. These were weaker than the first, around level 45, but they still posed a threat if not handled carefully. However, they made the same mistake as their fallen companion, underestimating the explosive capability of a Slowking in its prime. Slowking, use Trick Room, then combine Teleport with Psychic. Let's play with them, Cain said, smiling confidently. It was time to have some fun. Within seconds, Slowking used Trick Room, distorting the battlefield. The 2 Houndoom were trapped inside the altered space. Since Slowking still had Miracle Eye active, the Trick Room move affected even these Dark-type Pokémon. Suddenly, the Houndoom felt time slow down for them. Every move they tried to make became excruciatingly slow. Meanwhile, Slowking, safely at a distance, had already formed new psychic energy spheres and launched them at its enemies. Boom, boom, boom. The attack struck one of the Houndooms with force, taking it down before it could even get close to Slowking. The second Houndoom, sensing a glimmer of hope, thought it had finally managed to get close enough to attack. However, at the last second, Slowking teleported to a safe spot behind it and struck again with Psychic. Within the effect zone of Trick Room, Slowking became a mobile turret, attacking from every direction. There was nowhere for the Houndoom to escape. Defeating these 2 Houndoom not only boosted Cain's confidence, but also revealed Slowking's true potential in such situations. Now, there was no doubt this was its strongest state. Slowking was unleashed, its eyes shining with wisdom and immeasurable power. It was as if Cain could see glimpses of vast knowledge behind its calm gaze. Wisdom in action, indeed, Cain murmured to himself. Without wasting time, Cain and Slowking pressed onward toward the remaining Houndoom. They knew it was now a race against time. The more Houndoom they could defeat before the entire pack assembled, the greater their chances of emerging victorious in the impending battle. Soon, the entire valley was thrown into chaos. The Pokémon inhabiting the area watched in awe as the Houndoom pack, long the dominant force in the region, faced the greatest challenge of their existence. A challenge led by Cain and his unstoppable Slowking. Meanwhile, other Pokémon in the valley reveled in seeing the territory's dominators finally getting what they deserved. After quickly dealing with 4 waves of Houndoom coming from various directions, Cain and Slowking finally faced the Houndoom that had grouped together. At this point, their numbers were no longer overwhelming, totaling fewer than 20. Cain and Slowking had already defeated 14 Houndoom previously, including the first one they encountered, making it 15 in total. They had nearly half the pack. The leader of the Houndoom was furious. As one of the dominant predators in the dangerous hunting area, its pack had never been treated like this before. This could not be tolerated. Gather the brothers and take them down. Facing nearly 20 Houndoom at once would not be easy. Cain glanced at Slowking, who was recovering his strength in the clearing, and asked through telepathy, "How about it? Can you continue, or do you need the others to help you?" "Yadin!" Slowking cried. At the same time, Slowking made it clear to Cain that he wanted to try handling it alone, and if he couldn't, he would ask for help. Understanding Slowking's intent, Cain let him proceed. At that moment, Slowking was in a state of inexplicable euphoria, likely fueled by the intense battles against the Dark-type Pokémon. If there's a fight to be had, better strike first. Slowking, use Trick Room to gain a speed advantage, levitate, and cover yourself with Water Pulse. Attack nonstop, don't worry about me, Cain instructed. With Floette and Jengar lurking in the shadows, Cain wasn't concerned about his safety. "Yadin!" Slowking cried again, cheering himself on. He then created an even larger field than before using Trick Room, enveloping all the Houndoom and himself within its effect. With his psychic ability, Slowking began levitating slowly, floating above the Trick Room's area of influence. The Houndoom didn't know what Slowking was planning, but they could feel the space around them becoming dense, neutralizing their speed advantage. Grr. The Houndoom leader gave the signal, and the pack launched a barrage of fire-type moves toward the levitating Slowking. Slowking quickly covered himself with water pulse, but the sheer volume of fire attacks was too much for a single layer to counteract. Next, in his heightened psychic state, Slowking used teleport to evade the attacks. Even so, a few hit their mark, though the water pulse absorbed most of the damage, leaving only minor injuries. Then came Slowking's counterattack. Brimming with psychic energy, he unleashed a series of psychic moves, striking each of the Houndoom. Although the Houndoom had an average level of 42, Slowking's attack enraged them even further. In addition to their fire-type moves, they began using dark-type moves against Slowking. Within a minute, Slowking was covered in wounds, yet his energy and determination grew with each passing second, in stark contrast to his physical injuries. He was completely immersed in the battle. Slowking no longer felt pain, and his psychic energy surged so intensely that it seemed inexhaustible. He ignored the damage entirely. Cain frowned as he watched Slowking floating in the air, battling the Houndoom. Even so, Slowking wasn't being overwhelmed. Slowking, use Heal Pulse. Floette, use Lucky Chant and Aromatherapy on Slowking. Although Cain hadn't summoned other Pokémon to join the fight, that didn't stop him from giving support orders for Slowking. Slowking knew how to use Heal Pulse, though he didn't use it often, making its effectiveness limited. However, in his current state, his psychic power was at its peak, enhancing the effects of Heal Pulse. Indeed, after hearing Cain's command and using Heal Pulse, Slowking's wounds began to heal. Since Slowking was levitating and constantly moving with teleport, Floette couldn't use grassy terrain to assist him. But Lucky Chant and Aromatherapy were useful support moves Floette could provide. The Lucky Chant move reduced the likelihood of Slowking being hit in a critical spot, which was crucial given the sheer volume of attacks he faced. This prevented Slowking from being instantly defeated by multiple Dark-type moves. Aromatherapy, on the other hand, helped Slowking resist the negative effects of attacks and stay in optimal condition. Cain, using his own psychic abilities, could sense the changes in Slowking's energy. The Pokémon was visibly exhilarated. Meanwhile, the red jewel on Slowking's crown began to emit a faint glow. Amidst the blue psychic energy, streaks of pink began to emerge. Is this Muse Blood stimulating Slowking's psychic power? Is he about to advance to semi-elite level, or is he breaking through his potential barrier? Cain wondered, unable to determine for sure. Earlier, he had thought Slowking's state indicated readiness to advance to semi-elite level, but now he wasn't so sure. Perhaps Slowking was crossing the barrier toward a higher potential, or perhaps both were happening simultaneously. It was unclear whether the Houndoom had triggered Muse Blood or if Muse Blood had already been on the verge of activating, with the Houndoom simply appearing at the wrong time. In any case, Slowking was already immersed in the process. Either he would reach the next level, or it would all be for naught, and it was uncertain if this would affect his future. As his trainer, Cain prepared to help Slowking overcome this critical moment. He connected his mind to Slowking's, sensing how his mental energy was hyperactive, thoughts and sensations firing off in all directions. Even so, Slowking was still fighting. Now, Slowking, I'll guide you. Follow my instructions. Cain's voice echoed in Slowking's mind. Suddenly, Slowking found his center, focusing his thoughts on Cain. Teleport. Water Pulse. Continuous Psychic. After Heal Pulse, use Psyshock. Focus on attacking the most injured first. Gradually, under Cain's guidance, Slowking's attacks became more rhythmic, turning the tide of the battle in their favor. Fighting 1 against 20. Come and fight as a pack. I'll fight you all alone. With the combined efforts of Cain and Slowking, and the support of Floette, the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. The gem in Slowking's crown shone ever brighter, and its psychic power grew increasingly intense. One by one, the Houndoom on the field began to fall, starting with the weakest, losing their ability to fight. By the time the Houndoom realized the severity of their predicament, they were already gravely injured. No matter how much they attacked Slowking, they couldn't cause significant damage. In contrast, the moves they would normally endure were now hitting with full force, causing real pain. Additionally, the strange space enveloping them made them feel slow and clumsy. Both their speed and movements were unusually sluggish. On the other hand, Slowking was completely immersed in the battle, reveling in its position in the upper corners of the Trick Room field. Using teleport, it constantly moved while launching psychic-type moves at the Houndoom below. It resembled a pink bomber with unlimited ammunition. When the leader of the Houndoom finally decided to retreat, it realized there were only 2 or 3 companions left by its side. In that brief moment of hesitation, the last of the Houndoom fell, leaving it as the sole one standing. "This is too much," thought the leader. Psychic-type moves weren't supposed to work on dark types, but here was someone ruthlessly tearing them apart. Now it was the only one left. If someone were to tell it that dark types didn't need to fear psychic types because they were immune, the Houndoom leader would surely bite them on the spot. The worst part? Houndoom couldn't fly. It couldn't fly. Slowking floated in the air with its psychic power, while the Houndoom could only attack from a distance. Their moves failed to cause any significant damage. With Heal Pulse, Slowking kept recovering and fought with even greater vigor. Seeing yet another wave of dark energy spheres closing in on it, the Houndoom leader resigned itself. There was no one left to share the damage. With a howl of despair, the Houndoom leader fell to the ground, defeated like its companions. The moment the leader fell, the red gem in Slowking's crown glowed intensely. "Yadin!" Slowking let out a cry to the sky, exuding the presence of a true king. Its psychic power peaked. As the Trick Room move dissipated, Slowking slowly descended to the ground. Cain disconnected his telepathic link with Slowking, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Supporting it so intensely had been draining, especially because Slowking's overwhelming psychic power somewhat resisted him. The effort had been considerable. After taking a moment to recover, Cain exhaled deeply, now more composed. He observed Slowking, now standing with its eyes closed, its psychic energy dissipated. The gem in its crown continued to flicker with a reddish glow. Not disturbing Slowking's rest, Cain retrieved the low-quality Pokeballs he had obtained in the hunting zone and threw them at the Houndoom, selecting those of higher level and better potential, particularly the leader. However, the capture rate of these Pokeballs left much to be desired. After throwing about 30, he finally managed to capture the 18 incapacitated Houndoom. Had he used standard Pokeballs, the success rate would have been much higher once the Houndoom were unable to fight. Fortunately, he managed to capture them all and still had 2 low-quality Pokeballs left. With 18 Houndoom under his control, even if they weren't useful in battle, they could at least guard his home. Having a pack of Dark Hounds guarding the entrance would surely intimidate anyone. In the future, Cain could issue the command, "Shut the door. Release the dogs." After gathering the Houndoom, Cain turned his attention back to Slowking as his system scanned the data of his companion. 5 minutes later, the red glow in Slowking's crown gem began to fade, and it finally opened its eyes. A spark of light briefly flickered in them before its expression returned to its usual lazy demeanor, as if it hadn't just fought a fierce battle. Cain immediately received the analysis results. First, Slowking had managed to raise its quality to light purple, officially entering the League of Pokémon with greater potential, leaving behind its previously uncertain potential state. With this advancement, Slowking's chances of reaching champion level were significantly higher. Second, Slowking's level had reached 50, surpassing the threshold of advanced level Pokémon and entering the quasi-elite level. From this moment, Cain finally had a quasi-elite level Pokémon on his team. With a combination of 1 quasi-elite level Pokémon and 5 advanced level ones, Cain couldn't yet call himself a quasi-elite level trainer, but at least he had 1 foot in the door. Reaching this level of power meant Cain would finally have a voice in the league in his role as a gym leader. Advanced level trainers were recognized, but until they reached the quasi-elite level, they were seen as promising youth. Only from that level onward were they considered mature enough to carry real weight. For instance, Lance, when attending the Hoenn region meeting, already had the right to be present and speak. At that time, Lance was a quasi-elite level trainer. The League veterans no longer saw him as just a kid. Thus, Slowking reaching the quasi-elite level was a significant milestone for Cain. As Cain's first Pokémon to reach this level and improve its potential, Cain was highly satisfied with Slowking's progress. When Slowking awakened, Cain asked how it felt, and after receiving a positive response, Cain felt relieved. After hesitating for a moment, he took some tweezers and carefully opened Slowking's crown, where the gem containing the hair soaked in the blood of Mew was located. However, although the hair was still there, the blood, which had once been a bright red, had now darkened. Connecting with his psychic power, Cain could no longer sense any special energy. The energy of the blood of Mew had completely fused with Slowking. Slowking had successfully absorbed the blood of Mew, leaving Cain utterly astonished. When Slowking began showing signs of change, Cain had already suspected that the energy from the blood of Mew had been activated. What he hadn't expected was that all of the energy from the blood had fully fused into Slowking's body. The entire energy of Mew, a legendary Pokémon integrated into Slowking's body? As a legendary psychic-type Pokémon, Mew's energy provided a tremendous boost to Slowking. Cain deduced that this recent surge of power was likely due to the exhaustion of Mew's energy, which was now fully dormant within Slowking's body, subtly promoting its growth and improvement. Cain believed there were two reasons why the blood of Mew had taken so long to activate. First, Slowking's body had not been prepared to handle the power of the blood of Mew. Second, the blood was likely reshaping Slowking's body slowly until it could withstand a burst of energy. Whatever the reason, Slowking had gained immense benefits. The most immediate changes were its rise to quasi-elite level and the improvement of its quality to light purple. After taking a brief rest, Cain, along with a fully revitalized Slowking and a somewhat fatigued Floette, who had overused her moves, continued their journey deeper into the valley. Floette, perched on Cain's shoulder, was using synthesis, so she would likely recover soon. As they ventured further into the valley, Cain once again saw the waterfall and the Pokémon peacefully drinking from the water. It was a tranquil, serene environment, just as he remembered from previous visits, with no significant dangers. They approached a pile of rocks near the waterfall. Cain knew that the Mega Stone was hidden beneath that pile, and he was determined to retrieve it. Cain threw a Pokeball and Drapion emerged. This type of physical task was perfect for the sturdy Drapion. Slowking would use its psychic powers to locate the Mega Stone while Drapion worked to move the rocks one by one. Through teamwork, they slowly began clearing the rock pile. However, their efforts caused considerable noise, which attracted several wild Pokémon that began to gather around them. They didn't appear fearful but also didn't come too close. Instead, they simply watched Drapion and Slowking as they moved the rocks. Something was off about those rocks. From the start, Cain noticed a strange smell. He guessed that something beneath the rocks might have rotted or fermented, explaining the unpleasant odor. He didn't give it much thought. The bad smell was a small price to pay for obtaining the Mega Stone. He'd dealt with worse smells before, like when he captured a group of Grimer. As more wild Pokémon gathered, their expressions grew increasingly uncomfortable, as if they were holding something back. Cain began to get a bad feeling. And he was right. After Drapion removed more rocks, the wild Pokémon could no longer hold themselves back. Suddenly, they all rushed toward the pile of rocks to use it as a bathroom. One by one, the Pokémon began relieving themselves in the area where Drapion and Slowking had been working. It turned out that the pile of rocks was, in fact, the communal bathroom of the valley. Cain's eye twitched. In his past life, he had done this kind of dirty work with his own hands. At least that nightmare was over. Cain sighed in relief, but Drapion wasn't as lucky. With its pincers holding two rocks and its forelegs planted in the soft ground, Drapion quickly realized what was happening. The smell of the rocks and the behavior of the wild Pokémon confirmed its worst fears. Drapion looked at Cain with eyes full of despair. Cain returned the gaze, making it clear with a single look, "This is your problem." To ease the awkwardness, Cain coughed lightly and said, "Come on, Drapion, great achievements require enduring small inconveniences. We're almost there. Keep searching for the Mega Stone. Slowking, please continue the scan." Slowking glanced at Drapion sympathetically while using telepathy to guide it to the Mega Stone's location. Finally, Drapion accepted its fate and resumed digging. As they say, once you've done something unpleasant once, it doesn't seem as bad the next time. After overcoming its initial disgust, Drapion began digging faster. 20 minutes later, it finally uncovered a small, round stone covered in dirt and handed it to Cain. A horrible stench wafted through the air, nearly making Cain gag. Cain used his psychic powers to grab the stone and immediately flung it into the nearby water. After thoroughly washing the stone for a good while and ensuring no trace of the smell remained, he pulled it out of the water. However, a faint odor still lingered, so Cain retrieved some berries from his storage space, squeezed their juice onto the stone, and scrubbed it until it was covered in a pleasant aroma. Slowking and Drapion watched the scene in silence. Without a word, Drapion headed straight for the waterfall to clean itself. To be fair, the Pokémon drinking from the river should also be grateful for experiencing the true flavor of Drapion. Meanwhile, Slowking tried to stifle its laughter, its pink face turning an even deeper shade of red. Cain observed everything quietly, focusing on examining the newly acquired Mega Stone. A completely silver Mega Stone, adorned with special symbols where the silver took on a slightly deeper, almost silver-gray hue. Upon seeing this Mega Stone, Cain confirmed that it was the same one he had encountered in his previous life. In the end, no one had ever discovered which Pokémon could use this Mega Stone. However, seeing it now made Cain's heart skip a beat. He felt that this Mega Stone might be compatible with one of his Pokémon. It was different from the Mega Stone obtained from the leader of the Kabutops, which hadn't given him any sort of sign. With this Mega Stone, Cain had a special feeling. It was his sixth sense as a psychic. He immediately retrieved several Pokeballs and summoned all his Pokémon. After capturing all the Houndoom, there were no longer any Pokémon in the area that could pose a threat to them. When the smaller Pokémon emerged and saw how beautiful their surroundings were, they smiled happily, ready to play. But Cain stopped them. Although there didn't appear to be any danger, they were still surrounded by advanced-level Pokémon that his smaller companions wouldn't be able to handle. He simply wanted to test if the Mega Stone would react with any of his Pokémon. He began by testing Gengar, as it was the only one among his Pokémon that was in its final form and capable of Mega Evolution. If this Mega Stone were for Gengar, it would be a tremendous boon. However, there was no connection between the Mega Stone and Gengar. That left only the smaller Pokémon. Generally, if a Pokémon hadn't yet reached its final form, a Mega Stone wouldn't show a clear reaction. Even if there wasn't an obvious reaction, there could be subtle signs that Cain, as a psychic and with the aid of his system, might detect. The Pokémon with the potential for Mega Evolution in their final forms were Combusken, Marshtomp, Larvitar, Aron, and Bagon. Combusken and Marshtomp were already in their second evolution stage. If the Mega Stone were for them, the signal would be clearer. But after testing, it wasn't for them either. Only 3 were left, and Cain's heart began to race. If the Mega Stone were for Larvitar or Bagon, it would be a monumental gain. Though they would require significant time to evolve into their final forms, the benefits of their Mega Evolution would be immense. But to Cain's disappointment, when he brought the Mega Stone near Larvitar and Bagon, nothing happened. That left only Aron, and Cain's strange feeling grew stronger. Didn't the silver color of the Mega Stone match Aron's skin and its final form Agron? In truth, Cain should have considered Aron from the beginning, but he didn't want to test the most likely candidate first. After all, sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Holding the Mega Stone, he slowly approached Aron, who was munching on minerals. The moment the stone touched Aron's body, both Cain's system and his psychic powers detected a strange ripple in the Mega Stone. It disappeared quickly, but it had been there. During the tests with the other Pokémon, no such change had occurred. Only when it touched Aron did something happen. There was no need for further tests. This was Agron's Mega Stone. This stone could allow Aron's final form, Agron, to Mega Evolve into Mega Agron. Cain's heart leapt again. It was true. Agron would be the one to use it. He only needed to maintain a close relationship with Aron, and once it evolved into Agron, it could Mega Evolve. At last, he had found a megastone that one of his Pokémon could use. The effort had been worth it. It hadn't been for nothing that Drapion had spent so much effort digging through dung. The other Pokémon didn't notice Cain's change in mood, but Slowking, whose psychic powers had improved, sensed the excitement in Cain's psychic energy. Slowking also guessed that this megastone must have a special use for one of the Pokémon. Based on Cain's psychic reaction, it deduced that it was for Aaron. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the origin of this megastone. As Slowking looked at Aaron, it showed a sympathetic expression. Poor creature. It was better to stay silent, lest Cain decide to use Aaron as a test subject. Drapion, too, should understand this reasoning. Meanwhile, Drapion was still calming itself under the waterfall. Although Aaron couldn't use the stone yet, they at least had a target. Cain stored the megastone in his storage space. He would bring it out again when Aaron evolved into Agron, though that evolution would require a considerable level. Watching his Pokémon enjoying their lunch, Cain sat down on the soft grass with a long sigh of relief. It was rare to have such a relaxing moment. During this expedition, Cain had completed all his tasks. Though there had been some unexpected events, the outcome had been good. Bagon had finally begun to undergo the physical adjustments Cain was making for it. After finishing its daily dose, it gazed enviously at Larvitar and Aaron, who were crunching on diamonds. And they had found the planned megastone. Cain also gained some unexpected rewards. The key to the plans of Team Aqua and Team Magma. Torchic successfully evolved into Combuskin, proving the effects of the quality-enhancing potion on a dark blue-quality Pokémon. He obtained knowledge about Dragon-type Pokémon training from Elite 4-member Drake, and Slowking had reached quasi-elite level, improving its quality to light purple. And a few smaller accomplishments, capturing a group of Houndoom as guard dogs, defeating the current Rustboro City gym leader Roxanne, gaining a bit more recognition, and raising the levels of his second Pokémon team to varying degrees. Reflecting on everything he had done, Cain realized that he hadn't been away for long, yet he had achieved a lot. Lying on the soft grass, Cain relaxed under the sun. His Pokémon, imitating him, also lay down to bask in the sunlight after finishing their meal. The small Bagon, seeking comfort, snuggled up next to Cain. Having been used to living in underground tunnels, this was its first time in the sun. It was warm, almost as if it were energizing. For Bagon, this life felt like a dream. It always stayed close to Cain, afraid that the dream would suddenly end. All the Pokémon enjoyed the sunlight in silence. Meanwhile, Drapion continued calming itself under the waterfall. Cain didn't know that, at that moment, two incredibly powerful figures were quickly approaching from the sky. After sunbathing for more than an hour, Cain decided it was time to leave and recalled all his Pokémon. This break had been beneficial for easing his mental exhaustion. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, causing all the trees to shake violently. Some smaller branches even snapped. Cain's expression changed abruptly. He looked up and saw a Pokémon above him. The sun was so dazzling that he couldn't immediately make out the figure of the Pokémon. Shortly after, another Pokémon appeared in the sky, and both emanated an extremely powerful presence. Suddenly, the two Pokémon collided, creating an enormous shockwave. Although the battle was far from where Cain was standing, he barely managed to keep his balance. After the impact, he could clearly see which Pokémon were fighting. The Ice Pillar Regice. And alongside it, one of the legendary birds, Articuno. Two legendary Pokémon. Cain's heart skipped a beat. Were these two Pokémon fighting here? However, Cain calmed down slightly upon realizing that, while they were legendary, they were not deities. Even so, it was strange to see these two Ice-type Pokémon in battle. The Ice Pillar, Regice, one of the three legendary pillars, theoretically lacked the ability to fly. However, the three pillars could manipulate electromagnetic energy, allowing them to float if their control was strong enough. As for Articuno, with its majestic wings, flight wasn't even a question. At that moment, the two legendary Pokémon paused after clashing, locked in a tense standoff in midair. Cain noticed that the ambient temperature had dropped significantly. Even though the sun was still shining, no warmth could be felt. While the two Pokémon maintained their staring contest, a Charizard appeared flying in the distance, carrying a person on its back. Charizard, under its trainer's command, approached the battlefield and positioned itself next to Articuno. Articuno let out a sharp cry upon seeing it. This Articuno has an owner. Cain understood immediately and knew exactly who the owner of that Pokémon was in the Hoenn region. It was Noland, the leader of the battle factory in Hoenn's battle frontier. In the future, when Ash challenges the battle factory in Hoenn, he will face Noland, who will use this very same Articuno. Although he will eventually lose to Ash's Charizard, there's no doubt that Articuno is extremely strong. Articuno's opponent, Regice, one of the 3 legendary pillars known for its cold demeanor, was also famous. But why was Noland fighting Regice? Was he trying to capture it? Cain recalled that in the battle frontier, Brandon, the leader of the battle pyramid, already had the 3 legendary pillars under his control. He didn't know if Brandon had captured them all by this point. What intrigued Cain the most was whether this Regice could be the same one that had disappeared from Mythical Island, where the 3 legendary pillars guarded Mew's ruins. Although the thought came to him suddenly, Cain couldn't help but ponder it. Unfortunately, the Pokémon were too far away for his system to scan them. If he could, Cain would have uncovered the truth. He strongly suspected that this Regice was the same one that vanished from Mythical Island. He saw Noland attempting to communicate with Regice, but doubted he could succeed. Could the 3 legendary pillars communicate verbally? Of course not. Brandon, the leader of the battle pyramid, commanded the 3 legendary pillars not through simple words, but through his title and position as the Pharaoh. These Pokémon only obey the legitimate owner of the ruins they protect, and the title of Pharaoh had been passed down through generations, enabling Brandon to control them. Without that title, it was impossible to control these Pokémon. Noland clearly didn't want to fight Regice at this moment. Although his Articuno was powerful, he wasn't sure he could defeat Regice, especially not in this hunting area. If they started battling, the environmental consequences could be catastrophic, causing immense damage to the habitat. Regice, growing more impatient, didn't seem willing to keep listening to Noland's incomprehensible words. It had a clear purpose for being here, and if Articuno continued to block its path, it was ready to fight with all its might. Noland, seeing Regice's increasing frustration, understood the situation. He knew that, while he couldn't defeat it, he could at least stall it long enough for the League's elite trainers to arrive and capture this powerful legendary Pokémon. According to Noland, this Regice was much stronger than the one belonging to Brandon. Cain, watching from below, hesitated. He had the ability to communicate with Regice through telepathy, but wasn't sure if intervening was the right thing to do. It might trigger a large-scale battle, and Cain wasn't sure he wanted to get involved with the battle frontier at this time. The battle frontier, located in the Hoenn region, was very influential and not to be underestimated. Though different from the Kanto League, Hoenn's power structure was divided among the League, the Joy and Jenny families, the Pokémon contest, and the battle frontier. The battle frontier leaders were extremely powerful, with strength nearly comparable to the Elite Four, giving them significant influence within the Pokémon League. Some even believed the battle frontier leaders were as strong as the Elite Four. After hesitating for a long time and seeing that Regice was about to attack again, Cain decided to intervene. It wasn't necessary to help in the battle. Simply facilitating communication would suffice. After all, Cain was trying to establish himself in the Hoenn region, and getting along with the big players in the battle frontier was very important. He called out his Flygon and climbed onto its back to fly upward. However, as soon as Flygon appeared, it began trembling upon sensing the pressure of the Pokémon in the sky. Cain was speechless. Where was the pride of being a Dragon-type Pokémon? Weren't these just 2 legendary Pokémon? Weren't they merely elite level or even higher? Was it really necessary to be this scared? This is why Pokémon need to be raised by their trainers. Pokémon trained by others really weren't reliable. Flygon still had a long way to go. Cain didn't even realize how scared he had been when he first saw Regirock. Now, thanks to Nolan's Articuno maintaining control of the situation, Cain knew that as a member of the League, Nolan wouldn't attack him but rather protect him from Regice. That's why he felt secure. After stomping a couple of times on Flygon's back, he finally got it to fly, albeit clumsily. Cain could feel Flygon's rapid heartbeat as he rode on its back. It was truly afraid. The last time it had been on Mythical Island, when its trainer was Ren, it had been attacked by Regirock and was knocked out immediately, without even a chance to fight back. Who knows why, but when it woke up, it already had a new trainer, with no trace of its previous owner. In the sky, atop a Charizard, there was a man wearing a red cap, a white sleeveless vest, and a firm expression on his face. It was Nolan, the leader of the Battle Factory in the Battle Frontier. Nolan noticed Cain approaching. His expression changed. Was there really someone reckless enough to get involved in this situation? As a just person, Nolan couldn't ignore the situation with Regice and yelled at Cain. "Get down. Stay away. This isn't a place for you." He was genuinely angry. Did this person not realize the danger of the situation? Hadn't they felt the shockwave from the fight? And yet, they dared to fly upward? As one of the leaders of the Battle Frontier, Nolan, an experienced fighter, instantly recognized that Cain's Flygon was relatively strong for its level. However, he also realized that in this case, that wouldn't be enough to help. "Mr. Nolan, I'm Cain, gym leader of Leafy Town in Hoenn. I'm here to help," Cain shouted. He didn't want Nolan to misunderstand and have him attacked by Regice before he could explain the situation. Cain. Nolan thought for a moment. The name didn't ring a bell. Even if he knew it, what could this person possibly do? This was far too dangerous. Besides Leafy Town? Where was that? Nolan, who rarely used the internet, had no idea who Cain was. The title of gym leader helped a bit. So Nolan didn't stop him but thought that, as a leader, Cain should take responsibility for his choice. Flygon, after realizing it wasn't being attacked by the powerful Pokémon, regained a bit of its confidence and flew more steadily. Soon after, Cain arrived next to Nolan. "Mr. Nolan, Regice doesn't understand the language we're using," Cain said upon arrival. "I know, but what can we do? Do you speak any ancient languages?" Nolan asked, not very hopeful. He knew that as eternal Pokémon, the Regis couldn't understand modern language. Even Brandon had to train his Regis for a long time to make them understand. Brandon, as the heir to the title of Pharaoh, was fluent in ancient languages. Unfortunately, he wasn't there at the moment. If Brandon had been there, Nolan would have been confident they could restrain Regice without causing too much environmental damage. Cain shook his head without hesitation. Ancient language? No. Who would learn something like that these days? Seeing Cain deny it so naturally, Nolan couldn't help but think this was all a mess. Why had he come up here then? To be a burden? "But I have another method," Cain replied. Before he could explain, Regice lost its patience. "Watch out," Nolan shouted as he and Articuno prepared for the attack. But at that moment, Cain used his telepathic ability, connecting his mind to Regis. Surprisingly, the telepathy worked. During his time on Mythical Island, when Regirock and Registeel were inactive, Cain hadn't been able to contact them. But now, with Regice conscious, he could establish communication. "Regice!" Cain shouted into the Pokémon's mind. The battle Nolan feared didn't happen. Regice, which had been mid-attack, abruptly stopped in midair. The lights in its eyes, forming a cross, flickered as it began processing the telepathy. It was then that Nolan noticed something unusual about Cain. His eyes were glowing with a strange light, as if they contained something mysterious and unknown. Is he a psychic? Nolan realized immediately. Although psychics were rare in the world, Nolan, due to his position, had met several. Now he understood what Cain meant by helping. If they couldn't communicate verbally, then they could do so through thoughts. Although Cain managed to stop Regice, the Pokémon continued to move, albeit more slowly. Cain then took a risk and visualized Mew in Regis' mind, betting that this Regice was the same one that had disappeared from Mew's ruins on Mythical Island. Sure enough, upon seeing Mew in its mind, Regis stopped completely and began communicating with Cain. What followed was a prolonged conversation, though telepathy greatly accelerated the process. For Noland, it all seemed to happen in a matter of minutes, though Cain and Regis exchanged many thoughts in that short time. Noland stood to the side, not interrupting Cain, who was using his psychic abilities to communicate with Regis. Although he was quite surprised to discover that Cain was a psychic, not knowing him beforehand lessened the shock. Mr. Noland, I've already communicated with Regis. It's just looking for something and has no intention of causing harm or battling other Pokémon. As you know, the Regis have things they need to protect, Cain explained after finishing his telepathic connection. Of course, the conversation between Cain and Regis wasn't that simple. However, certain key parts couldn't be disclosed to Noland, so Cain briefly summarized the main points. Noland didn't ask further questions. After Cain finished communicating with Regis, it noticeably calmed down, as if it had entered a state of stillness. If not for the glowing beads on its face, Noland might have thought Regis had gone into standby mode. The reason Noland had been chasing Regis in the first place was that it had suddenly emerged from a hidden island in the sea, heading somewhere with great urgency. As one of the League's leaders, Noland couldn't ignore it and followed to investigate, given how aggressive it seemed. Along the way, Noland had tried to stop Regis several times with his Articuno, but to no avail. Regis avoided direct confrontations with Articuno, though it was visibly annoyed. However, as it seemed to be in a hurry, it chose to evade instead of engaging directly. After several failed attempts, Regis finally attacked Articuno. With just one collision, Noland could gauge Regis' strength. He couldn't defeat it in direct combat. The best he could do was slow it down. Luckily, Noland had already informed the League in advance, so reinforcements would arrive at any moment. Now that Regis had calmed down, Noland felt relieved. He began to admire Cain's abilities and courage. Not everyone would dare to step in front of such a powerful Pokémon and demonstrate psychic powers. Noland and Cain exchanged a few words, during which Noland learned Cain's true identity. Meanwhile, Cain took the opportunity to analyze the data of the powerful Pokémon in front of him. Pokémon: Regis, light purple. Gender: genderless. Level: 74. Type: ice. Ability: clear body. Held item: none. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: explosion, stomp, icy wind, charge beam, bulldoze, curse, ancient power, amnesia, ice beam, hammer arm, lock on, zap cannon, superpower, hyper beam. Learned moves: signal beam, thunder punch, ice punch, gravity, focus punch. TM moves: none. Regis' level surprised Cain. Level 74? On Mythical Island, the other two Regis, Regirock and Registeel, were at level 78. Why was Regis at a lower level? This put it in a different category. However, Cain had projected Mew's image into Regis' mind, halting its attack. It was clear this was the same Regis that had been in the ruins of Mythical Island. Had something happened during that time to affect its level? Or had the Pokémon on the island leveled up while Regis had weakened? Intrigued by these questions, Cain set them aside for later and scanned Noland's Articuno. Pokémon: Articuno, light purple. Gender: female. Level: 72. Type: ice plus flying. Ability: pressure. Held item: none. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: gust, powder. Snow, mist, ice shard, mind reader, ancient power, agility, freeze dry, reflect, hail, ice beam. Learned moves: defog, snore, tailwind, sky attack, water pulse, icy wind. TM moves: protect, hidden power, fire, blizzard, hyper beam, roost, aerial ace, steel wing, giga impact, frost breath, U-turn. Noland's Articuno was also impressive, at level 72 with legendary status. However, in a direct confrontation with Regis, Articuno wouldn't have been able to win. That's why Noland had tried to avoid causing damage to the environment, opting not to involve all his Pokémon in an all-out battle. Two legendary Pokémon in one day didn't faze Cain much. In fact, He found the situation somewhat amusing. He knew the conversation with Regice had touched on sensitive topics and that what Regice was searching for was somehow related to him. But now wasn't the time to reveal those details. Soon, other figures began appearing on the horizon. Among them was someone Cain knew well, the Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake, riding his fierce salamence, flying toward them. There was also a middle-aged woman on a Skarmory, flying a bit slower than Drake. And then there was a man with a serious expression, dressed in a green trainer uniform, standing next to a Regirock. Another of the Regis, which meant that man was Brandon, the leader of the battle pyramid in the battle frontier. The middle-aged woman was likely the gym leader of Fortree City, as they were close to her town. Though her strength might not compare, she needed to be present to assess the situation and ensure it didn't spill over into her city. As for Drake, he had been at sea when he received the League's order to head over immediately, explaining his swift arrival. His presence reassured everyone, as he was highly respected for his strength. Although he no longer competed for the champion title, his power was undeniable. Drake's salamence also caused a slight disturbance in Regis' energy. Apparently, Regice felt intimidated by Salamance's presence. Interestingly, though there were 3 legendary Pokémon and a pseudo-legendary in the scene, the most powerful of all was that pseudo-legendary, Salamence. This proved that being a legendary Pokémon didn't always mean being the strongest, unless it held some divine status. "Mr. Drake, Brandon, Leader Malin, you've all arrived," said Noland as he noticed the 3 approaching. Drake and the others quickly landed. "Noland, where is the powerful Regice you mentioned?" Brandon asked. Noland stepped aside, pointing to the Regice behind him. "There it is. Isn't it calm now? Why all the urgency in calling us?" Brandon commented upon seeing Regis' subdued state. "You have no idea how fierce it was earlier. My Articuno barely managed to hold it off. If it weren't for this young man." Noland began, but was interrupted by Drake. "Cain." Upon seeing Regice, Drake also noticed Cain and couldn't help but call out his name. "Huh? Mr. Drake, do you know this young man?" Noland asked. Drake nodded and smiled. "Yes, but it seems that you, Brandon, and the other leaders of the battle frontier have been too busy to notice. Ask Leader Malin, she knows him." The 3 turned their attention to Malin. Among the 4, Malin held the lowest rank and was the least powerful, so she had refrained from intervening earlier. However, now that Drake had mentioned her, she had no choice but to speak. She nodded and said, "Yes, I know him. He's one of the 2 most promising young trainers in the Hoenn region, known as one of the twin stars of Hoenn. He's the gym leader of Leafy Town, Cain." Hearing this, Noland and Brandon exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. Noland, what were you saying earlier?" Drake shifted the topic. "Oh, right. I almost engaged Regice in battle, but Cain appeared out of nowhere. He used telepathy with his psychic powers and managed to calm Regice down. It's been like this ever since," Noland explained. "A psychic?" The 3 seemed surprised. Drake, in particular, was puzzled, as he had previously investigated Cain and found no mention of psychic abilities. Had they known Cain was a psychic, that fact alone would have been enough for the League to consider him even more important. Moreover, Cain was already a key figure for the League. Drake didn't doubt Cain, knowing that if he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have revealed himself in such a way. However, he was surprised that Cain had hidden something as significant as his psychic powers. The 4 began approaching Regice. "Uncle Drake, Master Noland, Master Brandon, Leader Malin, it's a pleasure to see you all," Cain greeted respectfully. "Good work, Cain," Drake said, patting him on the shoulder. The Flygon beneath Cain's feet seemed to feel its heart tighten. There were too many powerful Pokémon nearby. Never mind the legendaries, even Salamence, the closest to Cain, made it feel suffocated. Cain scratched his head and smiled, saying nothing further. In truth, he was satisfied with his achievement. He knew the League wouldn't disappoint him after this effort, and he had no problem with revealing his psychic powers. He no longer intended to keep them hidden anyway. "Cain, do you have any idea why this is happening?" Drake asked. Although Noland already knew, Drake and the others were still in the dark. Cain repeated what he had told Noland earlier. So, if I understand correctly, this Regice was simply looking for something and rushed over, which led Noland to believe it was seeking a fight. Due to its urgency, it almost battled Articuno, Drake analyzed, stroking his chin. The others nodded in agreement. After all, if it wasn't here to fight, it would be much easier to handle. No one present could guarantee that a confrontation with such a powerful legendary Pokémon wouldn't affect others. Additionally, the three Regis were notorious for their ability to use explosion, which greatly concerned Noland and the rest. A legendary self-destructing was not something anyone wanted to witness. So, based on what you're saying, it was searching for something it could previously sense, but has now disappeared, Brandon commented in his deep voice. Cain nodded and said nothing further. The four were somewhat confused, unsure of how to proceed. Drake took out his League communicator and stepped aside to participate in an emergency meeting where the handling of Regice was discussed. Soon, the League's high command reached a conclusion. The best course of action was to resolve the situation peacefully. Regis' behavior wasn't malicious, and Noland had only acted to prevent a potential issue. It seemed to be a simple misunderstanding. Cain, could you try communicating with Regice again to see if it can leave peacefully? That would be best for everyone, and the League will issue an apology for the misunderstanding, Drake said after returning from the meeting. He cast an apologetic glance at Noland, knowing this resolution might not sit well with him. However, Noland shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. After all, he had only acted to prevent a disaster and had no intention of fighting Regice. If everything could be resolved peacefully, it was for the best. I'll give it a try, Cain said, approaching Regice slowly, this time getting closer than before. Drake and the others tensed, ready to fight at a moment's notice should Regice attack Cain. Since the League discovered Cain was a psychic, they had conducted emergency investigations. They found out that both his mentor, Matsuda Takashi, and his friend, Steven Stone, already knew about his psychic powers, but Cain had chosen not to reveal them. As someone who came from a modest background, Cain had to tread carefully to get to where he was, and the League fully understood how dangerous the Pokémon trainer world could be. Now that they knew, the League was even more determined to support him. A trainer with psychic abilities and telepathy had immense potential. Cain once again used telepathy in front of Drake and the others, communicating with Regice. In truth, Brandon's Regirock could also communicate with Regice, but since Cain had already initiated the interaction and seemed to be handling it well, they decided it was best to let him continue. The communication was quick this time. Cain disconnected from Regis' mind, nodded at it, and then at Drake. Upon receiving Cain's confirmation, Regice looked at Cain intently, as if trying to remember him, and then disappeared over the horizon, this time moving at a more moderate speed. To ensure everything was fine, Noland and Brandon exchanged glances and, after speaking with Drake, followed Regice from a distance to make sure it wouldn't cause further trouble. Drake patted Cain on the shoulder, offered some encouragement, and then left in a hurry, as his crew was still waiting for him at sea. Malin, the gym leader of Fortree City, also extended an invitation to Cain before departing. When everyone had left, Cain let out a strange smile, wearing an expression of satisfaction. Cain's communication with Regice was not as simple as it seemed. Cain concealed many details. Although the final result wasn't much different, several important aspects were overlooked. For instance, why did Regice suddenly head in that direction, ignoring Noland's warnings and even showing aggression toward Articuno? This led Noland to misunderstand the situation. The true cause had much to do with Cain and Slowking. During the previous battle, Slowking had fully activated the blood of Mew, and Regice, from a great distance, sensed the trace of Mew, prompting it to rush toward that location. However, midway, Mew's signal disappeared, which enraged Regice, causing it to attack Articuno, who was obstructing it. Thus, the primary reason behind this incident was the integration of the blood of Mew into Slowking. After Cain projected an image of Mew and the ruins where it resided into Regis' mind, the Pokémon calmed down and began a dialogue with Cain. Although the conversation with Regice was somewhat complicated due to the Pokémon's rigid nature, the outcome was positive. Cain explained to Regice that he might know where to find Mew, but asked it to stay calm and avoid impulsive actions, as stronger trainers might soon appear to capture it. Regice, being a simple-minded Pokémon, did not doubt Cain. After Cain showed it an image of Mew and the ruins, Regice decided to follow his instructions without question. Regice had been sent to Mew's ruins to protect them, a mission imposed upon it since its creation. These Pokémon's loyalty to Mew was absolute. Cain assured Regice that he would help it find Mew in a few years, which was not an issue for Regice, as that span of time was merely a brief dream for it. It accepted the proposal without hesitation. In Regice's eyes, Cain was a good person, in contrast to the man who had attacked it alongside the Articuno it shared an ice type with. Cain also asked Regice why it was seeking Mew and what had caused it to leave Mythical Island. Regice explained that its mission was to find Mew and that it needed Mew's help to resolve a long-standing issue. As for why it left Mythical Island, Regice said it was to pursue a Pokémon that had invaded the ruins, but after leaving the island, it lost its way back. It couldn't remember how to return home. So it had no choice but to wander outside, searching for traces of Mew. Regarding the decrease in its level and power, even Regice didn't know the exact reason. Cain had promised to help Regice find Mew in a few years, based on his knowledge of Team Rocket's plans. Eventually, after the team's investigation into Mew's DNA, Mutwo would make its appearance. After Mutwo rebelled against Team Rocket, Mew would reappear to stop it. Therefore, Cain wasn't lying to Regice. After establishing smooth communication with Regice and calming it down, Cain ceased the conversation as the others arrived at the scene. Before Regice left, Cain asked it to inform him where it planned to go so that he could find it in the future. Without suspecting anything, Regice revealed the location of an island in the sea where it planned to hide. To Cain's surprise, he already knew that island. When aboard the SS, he had left psychic coordinates on various islands along the way, and that island was one of them, where he had also left markers with his Slowpoke. Regice turned out to be surprisingly easy to deal with, which made Cain consider a few things. Of course, capturing Regice was impossible. These Pokémon's loyalty to Mew was unwavering. Unless Mew released them, they would not break their oath. Like the three Regis under the command of the Battle Pyramid leader, Cain knew these Pokémon only obeyed the one who assumed the Pharaoh's position, never questioning their authority. As for the Pokémon that Regice had pursued out of Mythical Island, Cain suspected it might be the father of his two Swablu, the powerful Pokémon that had arrived from elsewhere. There were too many mysteries Cain wished to unravel, but unfortunately, he didn't yet have enough power. Although Slowking had reached the quasi-elite level, it still wasn't enough. Cain had Flygon descend gently to the ground. Meanwhile, on the League's side, the meeting of the High Command did not end with Regice's retreat. Although a major issue had been resolved, a small one emerged during the meeting. One, seated at the table, had been dealing with a mix of headache and satisfaction lately. The satisfaction came from the fact that the Hoenn region finally had two prominent young trainers, Stephen Stone, from the Stone family, and Cain, who had emerged as a talented trainer despite his humble origins. Initially, one thought Stephen was a step above Cain, due to the vast opportunities his family provided. Meanwhile, Cain stood out more for his talent as a breeder. However, recent events proved they had underestimated Cain's potential. What began as a strategy to strengthen ties with the Breeders' Guild resulted in Cain demonstrating that his talent as a trainer was equally impressive. After Cain's conversation with Regice, Drake immediately reported his opinion on Cain to the League's High Command. His recommendation was clear: cultivate him well. The advice of an Elite Four member was enough to catch the League's attention, but after today's events, they discovered that Cain was also a psychic. Knowing that a powerful trainer like Cain possessed telepathic abilities meant a great deal, and everyone knew it. Taking advantage of the ongoing meeting, one tried to strengthen support for Cain, as so far, they had only given him recognition without any tangible benefits. This sparked the current headache. The League members were on the verge of fighting amongst themselves. It was originally quite a simple matter. Now that Cain has demonstrated greater growth potential, and since he is a civilian without the family backing that Steven has, the League decided to appoint him as an officer. This position would allow him to earn points and improve his skills, while the League would provide additional resources for both him and Leafy Town. It's worth remembering that Lance also started as a League officer. But it was precisely this officer position that sparked disputes. The Joy family argued that, with their supportive abilities, they could better assist Cain. Moreover, among the League officers, there is a Joy with great skill. Although most members of the Joy family dedicate themselves to being Pokémon doctors and nurses, some pursue professions like training. On the other hand, the Jenny family argued that their specialty is catching wrongdoers and securing resources, something they excel at more than the Joy family. Additionally, they have several members among the League officers. A third group joining the dispute was the Stone family, who traditionally remain neutral. The Stone family's argument was that, since Steven is a close friend of Cain, it would be ideal for him to work under Steven's supervision in his officer role. In short, the three main factions nearly clashed head-on. They see great potential in Cain, and if he continues to grow as expected, it is almost certain that he will secure one of the Elite Four positions in the future. This caused quite the headache for Juan. As he glanced at Phoebe, who sat beside him with a gentle expression, Juan smiled warmly. Gradually, the discomfort caused by the disputes faded away. Wasn't it Cain who had contacted him last time to ask him to seek out Phoebe? Ahem. Let's leave this matter for now. Provide Cain with resources in his role as the Leafy Town gym leader as a show of the League's support. We'll discuss the rest later. Meeting adjourned. In the end, it was Juan who made the decision and ended the debate. After this, the attendees accepted without objection. And so, the meeting ended abruptly, without Cain knowing anything about it. After landing and taking a brief rest, Cain climbed onto Flygon's back and flew toward the Safari Zone entrance. When the staff saw that he had captured more than 10 advanced-level Houndooms, they couldn't help but look at him with respect, though they didn't understand his obsession with that particular Pokémon species. It was evident that Cain was a determined person. The Safari Zone staff were well aware of the Houndoom's fearsome reputation. Now, it seemed that Cain had defeated the entire pack. After transferring the Houndooms to their Pokeballs, Cain left on his Flygon. Although Regice was waiting for him, Cain had told it that he would take some time to arrive. After all, the incident had just been resolved, and both Noland and Brandon knew where Regice was. If Cain went directly to it, it would raise suspicion. Therefore, after leaving the Safari Zone, Cain flew toward Fortree City. Malin, the gym leader of that city, had invited him earlier, but Cain had declined due to not yet having delivered his captured Pokeballs from the Safari Zone. Now that he thought about it, a challenge at Fortree City Gym didn't sound bad at all. The question was whether Malin would face him personally or if it would be her daughter. With a more relaxed mindset, Cain flew toward Fortree City. Fortree City is a small town between Lilycove City and Malville City, with a relatively small population. However, the city's inhabitants are known for their longevity. An interesting detail is that, apart from the gym, all of Fortree City's buildings are constructed in trees, coexisting with flying-type Pokémon. For this reason, the Fortree City Gym specializes in flying-type Pokémon. Upon arriving at the gym, Malin personally welcomed Cain without any issues. Cain expressed his desire for a challenge, and Malin, the current leader, mentioned that she planned to pass the role to her daughter Winona soon. She then asked Cain to battle her daughter so she could evaluate the difference between her and strong young trainers. Malin had her own reasons as well. Cain was gaining great fame, and after the recent incident, the League would undoubtedly increase their support and promotion. If her daughter Winona battled Cain, even if she lost, it would raise her profile. The battle between Cain and Winona turned out to be an exciting match. Winona had skills similar to the young Roxanne, but Cain had improved significantly in just a few days. Understanding Malin's intentions, Cain eased up during the battle so Winona could see the gap between them. After the challenge, Malin even invited him to dinner, but Cain politely declined and left as quickly as possible. The way Malin was looking at him was starting to make him uneasy, so after obtaining the badge, he left immediately. He preferred sleeping outdoors to staying in for Tree City. It was likely that Regice had already arrived at its destination, and the escorts, Noland and Brandon, would have also returned to the battle frontier. Cain planned to head south from Tree City, challenge the Malville City Gym, then the Slateport City Gym, and finally, set out to sea from Slateport City. It was time to search for Regice. 7 days later, on the shores of Slateport City, Cain stood at the water's edge, gazing at the vast ocean, ready to set sail. It took him 7 days to travel from Tree City to Slateport City, stopping in Malville City along the way. However, he couldn't challenge the gym because Watson, the Malville gym leader, was not present. Cain didn't want to wait, so he decided to skip the challenge. Watson, being the most senior gym leader in the Hoenn region, has considerable power. Although it was a pity not to face him, Malville City is not far from Leafy Town, so Cain could challenge him anytime. As for Slateport City, the largest port city in Hoenn, it is better known for its beauty contests, and its gym's reputation isn't as prominent. After a quick battle against the gym leader, Cain obtained the badge and moved on. Although the journey didn't necessarily require 7 days, Cain still took that time to arrive. This was mainly because he didn't want to interrupt his Pokémon's training. Especially since his second team of Pokémon was beginning to show significant progress, and Cain didn't want to delay their development further. Now, Slowking had reached a quasi-elite level, and the strength of his first team's Pokémon would also grow rapidly. Taking advantage of the relative calm and the fact that the wild Pokémon they encountered weren't very high level, Cain had been training his second team of Pokémon. As Cain traveled through small forests along the main routes, the levels of the wild Pokémon he encountered weren't very high. Additionally, during these days, Marshtomp and Combusken, who had evolved using a special medicine, finally recovered from their weakened state. Both had been eager for a big battle for some time. In this wild environment, certain types of Pokémon tended to have an advantage. For instance, Combusken's fire type and Aaron's steel type made them the most active in battles. Then there were Marshtomp and Polyag, two Pokémon that were key to the formation of Cain's Rain team. Their training was intensified, especially for Polyag. Poliwag's evolution into Politoed would be crucial. Cain had already prepared the King's Rock item, and as soon as Poliwag evolved into Poliwhirl and met Cain's requirements, he would immediately evolve it into Politoed, establishing the core of his Rain team. In Cain's first team, there wasn't a defined tactical core. If anything, it was Slowking's ability to create a telepathic network, enabling all Pokémon to follow Cain's orders instantly. However, with his second team, Cain had begun capturing Pokémon more strategically. Even if he encountered Pokémon with potential, he didn't necessarily catch them for himself. Since the Leafy Town Gym is a Water-type gym, forming a combat team based on Water-type Pokémon would be crucial for Cain's future in the League and Leafy Town's position among League gyms. At higher levels, battles are rarely one-on-one or two-on-two. Few would make the mistake of limiting themselves to such configurations. Instead, battles typically involve small groups of Pokémon supporting each other. An example was the battle between Pryce and Ariana at the Lake of Rage, in Team Rocket's base. Although Ariana had more Pokémon than Pryce, once Pryce's team coordinated correctly, Ariana could only defend temporarily without being able to counterattack. Of course, Pryce's Pokémon were much more powerful individually, but the key was his well-structured formation. Cain was designing his Rain team, which was the most suitable for his battle style. The core would be Politoed, whose Drizzle ability would keep the battlefield under rain. Politoed's strength didn't need to be very high, but it had to have the Drizzle ability so the true power of the Rain team could shine. Next was Swampert, a water/ground type. If it could Mega Evolve and gain the Swift Swim ability, that would be even better. If it couldn't Mega Evolve, it wouldn't matter too much since its ground type protected it from electric-type moves, which was crucial for a water team. Slowking would also be a member of the Rain team, acting as a special attacker. Additionally, its telepathic network would integrate perfectly into the strategy, strengthening Cain's control over the battle. The 3 remaining slots weren't too restricted. If Floette could control her camouflage move to switch types freely, she would also be part of the team. It didn't need to switch to every type, but if it could alternate between water and grass types, it would be a great help for both defense and attacking grass types, which are problematic for water teams. For the last 2 slots, Cain would likely leave them open to counter the opponent's formations. If the opponent used grass types against his water team, Cain could bring in Blaziken, whose fighting-type moves could also be useful. Or he could use Salamence, Aggron, Drapion, or Jengar, depending on the situation. In short, the rain team was just a concept, and its formation could vary. Cain was also considering capturing a Kabutops or Ludicolo with the Swift Swim ability, or even a Pelipper with the Drizzle ability for an alternative weather controller. And if conditions allowed, a Kingdra with the Swift Swim ability would be ideal. This was Cain's plan for his rain team, as well as one of the reasons why he was training his second team of Pokémon. Another plan he had in mind was forming a Sandstorm team with Tyranitar as the core, though this was still just an idea. Currently, the highest level Pokémon in Cain's second team was Aron, which had reached level 22 after many battles. Polyag had also reached level 20, with hopes of evolving soon. Combusken, having participated in several battles, had risen 3 levels, reaching level 19. Marshtomp and Larvitar had each gained 2 levels, reaching levels 18 and 17 respectively. All the Pokémon in Cain's second team had gained at least 2 levels, a result of Cain's intense training. As for the first team's Pokémon, Slowking was still adjusting to its body after merging with the blood of Mew. While the other Pokémon hadn't improved as much as Slowking, they had also shown great progress. Now, Cain stood on Slateport City's beach, ready to set sail in search of Regice. In a rather secluded place, Cain summoned his Flygon without attracting anyone's attention and left Slateport City. For Cain, a week might have been a long time, but for Regice, an eternal Pokémon, it was merely a tiny fragment in the flow of time. Cain recalled the location of the island Regice had mentioned and guided Flygon in that direction. As soon as they got close enough, he could have his Slowking use the move Teleport to get there immediately. Cain missed his Gyarados. Traveling on the water would have been far more comfortable sitting on Gyarados' head and feeling the waves. However, Flygon, being a ground and dragon type, detested water, so it flew high above, far from the sea. Resigned, Cain could only sit on its back while carefully reading the dragon-type Pokémon training manual he had obtained from Drake, combining it with the analyses from his database system. The document contained numerous details about dragon-type Pokémon training. After this mission, Cain planned to start training Flygon, as his Bagon's potential had yet to recover. Flygon had proven quite reliable lately, so Cain didn't hesitate to invest some resources in it. According to his plan, Flygon would remain his aerial mount for quite some time and even play a role in his future Sandstorm team. Though Cain had many ideas in mind, his current power and resources limited what he could accomplish. With what he currently possessed, he could barely sustain the training of 2 Pokémon teams, not including some extras like his Altaria and Swablu, which already stretched him to his maximum capacity. The recent addition of 2 Dragon-type Pokémon demanded even more resources. After flying for more than 4 hours, and based on Flygon's flying speed, Cain assumed they were close. He opened his eyes and released Slowking from its Pokeball. Slowking, sense the psychic coordinates of that island. Can you teleport us there? Cain communicated telepathically with Slowking. After a moment of concentration, Slowking nodded. In an instant, both Cain and his Pokémon vanished from the vast ocean and reappeared on a small, sparsely wooded island. This island, located between the Hoenn and Kanto regions, was completely uninhabited. It had formed due to an inactive volcano at its center, which had once erupted, creating the island. Now, the volcano was extinct, but its height allowed some areas to maintain a tundra-like climate, where Regice likely lived. Though an eternal Pokémon, as an ice type, it preferred cold environments. Last time, Cain had hastily left a psychic coordinate marker on the island without exploring it thoroughly, which was why he hadn't discovered Regice's presence. Cain and Flygon flew toward the mountain's peak. The island had several wild Pokémon, but they were low-level, as resources were scarce, making survival there challenging. As they ascended, they spotted a large, clearly excavated cave. Cain patted Flygon and flew toward the cave's entrance. Inside, Cain decided to return Flygon to its Pokeball to prevent it from remaining anxious. Then, together with Slowking, he began advancing. The cave's floor and walls were covered in layers of ice, and the temperature was quite low. Cain pulled a thick coat from his backpack to keep warm. The cave wasn't very deep, but the ice reflected sunlight, maintaining good visibility. At the end of the cave, Cain saw Regice sleeping, curled up in a corner. If he hadn't known Regice was there, anyone might have mistaken it for a massive block of ice, as its luminous points were nearly imperceptible compared to its enormous body. Sensing Cain's presence, Regice rose. The cave, having been excavated by Regice itself, was tall enough to accommodate the imposing Pokémon. Seeing Regice, a kind of ice giant, rise before him gave Cain a sense of pressure. After all, it was a legendary Pokémon and deserved proper respect. Cain admitted that, facing Regice alone, his heart raced with a bit of fear, largely due to his lack of power. If Regice decided to attack him at that moment, what would he do? He'd throw Flygon's Pokeball and flee quickly with Slowking. Yes, that was the plan. And Flygon would be key. If Flygon knew this, it would probably cry in frustration. It was just too hard for him. While Ren saw him as a treasure, Cain considered him more of a burden. Something useful, but difficult to let go of. Fortunately, Regice didn't attack. It recognized Cain, despite his change of clothes. Regice used its telepathy to communicate, and Cain responded with his psychic ability. They had spoken before, so Cain understood Regice's way of expressing itself better. You say you feel Mew's presence in Slowking? When Cain heard this, his heart skipped a beat. That might be a good opportunity. Mew has been missing for a long time. Slowking is the only Pokémon chosen by Mew during all this time. It's practically its successor, Cain told Regice confidently, showing no sign of nervousness. Blushing? Impossible in such a cold place. Not possible? Are you doubting Mew's trace in Slowking? Cain pressed when Regice expressed skepticism. Slowking, for its part, wore a peculiar expression. Its trainer was probably using his tricks again. Would it work again? You say Mew has been gone too long and Slowking is too young to have met it, right? Have you considered that Slowking might have inherited something Mew left before disappearing? With Mew's abilities, it wouldn't be hard to preserve something for so long, don't you think? Though Regice didn't express itself clearly, it wasn't foolish. It could undoubtedly think logically. It took Cain a full 20 minutes to get Regice to admit that Slowking could be considered a partial heir of Mew. To show respect, Regice even slightly bowed towards Slowking in honor of Mew. This almost scared Slowking. After those 20 minutes, Cain had completely exhausted his psychic power, so he had to continue communicating with Regice with Slowking's help. Finally, they returned to the main topic. One of the reasons Regice wanted to find Mew was to return to Mythical Island. The other reason was that it needed to ask Mew for a favor. Cain hesitated to tell Regice that Mythical Island had already been discovered and that Team Rocket was invading it. If Regice returned, it would only be walking into a trap. Although the powerful Regirock and Registeel, who protect Mew's ruins, would likely not be defeated easily by Team Rocket members, Cain was sure that, sooner or later, Team Rocket would conquer the ruins. Regirock and Registeel, as the pillars of rock and steel, deeply respected Mew, but they wouldn't obey the orders of others, even if captured. Unless Team Rocket used special means to control them, the loyalty of the three pillars was unshakable. The same applied to the Regice standing before Cain. Cain promised that if Regice stayed in that place, he would help it find Mew in a few years. But in return, Regice would have to assist Cain when needed, participating in battles against powerful enemies. Capturing Regice was beyond Cain's current capabilities. What made Regice trust Cain was Slowking. That was why Cain invested 20 minutes getting Regice to recognize it as an heir of Mew. It was a long-term strategic move. In the end, Regice agreed to help Cain on 3 occasions, fighting in 3 battles. It would do so solely out of respect from you. That was more than enough for Cain at the moment. Regis' presence was merely a safety measure for Cain, in case he encountered enemies he couldn't defeat. As for why he wouldn't bring Regis to Leafy Town, Cain had considered it, but it was unlikely that Regis would agree. Additionally, Regis' reappearance in the town could negatively affect Cain's standing within the Pokémon League. Cain decided to ask Regis what favor it wanted from you, hoping he could help. After much explaining about how he could be useful, Regis finally revealed its request. It was related to the decrease in Regis' power, and what happened next left Cain completely stunned. Cain watched as the normally sealed, mirror-smooth layer of ice on Regis' shoulder suddenly broke. Just as Cain thought this fracture might be the cause of Regis' weakness and that it might need Mew's help to repair it, a chunk of ice detached from Regis' body. And then, that chunk of ice transformed into a small Regis. Cain was utterly astonished by the scene. What was this? A division? Or a child? Regis has no gender, so this phenomenon could only be a division. Similar to what happens with Carbink. When a Carbink divides to create another Carbink, its power level decreases. This exhausting process can weaken it so much that its survival is at risk, reducing its strength by half or even leading to death in extreme cases. The Regis before Cain had lost power due to creating a small Regis, which could be considered its offspring. Was Regis the father or the mother? It didn't matter. Cain could imagine that for a legendary Pokémon like Regis, the cost of creating another Pokémon like itself must be immense. Regis had only lost 4 levels of power, though they were the highest ones. Even so, the cost didn't seem too severe. Perhaps it wasn't as drastic because it had been gradually recovering its strength over time. Cain activated his system to scan the data of the small Regis, which was less than half a meter tall. Pokémon: Regis, quasi-purple, incomplete. Gender: genderless. Level 10. Type: ice. Ability: clear body. Held item: none. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: explosion, stomp, icy wind, charge beam, bulldoze. Learned moves: none. TM moves: none. These were the small Regis stats. Cain didn't know how to react. Inside him, a voice whispered like a demon. Catch this little Regis. It has no loyalty to anyone. If you capture it, you could fully control a legendary Pokémon, the ice pillar of the 3 pillars. But reason told him this was impossible. Didn't he see a powerful Regis watching closely? If Cain tried to capture the small Regis, he'd get himself into serious trouble. Not only would escaping be difficult, but Regis would probably hunt him down, and this time, not as a friend. Moreover, the Pokémon League would notice his actions, and Cain would have to abandon any chance of working with the League and fully join Team Rocket. Taking a deep breath, Cain dismissed that dangerous idea. Looking at the small Regis, Cain understood Regis' goal. The little one was incomplete, possibly because Regis didn't fully understand the division process, causing it to stop midway and resulting in an undeveloped new Regis. Perhaps that's why Regis had only lost 4 levels. In this situation, there wasn't much Cain could do. Perhaps only a Pokémon of Mew's level could solve the problem. Not even the system could offer a solution. Cain sighed, disappointed but also relieved. He was disappointed by the small Regis' incomplete state, but relieved that he hadn't made an impulsive and dangerous decision. Now that he had achieved what he came for, Cain prepared to leave. He couldn't capture Regis right now, but maybe in the future, when he was stronger, he'd have the chance. It wasn't impossible. Cain comforted himself with that thought. However, just as Cain was about to leave, Regis stopped him. Regis retrieved a small shard of ice from the ice behind it and handed it to Cain. Item name: Regis Nevermelt Ice. Description: this is a special Nevermelt Ice, a byproduct generated during the division process of the legendary Pokémon Regis. It has a much more outstanding effect than regular Nevermelt Ice. Effect: the Pokémon holding this Nevermelt Ice will see the power of its Ice-type moves increased by 25%. Regis Nevermelt Ice. Observing this palm-sized piece of ice, Cain used his system to scan its data. There was no denying that the effects were impressive. Regular Nevermelt Ice only increases Ice-type moves by 20%, sometimes less, but this special Nevermelt Ice boosts Ice-type attacks by 25%. A title well-deserved for the Ice Pillar. Without further delay, after handing over this special Nevermelt Ice to Cain, Regice returned to the small Regice, and they resumed their previous state. Cain, for his part, left the cave and immediately called for his Flygon, departing from the island. As for who would benefit most from this Nevermelt Ice, there was only one Pokémon on Cain's team that could make the best use of it, Weavile. As the only Ice-type Pokémon in his team, Weavile was the obvious choice to unleash the full potential of this Nevermelt Ice. Cain had high expectations for Weavile. Currently, apart from Floette, Weavile was the only Pokémon that could pose a real threat to Dragon-type Pokémon in his team. Although Weavile wasn't frequently used in battles, Cain needed a trump card against Dragon types. He might not always use it, but he had to have a plan. That was Cain's approach. Cain's next destination was clear, Leafy Town. Cain had been away for quite some time, but fortunately, he had completed all his missions. He needed to return to Leafy Town to rest and organize some matters related to his Pokémon. After that, Cain would prepare to execute his next plan. If this plan succeeded, he would never again need to worry about the number of Pokémon in his team. However, to make this plan a reality, one Pokémon was essential. But capturing that Pokémon would be rather complicated, extremely difficult, in fact. Cain would need to plan carefully. When Cain arrived at Leafy Town, it was already noon on the third day. Flying back from the island to Slateport City had taken several hours. By the time he reached Slateport City, it was already night, so he decided to rest there. After spending a night resting, he headed to Malville City and stayed another night before finally returning to his home in Leafy Town. Without informing anyone, Cain went straight to his backyard. He then released all his Pokémon at once, including the more than 10 Houndoom. Initially, these Houndoom attempted to attack Cain upon being released, but upon seeing the Pokémon surrounding him, they immediately surrendered. However, just because they surrendered didn't mean Cain's Pokémon wouldn't act. After being confined in their Pokeballs for more than a week, Cain's Pokémon were eager to get out. To train his second team, Cain had kept his first team in their Pokeballs for an extended period. Now that they were finally free and saw the energized Houndoom, they couldn't pass up the chance for a good fight. Honchkrow, Drapion, Weavile, and Gengar immediately jumped in and started pummeling the Houndoom into submission. After a while, all the Houndoom were completely exhausted and compliant. Watching the scene unfold, Flygon couldn't help but shed a tear. Finally, it wasn't him being beaten up. Flygon felt like his springtime had come again. After following Cain for so long, he had started to forget that he was a Dragon-type Pokémon. What a disgrace for Dragon types. Taking advantage of the situation, Flygon also stepped in and delivered a few kicks, venting some of his frustrations. Cain was confident that it wouldn't take long for Honchkrow and the others to teach the Houndoom how to be proper guardians. However, Cain couldn't help but frown as he observed the situation. It wasn't about how his Pokémon treated the Houndoom, but rather something more concerning, his team's dynamic. Now that Cain had so many Pokémon, several had formed teams with clear hierarchies. This hadn't been an issue before when the second team was not yet being trained. But now that the second team had begun training, a problem had arisen. Cain could no longer attend to all his Pokémon at the same time. Training the second team meant that wild Pokémon or rivals were generally lower-leveled, unsuitable for the first team. But focusing solely on the first team would mean the second team spent too much time in their Pokeballs. There were two solutions to this problem. First, train both teams to the same level so they could participate in battles together. However, Cain's first team was already mostly advanced level, preparing to reach pseudo-elite status, while the second team was still at lower levels, not even advanced yet. The time and resources required to bridge this gap were immense. Cain couldn't afford to slow down the growth of his first team just to wait for the second team. The first team was Cain's primary source of power at present. He couldn't misplace his priorities. Cain couldn't sacrifice the future or the present. Thus, the second option remained, finding someone he could trust 100% to train part of his Pokémon. This way, he could work in both directions simultaneously, ensuring no Pokémon lost valuable training time. Moreover, Cain's growth would effectively double. But the question was, did such a trustworthy person exist? Perhaps someone like that would appear in the future. But for now, Cain didn't have anyone in mind. Still, Cain had an initial plan to resolve this issue. Looking at the exhausted Houndoom on the ground, Cain sighed and instructed Slowking to drag them away and tie them up. Once they understood their roles, they would surely know how to behave. Look at Flygon, hadn't he become much more obedient? Shortly after Cain returned, he felt a light weight on his shoulders. 2 Swablu had landed on them. With their wings soft as cotton candy, they brushed against Cain's face, making him feel very comfortable. Both rubbed their heads against Cain in an affectionate gesture. During Cain's absence, they had really felt the void. After tasting the delicious food Cain prepared, they could no longer enjoy anything else. As the 2 Swablu nestled on Cain's shoulders, Altaria appeared and gave him a resigned look. These two had become completely spoiled, and she had no way to correct them. Cain nodded at Altaria, indicating he understood her. He knew Altaria couldn't be too harsh on the 2 little Pokémon. She usually spoiled them, so Cain had to play the villain this time, a role he was quite experienced in. Next, he set out to establish a comprehensive set of training plans. He wasn't sure how much longer things would remain calm. Cain noted that although he had grown much faster in this life compared to his previous one, he also faced numerous challenges. Within Team Rocket alone, he had 2 declared enemies, and he had no idea how many others were watching him secretly. In Malville City, there was also a small underground organization called Void. Cain believed that once they resolved their internal conflicts, his Heaven Team would be their first target to establish dominance. Although the Heaven Team had grown rapidly recently, there was still a significant gap in combat strength compared to Void. Then there were the 2 major underground organizations in the Hoenn region, Team Magma and Team Aqua, both of which Cain had interacted with quite a bit. When they emerged, Cain wouldn't be able to avoid trouble from them. In short, Cain currently had plenty of enemies. The training of Slowking and Honchkrow wasn't something Cain had to worry about. He had prepared a training plan for them long ago, and their discipline was so ingrained that not training for a while would make them uncomfortable. At this moment, Cain was mainly focusing on planning the training for his second-line Pokémon. Suddenly, a small computer appeared in his hand. Without opening it, he held it in his right hand. If observed closely, small electric currents could be seen at the point of contact between Cain's palm and the computer. Then, Cain began assigning training plans to his smaller Pokémon. First up was Aaron. As the highest-level Pokémon in the second line, in addition to his daily intake, Aaron needed to increase his consumption of high-energy foods like diamonds and Pokeblocks to ensure his internal energy kept up with his strength growth. What Aaron needed to do most every day was run. As a future frontline Pokémon, endurance was crucial. Regarding mastery of moves and energy, Cain believed that only when physical condition was optimal could such training show its true results. Alongside Aaron was Larvitar. In addition to consuming more energy than Aaron, his daily training was very similar. However, Larvitar had an advantage in his excellent control of ground and rock-type energy. Once his endurance reached a good level, he only needed to refine his move proficiency. That said, Larvitar's weight was much greater than Aaron's, so his daily training was much tougher. As Cain's only Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution after its final evolution, Cain had high expectations for Aaron. And Larvitar? After investing so many resources into his hatching, this quasi-legendary Pokémon was a key piece in Cain's path to greatness. With Larvitar's energy control, his weight, and the help of Groudon's armor fragments, Larvitar would be a central figure in Cain's battle team. Next were Combusken and Marshtomp. As Hoenn starters with great potential, they would likely be the first second-line Pokémon to reach their final evolutions, serving as a crucial link between the first and second lines. Besides physical endurance, Cain made Marshtomp and Combusken face off against each other daily. Competing helped them learn and improve. Although Marshtomp had a type advantage, Combusken had the edge in attributes and moves, leading to fairly balanced battles. These two Pokémon would be strong offensive points in the future, so fighting each other boosted their synergy and combat experience. As Cain's second Pokémon to achieve quasi-purple quality, Combusken was a Pokémon Cain placed great hopes on. If he managed to find Blaziken's Megastone, its final evolution's potential could be limitless. Poliwag, being Cain's first core Pokémon in his team strategy, had different training. While Aaron and Larvitar focused on endurance and Combusken and Marshtomp on battles, Poliwag concentrated on energy control. Specifically, water-type energy control. After all, when Poliwag evolved into Politoed, its ability to control water-type energy would determine the intensity of the rain it could create. The stronger the rain, the more powerful the rain team. Thus, Poliwag's training revolved around mastering water-type energy. As for Bagon, who was recently captured, his potential had stopped deteriorating, but it would take time to fully recover. For now, after basic daily endurance training, Cain prohibited him from further exercise. Bagon needed to accumulate energy to restore his weakened body. However, seeing the other Pokémon train so hard, Bagon's desire to grow stronger was uncontrollable. Being bullied had intensified his drive for power more than any other Pokémon Cain had. As a Dragon-type Pokémon, Bagon's pride came from his essence. Perhaps even unconsciously, he didn't want to lose to any of Cain's Pokémon, including Slowking. In addition to them, two little Swablu, with pitiful looks, were sent by Cain to train. Although they sought Altaria, she ignored them and left their training to Cain. In the end, under Cain's pressure using food, the two Swablu reluctantly accepted their assigned tasks. The training had just begun, so the tasks Cain gave them weren't very difficult. He simply hoped they would gradually adapt to the regimen, with the intensity increasing over time. Although Altaria couldn't bear it under Cain's insistence, she believed it was for their own good and flew away, planning to return at night to pick them up. Finally, Mismagius. That's right, Mismagius also started training. After a long period of inactivity, she finally accepted the idea of battling. She wanted to join the training partly to set a good example for Bagon and the others, as she was no longer the youngest among Cain's Pokémon. She also realized she needed some combat capability, otherwise she wouldn't be able to protect Bagon or even herself. If Mismagius were to battle Altaria now, Altaria would undoubtedly win, as Mismagius had no combat experience and zero mastery of moves. The only thing she had some skill in was controlling ghost-type energy. But that wasn't enough to defeat an opponent. After establishing the training plans for all his Pokémon, Cain, holding his small laptop, headed to the cave dug by the group of Carbink. After reviewing the situation of the entire Carbink group, Cain left the cave. The Carbink had fully settled in and had already excavated many underground areas, now used as separate rooms. Although they had only recently arrived and, despite the support of Cain's Pokeblocks, they hadn't mined many minerals or diamonds in such a short time. However, Cain wasn't interested in diamonds at the moment, as he already had plenty in his possession. His main goal was to check the Carbink's condition. Upon exiting, he summoned the Carbink undergoing mutation. Compared to before, it hadn't changed much, except for the slightly deepened pink hue of the diamond on its head. According to the system's data, the degree of mutation in the Carbink had increased only slightly. When Cain initially noticed this Carbink's mutation, he ordered the system to analyze the cause and assess the possibility of controlling it. However, so far, no results had been obtained. So, even though Cain wanted to accelerate the process, it wasn't possible. For now, he would have to wait for the Carbink to mutate on its own or for the system to collect enough data to expand its knowledge base and then attempt to control it. As a result, there was no need for the Carbink to undergo complicated training, only to maintain its physical condition. In the days that followed, Cain's life settled into a more regular rhythm. He trained daily with his Pokémon and participated in the training himself to improve his physical condition. On gym challenge days, Cain brought Poliwag and Marshtomp to face the challengers. As the intensity of the training increased, both Pokémon became more comfortable in combat. Additionally, their synchronization with Cain improved significantly. During this time, no one noticed that Cain always carried a small laptop, which he never let go of, not even during battles or training. 2 weeks of peace passed, and everything in Cain's life seemed under control. He had entered a phase of steady growth. Leafy Town and the Heaven team were also experiencing rapid development. The artificial lake in Leafy Town was now fully completed, and Cain exchanged the town's initial resources for more water-type Pokémon, which he released into the artificial lake. Thanks to a special formula developed by Cain, these Pokémon began to breed, and the first offspring were soon born. Now, Cain could use the resources obtained from the town for his own benefit. However, this peace didn't last long. A visit from an Alliance agent pulled Cain out of this stealthy growth phase. The Alliance agent brought a phone containing a call from Juan, the president of the Hoenn Alliance. Under the agent's watchful gaze, Cain dialed Juan's number. The conversation revolved around the help Cain provided to Noland in calming Regice and the exposure of Cain's psychic abilities. Juan reassured him not to worry, as the Alliance fully supported him. Furthermore, he was granted the title of Advanced Researcher of the Alliance. This position, exclusive to direct members of the Alliance, is divided into 4 levels: Chief Researcher, Advanced Researcher, Intermediate Researcher, and Junior Researcher. The advanced level is one of the highest. Even Lance is currently only an Advanced Researcher. The Alliance Researcher title is a direct pathway to power, as reaching the Chief Researcher level makes one part of the Alliance's management staff. Ascending from Chief Researcher can even lead to becoming one of the Elite Four. Lance's journey began as an Advanced Researcher. He'll likely soon ascend to Chief Researcher, then become Kanto's Dragon-type Elite Four, and eventually Johto's champion. The Hoenn Alliance's decision to grant Cain the Advanced Researcher title was an extraordinary promotion. After all, Cain didn't yet meet the minimum strength standards for the position, nor had he undergone the regular evaluation process or progressed from junior to intermediate researcher. This clearly demonstrated the Hoenn Alliance's strong determination to support Cain. The Alliance recognized the potential Cain had shown. From this moment, even if Cain revealed his pseudo-legendary Pokémon, it shouldn't pose a major problem. Unless he faced extremely powerful criminals, even Team Magma or Team Aqua would think twice before attacking Cain. They might covet his Pokémon, but they'd also need to consider whether they could handle the wrath of the Alliance. Additionally, Juan informed Cain that he was now under the jurisdiction of the Chief Researcher from the Joy family. That's right, the competition among the 3 major families was ultimately won by the Joy family. Juan didn't share many details with Cain, but now, if Cain encountered problems, he could turn to this Joy family Chief Researcher. It's worth noting that the Chief Researcher title is a position, not a single person. The Alliance Researcher Corps wields significant influence within the organization. Evidently, there can't be just one elite-level expert. Each Chief Researcher is an elite-level expert. An Advanced Researcher must possess near-elite trainer-level skills to hold the position, making Cain's promotion exceptional. All of this was done to increase Cain's sense of belonging to the Hoenn Alliance, as Cain was originally from Kanto but currently developed in Hoenn. Meanwhile, Steven, who was in Rustboro City, was also promoted to the same position and is now affiliated with the Stone family. The Jenny family received nothing. Finally, the Alliance brought a batch of resources to aid Leafy Town's development, primarily ordinary water-type Pokémon, which were released into the artificial lake to boost the town's growth. This was a generous reward. After dismissing the Alliance agent's flattery and providing him with contact information for reassurance, Cain donned his signature black researcher coat and pinned on the official badge. He wore it immediately, and unlike an ordinary trainer's attire, it exuded an air of superiority, reminiscent of Lance. He looked impressive. For Cain, the Advanced Researcher title was merely a convenient name with few practical benefits. It was primarily a form of recognition from the Alliance. However, Cain didn't have long to enjoy this before another call interrupted him, and the source of this call made his expression turn serious. Because this call came from the exclusive phone of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit. The call indicated that Team Rocket's invasion of Mythical Island had been completed. With his heart on alert, Cain answered the call. Cain. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, hinting at the exhaustion of the speaker. As one of the two main pillars in the invasion of Mew's ruins, both Tenebris and Umbra had to endure the fierce attacks of Regirock and Regis Steel. Who knows what impression they left behind, given that the combat level of those two legendary Pokémon is not something an ordinary elite-level trainer could handle easily. Mr. Umbra, Cain responded. The mission is complete. Team Rocket has obtained something very valuable, and after evaluation by the leader and internal discussions among the team's upper ranks, we've decided to make some internal adjustments. From now on, we won't have the resources to monitor you. So you have two options. First, leave the Hoenn region and return to Kanto. I'll assign you a position within the organization. Second, continue maintaining a low profile in the Hoenn region, but the team will no longer provide you with any support. However, don't worry, the leader is still interested in you, and your security level has been elevated to match that of the three major executives. This means that whether you're with the Pokémon League or Team Rocket, your information will be completely protected. Umbra offered Cain the two options, leaving the decision up to him. In reality, it didn't require much thought. Cain had been developing his operations in the Hoenn region for a long time. Leaving it all behind suddenly was not an option, especially since Leafy Town represented his primary avenue of growth. Returning to Team Rocket would mean losing everything. More importantly, all the connections Cain had established with the Pokémon League would dissolve. He could never return to the light and would be permanently relegated to the shadows. Without hesitation, Cain directly answered, I choose the second option. Umbra remained silent for a moment. Evidently, Cain's choice didn't surprise him in the least. All right, then continue your development quietly. But be aware that in addition to contending with Hoenn's underground forces, you'll need to watch for possible movements from Rocket team members. Cain understood who Umbra was referring to: Xenon, Lucius, and even Reggie. Eventually, they might find an opportunity to act against him. Understood, Cain replied. In any case, be careful. If you ever find yourself in an unsustainable situation, call this number. I'll do my best to assist you once. Those were Umbra's parting words. This was the maximum support Umbra could offer Cain at this moment. Although the losses on Mew's Island had been significant, it was thanks to Cain's warning that Umbra managed to secure substantial gains. Overall, the benefits outweighed the losses. This was why Umbra extended this help to Cain. Thank you, sir. After these words, the call ended. Cain was certain that, for a long time, that phone would not ring again. As Cain suspected, Team Rocket had obtained Mew's DNA from the ruins, and with Giovanni's strong backing, they began their research. Initially, what Team Rocket aimed to do with Mew's DNA was not to create a new Pokémon, but to try cloning Mew. However, since a Mew already existed in this world, the DNA destabilized and collapsed each time they tried to reproduce it. Because of this, with Giovanni's support, the research team decided to integrate the genes of over 100 different species to create a being that surpassed even the original Mew. Thus, Mutwo was born. The level of human and material resource investment in this project was not something any organization could afford. For this reason, Team Rocket entered a period of dormancy, while the Pokémon League began to develop rapidly. However, withdrawing didn't mean they stopped acting. Team Rocket remained the dominant underground force in the Kanto and Johto regions, but for now, they had no plans to expand into other areas. Now, Cain had become the only nail Team Rocket had outside. After hanging up, Cain stood still, a complicated expression on his face. This represented a crisis for him, but also an opportunity. After receiving calls from both the League and Team Rocket in a single day, his plan for shadow development was disrupted. The next day, Cain headed to the nearby mountains, accompanied by some of his Pokémon. The rest of his Pokémon remained temporarily in Leafy Town. There was nothing to worry about since Cain could teleport back to the town instantly with Slowking, and Altaria was stationed in the backyard. As long as no elite-level opponent suddenly appeared, the backyard and the Pokémon there would remain relatively safe. If an elite-level opponent did show up, Matsuda Takashi would likely detect it immediately. Cain brought with him Slowking, Floette, Marshtomp, Combusken, Poliwag, and Aaron, while Gengar and Mismagius stayed hidden in his shadow. The purpose of this excursion was clear: to train his second line of Pokémon. Team Rocket's withdrawal had heightened his sense of danger. An attack could occur at any moment, like a sword hanging over his head, constantly driving him to become stronger. If Cain were to join the Pokémon League in the Hoenn region, he wouldn't need to worry about this. However, many of the things he had couldn't be revealed to anyone. Therefore, he would have to continue strengthening his capabilities on his own. Cain had explored this mountain before and knew exactly where to find suitable opponents for training Aaron and the others. And why didn't he bring Larvitar? Simple. That little glutton needed to keep eating and growing bigger. Since pseudo-legendary Pokémon typically grow slowly, there was no rush with them. If it weren't for the fact that Cain had a Mega Evolution Stone for Agron, he probably wouldn't have brought Aaron either. Once on the mountain, Cain summoned Poliwag, Marshtomp, Combusken, and Aaron. Slowking accompanied the group to use Teleport in case of emergency, and Floette was there to ensure the team's sustainability. In no time, they got into the rhythm of training and battles began. The purpose of this trip was to train the Pokémon, so they didn't wait for wild Pokémon to approach. Cain and his companions went straight to their dens. The first group to encounter calamity was a group of Geodude deep in the forest. The Geodude, being rock and ground types, were ideal rivals. Water types had a quadruple advantage, and both steel and fighting types also had an edge. Who else would they use as sparring partners? Starting today, Cain would go from den to den in search of rivals. Weak Pokémon groups better stay alert. Cain looked at his Pokémon, all sporting mischievous grins. Opposite them, the Geodude and a few Graveler looked utterly bewildered. "Are you ready?" Cain asked. The Pokémon nodded eagerly, ready to begin. After so much training, they needed a battle to test their skills. This would be the main battle for the second team's Pokémon, and they couldn't afford to disappoint Cain. Seeing the excitement on his Pokémon's faces, Cain smiled. Poliwag, use Rain Dance. Marshtomp, use Water Pulse. Aaron, charge and use Iron Tail. Combusken, move quickly and then use Double Kick. These 4 Pokémon formed a team with synergy. This was one of the reasons Cain had not brought Larvitar. It didn't fit well with the group yet. Although Combusken was a fire-type Pokémon, which usually doesn't benefit in rainy weather, in this team, it acted primarily as a fighting type. Unless facing a grass-type Pokémon that countered the water types, Combusken would use its speed advantage as a swift fighter. On the other hand, Aaron served as the team's frontline, absorbing the initial impact of enemy attacks. Aaron could play a role in either a rain team or a sandstorm team thanks to its defensive characteristics. The core of the rain team was Poliwag. Although it hadn't evolved into Politoed yet to gain the Drizzle ability, it had already learned Rain Dance. This allowed it to get used to controlling water-type energy, and when it eventually evolved into Politoed, it would better understand the Drizzle ability. Additionally, Poliwag had the Swift Swim ability, meaning its speed would double in rainy weather. Marshtomp, while not benefiting from a speed boost in the rain, could still take advantage of it to strengthen its water-type moves and improve its recovery. This was the first time they used this formation in battle, so Cain utilized telepathy to direct them, ensuring the Pokémon could react quickly and coordinate better. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Poliwag had executed Rain Dance precisely, evidenced by the size of the clouds gathering above. If Cain could obtain a damp rock, a rare item that extends the duration of rain, this team would have even more potential. However, such items weren't easy to come by. Although, Cain did have a friend who was a stone enthusiast. The sudden appearance of clouds made the Geodude on the small rocky hill uneasy. It had been clear just moments ago. Why was it raining now? But they didn't have much time to think. Under Poliwag's control, the downpour intensified. Then, the attacks began to rain down, literally, on them. Marshtomp leapt nimbly across the now damp ground, gathering water around him to form a sphere of water-type energy. With a volleyball-like motion, it launched the water pulse directly at the nearest Geodude. The attack struck Geodude and exploded on impact, causing tremendous damage. A water-type move with quadruple effectiveness, boosted by the user's typing and enhanced by rain, took down Geodude in one hit. But this was just the beginning. After the first Geodude fell, the remaining Geodude and Graveler in the area quickly gathered. Normally, they didn't look for trouble, but when someone provoked them, they became incredibly united and determined. Aaron stepped forward on his small legs, facing the crowd of Geodude and Graveler with a defiant attitude. "Kerr!" Aaron let out a challenging cry. Immediately, a horde of Geodude charged at him, but Aaron met them head-on with a flurry of attacks. Using Iron Tail and Metal Claw, it skillfully defended itself. "Roar!" A Graveler observing from behind, enraged at seeing its companions being beaten, let out a roar. Small stones on the ground began to tremble, and larger rocks shattered. It was using Earthquake. The Geodude quickly scattered, but Aaron stood firm, drawing them all into his position. Just as the Earthquake was about to strike him, faint electric sparks appeared on Aaron's limbs, slowly lifting him off the ground. Magnet Rise. Meanwhile, Marshtomp condensed another water pulse sphere, and Poliwag dashed forward, resembling a blue streak heading toward Aaron. Poliwag's swift swim ability activated under the rain, doubling its speed. Like Marshtomp, Poliwag formed a water sphere in front of it. Though smaller and containing less energy, it launched the sphere quickly. A perfectly timed attack. Poliwag's water sphere hit Graveler, and almost immediately, Marshtomp's water pulse struck the Graveler behind it. Boom! Boom! The level 26 Graveler collapsed after taking 2 consecutive hits, unable to continue fighting. Poliwag and Aaron worked together to take on the Geodude, with Poliwag using its speed and size to weave between enemies, striking whenever an opportunity arose. It seemed to move freely, taunting the Geodude. Meanwhile, Combusken, having already increased its speed, avoided the main battle and headed for another Graveler approaching from the rear. Marshtomp also avoided the main fight to join Combusken against Graveler. Though Graveler was slow, it was at level 25, a respectable level for an evolved Geodude. Now, it faced a level 19 Combusken and a level 18 Marshtomp. Bang! Bang! Combusken landed 2 hits on Graveler and, instead of continuing the fight, flipped through the air and retreated. Marshtomp moved forward, attacking with a water-covered tail that extended like a giant whip, striking Graveler before quickly retreating. Graveler roared in frustration, but couldn't do anything. Combusken turned back and, once again, landed a double kick on its back. When Graveler turned, Marshtomp's aqua tail struck its back again. They were taunting it. It was left crippled and on the ground, an easy target for any attack. Meanwhile, Aaron and Poliwag had already finished dealing with the group of Geodude, thanks to Aaron's defensive capability and Poliwag's speed. The group of Geodude and Graveler, with an average level around 20, had been defeated by a team consisting of a level 22 Aaron, a level 20 Poliwag, a level 19 Combusken, and a level 18 Marshtomp. Cain's Rain team now had a simple initial version. This small group of Geodudes wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of the battles Cain had planned for the Rain team. However, it was a good start. All the Geodudes, including 2 evolved Gravelers, were defeated. From this battle, it became clear that the Rain team was already taking shape, though it still had a long way to go to be truly effective. For now, they could only shine against opponents weak to water-type energy. Despite the limitations, the benefits were evident. The smiling faces of the Pokémon and their confident expressions showed just how much they had enjoyed themselves. Even Combusken, who wasn't a fan of the rain, was enthusiastic. After drying his drenched feathers with his own fire power, he went from a soggy chicken to a completely dry and renewed one. Once Combusken evolves into Blaziken, he will be a great asset to the team, both in the rain and sandstorm teams. His speed boost ability will ensure he's always ready for battle. The most excited of all was Poliwag. It truly didn't expect to play such a crucial role. Normally, Poliwag was the most inconspicuous member of Cain's team, always staying in the background, careful not to draw attention to itself. Since being captured and left in a large aquarium, Poliwag had realized that the most active and visible Pokémon were the first to be sold. So, after joining Cain's team, it continued to work hard, but kept a low profile, thinking that as long as it stayed that way, everything would be fine. It had enough food, and the training wasn't too harsh. However, over time, listening to other team members talk about how fun battling was and the challenges they faced, Poliwag began to grow more interested in fighting. This particular battle allowed it to see a different side of itself. Could it really be the core of a fight? Could it defeat so many Pokémon on its own? Though it might not yet be the strongest, Poliwag realized it liked the feeling of being the center of attention and in control of the situation. In reality, Cain had always been watching Poliwag. Since purchasing it, he had been attentive to its character and attitude, considering whether he should look for another Poliwag to serve as the team's core. Although he knew it would be hard to find one with a hidden ability and high quality, he didn't want a lazy Pokémon on his team. However, over time, Cain noticed the change in Poliwag. Surrounded by Aaron and Torchic, Poliwag started working harder in training and raising its standards. That's when it began to think the training wasn't so hard anymore, because it had improved. Earlier, Cain could see the excitement in Poliwag's eyes, the ambition. And that's when Cain accepted Poliwag as the true tactical core of the Rain team. Yes, the tactical core. At this point, Poliwag barely met Cain's standards to serve as the centerpiece of his strategy. After defeating the group of Geodudes, Cain didn't stop. The team still had energy, and they had won relatively easily. However, the upcoming battles wouldn't be so simple. Finding groups of Pokémon vulnerable to their strategy wasn't easy. They continued toward the next battlefield. Poliwag summoned the rain, Aaron took position at the front to endure attacks, Combuskin moved quickly around the field looking for attack opportunities, while Marshtomp launched furious strikes. Once Poliwag stabilized the weather, it joined the fight, taking advantage of its ability to move freely in the rain and supporting Combuskin with its speed to secure victory. This was the current strategy they had developed. As Cain directed them, the Pokémon improved their coordination. Though there were still many shortcomings, they were getting used to this fighting style. Cain knew that when everyone evolved and completed their development, they would achieve perfect coordination. A day of training yielded excellent results. But during all this time, Cain didn't let go of his small computer, not even for a moment. After 3 days of intense training, the results were notable. Combuskin reached level 22, Poliwag level 24, Aaron level 25, and Marshtomp reached level 21. Everyone had leveled up and strengthened their abilities, but Larvitar, who had stayed home munching on diamonds, looked on enviously. It begged Cain to let it join the battles too. Finally, Cain couldn't resist Larvitar's adorable, pitiful expression and decided to take it into a battle. But after that experience, Larvitar stopped asking Cain to bring it along. It was too much. The other 4 Pokémon had already established their battle strategy and completely left Larvitar out of the fight. With its backpack ready, Larvitar was prepared to prove its worth, but realized there was no room for it in the battle. Poliwag and the others defeated the opponent before Larvitar could do anything. After realizing it couldn't intervene, Larvitar's appetite grew even more. If it wasn't allowed to participate in battles, then it could only eat to grow stronger, so that in the future, it could show everyone its terrifying strength. Cain's diamond stash was dwindling rapidly. Cain had no choice. The Rain team still had room for improvement, but the Sandstorm team was barely in its infancy. Aside from Larvitar and Aaron, with the potential inclusion of Combuskin, there wasn't much else to add. It was clear that forming the Sandstorm team would take longer, so Cain decided to focus on the Rain team first. In any case, in a few days, Cain would take Slowking and the others back into battle, which might help balance things out between the two teams. Recently, Cain had changed his usual mountain route and headed in a different direction, hoping to find different opponents. If he continued on the same path, the wild Pokémon would become stronger, and it wasn't wise to suddenly face overly powerful foes. Cain was considering taking a trip to Hoenn Desert. There, he could find various useful items, and the types of Pokémon would be more suitable for his current team. During these reflections, Cain encountered an interesting group of Pokémon. It was another group of Poliwags, among which were several Poliwhirls. After a very tough battle, Cain's team finally defeated the group, but it was a significant challenge. Luckily, under Cain's direction, they managed to win, though they couldn't employ the Rain Team strategy since the other group had more Pokémon with the swift swim ability. After the fight, Poliwag experienced a transformation. It wasn't just a physical change, but also a psychological one. As Cain watched Poliwag's body begin to shine with a white light, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was about to evolve. All the battles they had been fighting were meant to give Poliwag and the others that final push in their levels. Now that Poliwag was evolving, Cain could focus on other priorities. He pulled a special quality-enhancing potion for Poliwag out of his storage space and handed it over for Poliwag to drink directly. The light of evolution finally engulfed Poliwag entirely. Keeping Poliwag in its current state somewhat restricted its combat abilities. Even though its level was higher than Combusken's and the others, its offensive capabilities weren't particularly notable. Only its swift swim ability under the rain allowed it to stand out in terms of speed. In the recent battle against a group of Poliwag and Poliwhirl who countered Rain Dance, Poliwag had fought frustratingly. However, it was precisely this battle that made Poliwag realize its true self. Over the past few days of battles, Poliwag's ego had started to swell, believing itself to be the core of the team, the most important member. Though it never said this outright, it was how it felt. This was understandable. Transitioning from a marginal member to a key player who initiated battles with Rain Dance was a difficult change to process. Cain had noticed this shift, but chose to remain silent. If Poliwag continued letting its ego inflate, Cain had considered the possibility of replacing it. And then, they encountered that group of Poliwag and Poliwhirl, also powered up by the rain. It was only then that Poliwag recognized its true strength level. Without the rain's support, other team members like Aaron and Combusken performed much better than it did. Even Marshtomp didn't suffer a major loss of power without the rain. But Poliwag, without that boost, realized it had no advantage in attack, defense, or speed. It even got harassed by one of the Poliwhirl. If Combusken hadn't arrived in time with its speed to assist, Poliwag might have been seriously injured. After that tough battle, Poliwag felt somewhat disappointed but also relieved. It returned to its original mindset and stopped comparing itself to others. It understood what its true role in the team was. Cain's other Pokémon could perform exceptionally well even on their own, but it couldn't. It could only be considered a Pokémon that relied on a system. It needed its friends' help and the support of its teammates. After adjusting its mindset, Poliwag willingly accepted this blow. It was as though it had overcome a mental barrier, allowing it to enter the state of evolution. Cain felt satisfied with the appearance of that group of Poliwag and Poliwhirl, as they at least helped Poliwag see reality. With Cain's assistance, Poliwag drank the quality-enhancing potion in one gulp, and the evolution began. At this moment, Poliwag's mindset was excellent. Even if the evolution failed, its quality didn't improve, or it couldn't become the team's most important member, it didn't matter. Because Poliwag now knew it could use its abilities to integrate into the team and be an essential part of it. That final shift in Poliwag's mindset was what made Cain decide to reinvest resources into it. As long as Poliwag could recognize its place in the team without believing itself superior to others and could coexist peacefully with its teammates, Cain would never abandon it. To Cain, although he couldn't treat all his Pokémon with absolute equality, he would never allow any of them to feel above the others. Not even Larvitar and Bagon, whom Cain valued most, received special treatment. Pokémon had to live in harmony. Cain might favor some more than others since they contributed differently to him, but he wouldn't tolerate arrogance in any of them. Poliwag's evolution began, and all the data recorded by Cain's system spiked. The quality-enhancing potion had been tested twice, so there shouldn't be any issues. Cain had invested a considerable amount of resources in its creation, combining knowledge from his mentor Matsuda Takashi, data from Team Rocket, and the expertise Cain had gained in his previous life. Just as Cain had anticipated, when the white light faded, a Pokémon that stood upright with a spiral pattern on its abdomen appeared before him. Its round eyes were filled with clarity and calm, and its newly gained hands made it feel slightly clumsy. As a tadpole, Poliwag had lost its tail and gained hands. Such was evolution. Cain activated the system to scan the data of the new Poliwhirl. Pokémon, Poliwhirl, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, water. Ability, Swift Swim. Held item, none. Egg moves, Water Pulse, Refresh, Bubble Beam. Basic moves, Water Sport, Water Gun, Hypnosis, Bubble, Double Slap, Rain Dance, Body Slam. Learned moves, Snore, Ice Punch, taught by Weevil, Icy Wind, taught by Weevil. TM moves, none. As Cain had foreseen, Poliwhirl's quality had improved, reaching the blue level, just like Marshtomp. Upon completing its evolution, Poliwhirl eagerly turned to tell its teammates it had evolved, but as soon as it did, it collapsed to the ground. The side effects of the enhancement potion surfaced, leaving Poliwhirl in a weakened state for some time. Cain decided the little one's combat training could end for now. All that remained was for Poliwhirl to develop its body to meet Cain's expectations, so it could use the King's Rock and evolve again. Then it would become Politoed, the true core of the Rain team. Cain patted Poliwhirl gently on the head and, smiling, said, "Rest well after evolving. I look forward to seeing your growth." Hearing Cain's words, Poliwhirl nodded firmly. It had understood its true self. Cain returned Poliwhirl to its Pokeball, then softly patted each of his Pokémon's heads, feeling their different textures before deciding to end this training session. After recalling all his Pokémon, Cain rested his hand on Slowking's back, ready to return. Slowking's psychic energy began to gather. Since they were far from Leafy Town, it took Slowking more time to locate the psychic coordinate point for teleportation. Just as Slowking found the target and was about to use teleport, suddenly, a strange wave of psychic energy emerged from another location, interfering with Slowking and preventing the move from being executed properly. As a psychic himself, Cain immediately detected the anomaly. "Who's there?" Cain exclaimed coldly. A strange psychic power disrupted Slowking just as it was about to use the move teleport. It was clearly a premeditated interruption. Fortunately, Slowking sensed the anomaly in time and halted the use of teleport. Otherwise, had it been interrupted mid-teleportation, the consequences could have been severe. Teleport is not impossible to disrupt. If the opponent's psychic power is strong enough, they can interfere with the teleportation process or even forcibly eject the user. Cain had experienced this before at Team Rocket's research base at the Lake of Rage, where a psychic from the Alliance and their Pokémon had interrupted Slowpoke's teleport. But now, Slowking had reached the quasi-elite level, making it much harder to disrupt its teleport. The reason it stopped this time was purely to prevent any potential mishap. Slowking informed Cain that, with sufficient preparation, it could still teleport despite the interference, as the opponent's psychic power was not as strong as its own. When Cain raised his voice, there was no response from the forest. Cain frowned. "Come out already. Since when does Team Rocket lack the guts to own up to their actions?" "Oh? Does Team Rocket always have to take credit for what they do?" "That's quite the misconception, Cain," a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the trees. Moments later, a man floated slowly from above, accompanied by a Hypno at his side. Cain fixed his gaze on the man, who was floating with the support of Hypno's psychic power. Meanwhile, Slowking focused intently on the Hypno. Cain scrutinized the man closely. He wasn't wearing any visible Team Rocket emblem, which clearly indicated that he was aware of Team Rocket's poor reception in the Hoenn region and had hidden his identity. At the moment, Cain only had his Slowking at the front line. Floette was resting in the pocket of his chest, while Gengar lingered in the shadows, ready to defend him, leaving Cain at a slight disadvantage. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Cain asked calmly. "Heh, my identity doesn't matter. But surely, you know who wants your head, don't you?" the man replied with a sneer. As they exchanged words, Cain obtained information about the Hypno. Pokémon, Hypno, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 48. Type, psychic. Ability, Insomnia. Held item, None. Egg moves, Barrier, Roleplay, Psycho Cut, Psychic Terrain. Basic moves, Future Sight, Nasty Plot, Nightmare, Switcheroo, Pound, Hypnosis, Disable, Confusion, Headbutt, Poison Gas, Meditate, Psybeam, Psych Up, Synchronoise, Zen Headbutt, Swagger. Learned moves, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Skill Swap, Fire Punch, Telekinesis. TM moves, Protect, Psyshock, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Trick Room. This Hypno was on the verge of reaching the quasi-elite level and was extremely proficient in psychic moves. Its extensive move pool indicated that its trainer had invested heavily in developing Hypno's psychic talent. The fact that it had interrupted Sloking's teleport demonstrated Hypno's considerable psychic prowess. What caught Cain's attention the most were the moves Roleplay and Skill Swap that Hypno possessed. Individually, these moves might not seem impactful, but when used together, they created endless strategic possibilities. It all depended on whether the trainer knew how to utilize them effectively. Interesting. It seems Xenon has invested a lot in sending you here. I suppose it's because he values your Hypno highly, right? Cain remarked. Hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow slightly before laughing. Heh, don't try to fish for information. Does it matter if you guess who wants you dead? Will that change anything? Seeing my Hypno, you should already know your Sloking can't escape using teleport. Besides, it looks like you're training with lower-level Pokémon. Is this your second team? They look promising. What a pity. Cain, however, smiled faintly. Really? Cain had only mentioned Xenon to probe him and hadn't expected much of a reaction. The man's response suggested Cain had hit a nerve, confirming his suspicions. Perhaps the man was simply overconfident in his abilities. Do you know how many people Xenon has sent to kill me? Do you know why none of them have returned? Some of them were advanced-level trainers, Cain said nonchalantly. That's because they were incompetent and couldn't prevent your Sloking from using teleport to escape. They couldn't fight or keep you from fleeing, the man replied confidently. This time, Xenon had spent a considerable amount of resources hiring him, hoping to eliminate Cain, a rising threat. The man had only accepted the mission because Team Rocket was undergoing a restructuring phase. Otherwise, no matter how much Xenon offered, he wouldn't dare to touch Giovanni's protege. Giovanni was far too busy at the moment. No, Cain shook his head and continued. It was due to a lack of information. Xenon always thought he knew the extent of my strength, but every time he sent someone, they fell short. And you will too. Really? Then we'll only know through battle. Words aren't power, the man retorted, annoyed by Cain's dismissive tone. He drew 2 Pokeballs from his belt, ready to fight with everything he had. I already told you if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Cain smiled disdainfully, keeping his hand on Sloking's back. Sloking's psychic power surged again, this time at full capacity. Since fusing with the blood of Mew, Sloking's ability to generate psychic energy had multiplied, and reaching the quasi-elite level had only amplified its power further. Although the opponent's Hypno had considerable talent and impressive psychic strength, the gap between a quasi-elite and an advanced-level Pokémon was vast. Out of options, the man ordered Hypno use Synchronoise. Synchronoise could deal damage to any Pokémon sharing the same type as Hypno. As a water/psychic type, Sloking would be affected by this move. However, to the man's surprise, Hypno's interference only slightly disrupted the psychic energy surrounding Sloking without significantly affecting its core. Quasi-elite, the man finally realized and muttered the words in astonishment. Xenon had informed him that Cain's overall strength was at a high advanced level and that Sloking's teleport needed to be accounted for. The man had already adjusted for Cain being slightly stronger than Xenon's assessment, but hadn't expected Sloking to have reached quasi-elite status. In this case, Cain could leave with ease, and he had no way to stop him. The man's expression darkened. If he couldn't eliminate Cain, his position within Team Rocket would be precarious. He pulled out his communicator, ignoring Cain, who was on the verge of leaving, and dialed Xenon's number. What he failed to notice was the icy murderous intent filling Cain's gaze. Cain's lips moved slightly, forming 2 words. Wait for me. With Slowking's teleport move, Cain returned to the backyard of his home in Leafy Town. With a cold expression, he said nothing. The Pokémon that were training froze at the sight of Cain in such a state. Only the ones closest to him, like Honchkrow, could sense the fury emanating from him. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Drapion approached Cain. Cain released Aaron and the others, leaving them temporarily in the backyard, then stored Honchkrow and the other 3 in their Pokeballs. If they want to use psychic Pokémon against me, I'll show them I'm not afraid at all, Cain thought. He glanced at Slowking, who nodded, indicating there were no issues. Then, Cain and Slowking disappeared from the backyard once more. Aaron and the others remained, utterly confused about what had just happened. Back in the forest, a Team Rocket member had just contacted Xenon via communicator, where a loud and firm voice emerged. Socks. Before the sentence could be completed, the Hypno beside Socks tugged on his clothes, signaling that the person who had just left had returned. Socks, with a look of surprise, saw Cain and Slowking reappear through a distortion in space. Were psychic Pokémon supposed to intimidate me? This time, Socks's expression wasn't as relaxed as before. He knew that Cain's Slowking had reached a quasi-elite level, clearly superior to his Hypno. Furthermore, Cain had returned, evidently prepared to confront him. Socks put away his communicator, no longer concerned with Xenon. He threw several Pokeballs, and 5 Pokémon appeared beside him. In addition to the earlier Hypno, there were Victreebel, Weezing, Arbok, Pinsir, and Houndoom, forming a formidable Team Rocket lineup. All of them were at the advanced level. Cain also summoned his Pokémon, Honchkrow, Weevil, Drapion, and Gengar. Including Floette, perched on his shoulder, he had a total of 6 Pokémon, all at advanced levels or higher. Except for Slowking, who had reached the quasi-elite level, Cain's other Pokémon were only advanced level, with Floette having just entered that tier. While Socks's maximum strength wasn't higher than Cain's on average, his team wasn't much weaker. The two began an all-out battle. Cain's eyes glowed faintly blue as he activated his psychic power, telepathically connecting with all his Pokémon. Without a word, the battle commenced. Drapion, rubbing its pincers and stinger, stepped forward boldly and arrogantly. It was the team's soul tank. Weevil, agile and swift, leapt into the forest to Cain's right, quickly blending in with the trees. Weevil carried the special Nevermelt Ice Cain had obtained from Regice, amplifying its ice-type moves significantly. Honchkrow let out a cry, enveloping Cain's Pokémon with a white current of air. With a slight flap of its wings, it soared into the sky. Socks's team had no flying Pokémon, giving Honchkrow an aerial advantage. Slowking, majestic as ever, slowly unleashed its psychic power, which spread through the air around it. The space seemed distorted, with pink streaks radiating outward. Floating 5 centimeters above the ground, its eyes glowed with an aura of wisdom. Floette, still perched on Cain's shoulder, waved its flower and a bright green light enveloped it, altering its type to grass. Gengar merged half of its body with the ground, moving freely through the shadows of the trees. Socks's expression grew serious. Seeing Cain's Pokémon in action, he realized the tactical prowess Cain possessed. Socks inwardly smiled bitterly. This was not going to be easy. However, he showed no sign of this on his face. While Cain's Pokémon were strong, Socks also had the capability to fight. Hypno stood beside him, continuously swinging its pendulum and releasing psychic power, enveloping Socks and itself. Cain could command his Pokémon telepathically, but Socks lacked such abilities. He relied on Hypno to relay his commands, which was slower than telepathy but faster than shouting orders. Arbok, Pinsir, and Houndoom, under Socks's orders, charged straight at Drapion, who stood at the center with an arrogant expression. Arbok moved the fastest, followed by the nimble Houndoom and then the powerful Pinsir. Weezing, the only Pokémon capable of floating, slowly ascended in pursuit of Honchkrow, while Victreebel remained stationary, extending small roots into the ground. Socks positioned himself between Victreebel and Hypno, unwilling to stray too far from them. Gengar's lurking presence and Weevil's speed weighed heavily on him. Then, The battle truly began when Arbok clashed with Drapion. With a burst of momentum, Arbok charged at Drapion, thinking its speed advantage would allow it to overpower Drapion, whose size was clearly above average. However, Drapion's pincers firmly stopped it. As a result, Arbok couldn't use its Fire Fang move and found itself trapped by Drapion, whose sadistic grin revealed its own flaming fangs as it bit into Arbok's weak spot. Seeing Arbok in trouble, Houndoom increased its speed, fire gathering in its mouth. Unable to use ranged moves for fear of harming Arbok, small flames flickered between its teeth. As it lunged furiously at Drapion, it noticed Drapion paying no attention and attacking Arbok even more fiercely. Houndoom's rage grew. But just as its teeth were within 5 centimeters of Drapion, an invisible psychic wave struck it, sending it reeling. The flames in its mouth dissipated, and in its surprise, it swallowed them, causing internal damage. How did a psychic attack hit me, was Houndoom's only thought as it was knocked down. As Houndoom fell back, Pinsir lunged with its massive pincers aimed at Drapion, only to be intercepted by a dark shadow descending from the sky. Under Cain's command, Honchkrow disposed of the nuisance Weezing without paying attention to the moves it launched from behind. Honchkrow trusted Cain completely. Ignoring Weezing's moves, Honchkrow quickly concentrated its energy, enveloping itself in a blue aura resembling the flames of a divine bird. It calculated Pinsir's trajectory and intercepted it before it could charge at Drapion. Meanwhile, Weezing's attacks were stopped by a psychic barrier that appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, but Slowking projected its psychic power as an invisible blade, cutting through Weezing's move and striking it directly. Poison-type Pokémon are especially vulnerable to Psychic-type moves, and the effect was devastating. Even with its psychic power spread thin to manage 2 Pokémon, Slowking could still dominate the battle. This was the strength Slowking could unleash upon reaching the quasi-elite level. Hypno tried to restrain Slowking with its own psychic power, but it was in a tough spot as Cain's fastest Pokémon, Weevil and Gengar, had already reached the rear lines. Weevil, with a pair of metallic claws infused with ice-type energy, unleashed a blizzard toward the rear and then directly attacked Victorybell. Given Victorybell's large size, it found it hard to keep up with Weevil's agile movements. The vines it extended from its body were easily slashed apart by Weevil's sharp claws. Weevil's goal was clear: to disrupt the roots Victorybell used to regenerate. Once that advantage was gone, defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Weevil paid no attention to Hypno's moves, as Hypno lacked the Miracle Eye move, limiting its effectiveness against Dark-type Pokémon. With Weevil wreaking havoc in the rear and Hypno focused on containing Slowking, the situation became desperate for the enemy team. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Gengar materialized from the shadows of the trees, cackling maliciously as it hurled several dark spheres filled with a strange purple poison at Hypno. Although Hypno's psychic power blocked the moves, each collision resulted in a crackling sound as ghost and psychic energies dissolved each other. Meanwhile, Floette, perched on Cain's shoulder, supported Drapion by generating a grassy terrain beneath its feet and using Lucky Chant and aromatherapy to revitalize the team. This allowed Drapion to fight without restrictions. Facing Arbok, Drapion showed no signs of defense. Its pincers firmly held the snake Pokémon as the two exchanged relentless blows with their tails and fangs. Drapion's tail tangled with Arbok's, while the flames from Arbok's Fire Fang were countered by Drapion's own Fire Fang move. The smell of burning flesh began to waft across the battlefield. With a hardened expression, Sox continued directing his team. Hypno tried to use roleplay to copy Drapion's sniper ability and transfer it to Arbok. It then passed it to Pinsir, using a combination of roleplay and skill swap it had perfected to create a counterattack opportunity. However, Cain had anticipated this combination from the moment he analyzed Hypno's data. As Hypno attempted to transfer the sniper ability to Pinsir, Slowking doubled the intensity of its psychic power, piercing Hypno's defenses and using Disable to render the skill swap move unusable. With skill swap disabled, Gengar, who had been closely observing Hypno's moves, began to grasp the concept behind roleplay. For some time, Cain had been training Gengar with a Spoink that knew this move, but Gengar had yet to master it. However, after observing Hypno, it seemed to have understood the essence of the move. Although Jengar felt close to learning the move, it decided to save that task for later since the battle wasn't over yet. Drapion repeatedly struck Arbok's weak points. Even with the sniper ability transferred by Hypno, Arbok couldn't withstand the attacks and was taken down, pinned to the ground by Drapion's stinger. Meanwhile, Pinsir, despite receiving support, was also defeated by Honchkrow due to its type advantage, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Once both Pokémon fell, the rest began to falter rapidly. Victreebel, after being frozen and damaged by Weevil's powerful Ice-type moves, was the next to fall. After this, the entire enemy team started to collapse. Honchkrow and the rest of Cain's team knew Houndoom well, knowing exactly where to strike for maximum damage. Facing multiple Houndoom during daily training had taught them well. The last to fall was Hypno. Completely ignored by Weevil, it received a series of combined blows that left it unconscious at Cain's feet. Only Socks remained, his face grim. Of all the enemies Cain had faced, Socks had been the most thoroughly prepared. But Cain's abilities had grown immensely during his absence, and his psychic-powered combat coordination gave him an unmatched advantage. By neutralizing Hypno, Socks's team was left uncoordinated, and their defeat was only a matter of time. Without hesitation, Cain ordered Weevil to free Socks. Many of the answers Cain sought didn't require words. He already had access to all the information he needed. Cain took the communicator he had obtained from Socks before Weevil froze him. The last entry in the contact list bore the name Xenon. Cain's eyes glinted coldly as he dialed the number without any expression. "Hey, Socks. How dare you hang up on me?" Xenon's energetic voice rang out through the communicator. Although they weren't face to face, Cain could imagine the confident expression on Xenon's rugged face. In his past life, working under Xander's command, Cain had known Xenon well. At that time, Xenon had already become a senior officer in Team Rocket. At this moment, however, he was only a candidate for the senior officer rank. Although he held the title of senior officer candidate, his actual position was officer, the same rank as Cain. Cain did not respond immediately upon hearing his voice. From the other side of the line, Xenon also sensed something was off. Silence fell between them. "Cain?" Xenon finally asked after a few seconds. "Yes," Cain replied indifferently. Sometimes, when the time comes to confront someone, words are unnecessary. Many things have already been expressed through silence. "Well then," Xenon exclaimed before hanging up the communicator. A faint smile appeared on Cain's cold face. Xenon's previous failures hadn't caused Cain much trouble, but this time, with Socks's defeat, Xenon truly began to feel the threat Cain posed. Socks was known among Team Rocket's officers as a fairly powerful advanced-level trainer. His reputation, bolstered by his Hypno, had led Xenon to pay a high price to hire him to deal with Cain. Now that Team Rocket was in a period of seclusion, few were willing to take risks, and Cain's elimination of Socks meant he was now a genuine threat to Xenon. "I hope you come for me personally next time. If not, when I find you, your chances to counterattack will be slim," Cain murmured, staring at the communicator before crushing it with his psychic power. He pulled out a small laptop from his pocket, held it in his hand, but didn't open it, merely keeping it there. After recalling his Pokémon, Cain used Slowking's teleport to return to his backyard. A tiger doesn't act like a cat when it's gravely ill. If not for Cain training his younger partners, he wouldn't have brought his weaker Pokémon. But now that they were all reunited, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to settle scores. Settling scores is not something to put off until tomorrow. After returning to his backyard, Cain planned to rest for a day before embarking on a long journey. The Hoenn region had a famous desert that Cain had yet to explore thoroughly. Once he became fully acquainted with it, he might consider traveling to other regions in search of new training grounds. However, just as Cain had prepared all his gear, he received a call from Steven, who informed him he'd be arriving in Leafy Town the next morning and asked if Cain would be home since he had something urgent to discuss. With little choice, Cain decided to pack away his gear and wait another day to meet Steven. The next morning, shortly after sunrise, Steven, who usually arrived late, appeared surprisingly punctual in front of Cain, not even taking the time to retrieve his skarmory. "Well, you're on time today," Cain remarked with a smile. Stephen waved his hand and, after catching his breath, said, "I had no choice. Before, I was always busy with company matters and couldn't help but arrive a bit late. But since I took your advice, I had a good talk with my old man, and now I'm completely free." Stephen's relaxed expression reflected a confidence Cain hadn't noticed before. Freed from his business responsibilities, Stephen exuded unwavering self-assurance. With his exceptional talent as a trainer, dedication, and now the necessary time, Stephen had all the ingredients to develop immense confidence. Best of all, even though he no longer directly managed the company, the Stone family continued to support him fully. The power of money at its peak. Stronger than 99.9% of people in the world. "Looks like you can now focus entirely on your training," Cain said, genuinely happy for Stephen. Freed from his business responsibilities, Stephen could reach champion-level strength faster than Cain had anticipated. "Yes, but my old man said he'd only give me 5 years. During this time, his health will hold, but after that, no matter what level I reach, I'll have to take on my responsibilities," Stephen replied with a sigh. 5 years. 5 years were more than enough for someone with Stephen's talent. Cain nodded, knowing that by then, Stephen would likely have reached the peak of his potential. Even if he took over the company presidency, no one would dare underestimate him, and any dissenting voices within the Stone family would be silenced by his power. "Did you come all the way here just to tell me that?" Cain asked. Stephen, snapping out of his thoughts, remembered the real reason for his visit. "Of course not. I came here for 2 reasons. One is quite urgent, so you'd better prepare your team and come with me. I'll explain the rest on the way," Stephen said, quickening his speech. Hearing this, Cain understood that something truly important must be happening for someone like Stephen to be so impatient. Realizing the urgency, Cain quickly exited the gym. Stephen was surprised. "Aren't you going to pack your things? This trip might take a while." Without stopping, Cain pointed to his barely visible small backpack. "Before you arrived, I was already ready to leave. I only waited for you because you mentioned something urgent." Satisfied with the response, Stephen stopped insisting. He exited the gym and leapt onto his skarmory. In Leafy Town, Cain had permission to fly freely. Cain shook his head, pulled out a pokeball, and called out his Flygon, then climbed onto its back. Seeing Flygon, Stephen's eyes lit up. "A new Pokémon? Flygon?" "Yes," Cain replied calmly, stroking Flygon before taking off. Stephen followed closely. "Now, tell me what this is all about. Do you remember the Team Magma member we captured last time at MT Chimney?" Stephen didn't say anything directly. Instead, he posed a question to Cain. "Yes," Cain nodded. The name of the person they had captured was Butler, a Team Magma member holding a rank equivalent to that of a senior officer. Although his mind didn't seem entirely stable. "Then you surely don't know that shortly after Butler was imprisoned by the League, he was killed in prison, do you?" Stephen commented as if he were certain Cain hadn't known. Cain's eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled and said, "No, I didn't know, but I suspected as much." Without waiting for Stephen to ask, Cain continued, "Team Magma is clearly not ready to reveal itself publicly yet, so if one of their members, someone who knows too much, is captured, the upper ranks of Team Magma wouldn't allow them to remain alive. From the moment Butler left our hands, if he wasn't interrogated immediately, it was inevitable he'd be killed in prison." Hearing Cain's analysis, Stephen, who had originally intended to refute him, remained silent. He hadn't thought as deeply as Cain. The day they handed Butler over to Lance, he had thought the matter was resolved. But of course, Stephen was still young and lacked experience, so his perspective wasn't as complete as Cain's. After all, Cain had lived several lifetimes, and if his age were added up, it would probably rival Stephen's father's. Moreover, having survived the complicated environment of Team Rocket, he learned that being cunning was a matter of survival. Otherwise, he'd have died quickly. "But what does that have to do with me? I suppose that happened quite some time ago, didn't it?" Cain asked. The League's higher-ups hadn't given much importance to Butler. They considered him merely someone caught by two young trainers, assuming his position in Team Magma wasn't particularly relevant, so they hadn't been in a rush to interrogate him. However, Team Magma valued him far more. Butler was killed the day after his imprisonment. True, that matter is far behind us now. But the fact that someone could silently infiltrate a League prison, no matter how powerful they shouldn't have been able to pull something like that off without internal help, Stephen said. Before he could continue, Cain interjected, then there are definitely infiltrators within the League. Without their help, even if the intruder had power equivalent to that of an elite-level trainer, they wouldn't have entered the League unnoticed. Unless they forced their way in, which doesn't seem to be the case, because no one would dare do that. And given how much time has passed and that you're bringing this up now, it can only mean they've discovered the infiltrators in the League. We just became advanced researchers, so I guess this is an exclusive mission given to the two of us, right? To capture the League traitors who escaped? Stephen listened to Cain's step-by-step deduction, culminating in the mission's main objective, and couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. I expected no less from you, Cain. Cain was the only peer of his generation whom Stephen respected, and his admiration for him continued to grow. So, did you rush me to join you because you've already found leads on these people, or rather one of them? Cain continued asking. Yes, all the other minor accomplices were captured shortly after the betrayal was uncovered. But one of them, who is quite strong, had prepared in advance and managed to escape. However, their whereabouts were discovered yesterday. Where? Cain pondered for a moment. In the Hoenn Desert, Stephen replied with a bitter smile, mentioning a location. Why that expression? Simply because the Hoenn Desert was vast, and searching for someone there was like finding a needle in a haystack. That's why Stephen had been so eager to bring Cain along, hoping they could capture the fugitive before they got too far. Well, they've certainly picked their hiding spot wisely, Cain remarked, showing none of Stephen's concern. Cain had already planned to head to the Hoenn Desert for training, so having this person hiding there didn't change his plans much. Even if it took time to find them, for Cain, it would simply be another form of practice. And what's the second matter? It sounds like both are important, Cain asked. The first matter is more urgent, but the other one also involves us quite a bit, Stephen said as he adjusted his position on the back of his skarmory. He looked enviously at Cain, who seemed much more comfortable riding his Flygon. Whether it was Tropius or Flygon, both were much more comfortable than riding a skarmory. Why was he stuck riding a skarmory? Stephen thought he should have someone make a seat or cushion for his skarmory's back. That would be much more comfortable. Returning to the topic, Stephen saw Cain still looking at him, so he cleared his throat before continuing. Ahem. Well, it's about a tournament being held in the Sinnoh region. They're inviting young trainers from various regions to participate. The two of us will represent the Hoenn region, and apparently, this decision came from the top. A tournament in Sinnoh? Cain looked surprised. Why was Sinnoh suddenly organizing a tournament for young trainers? Did they want other regions to know about their recent developments, or was there another reason behind it? Yes, the Sinnoh tournament. They say it's to evaluate the next generation of trainers from each region. It seems that a few days ago, the League's overall attitude suddenly shifted from a relaxed stance to a much more aggressive one. Many strange orders have been issued in various regions, Stephen explained. Hearing this, Cain raised an eyebrow. He already knew the reason behind it. Team Rocket had just begun to retreat, but was the League already getting impatient? This Sinnoh tournament seemed to be a prelude to showing off their power and potential to underground forces and other groups, demonstrating the strength of the League's next generation. However, if the League had received the information so quickly, it meant Team Rocket wasn't completely secure from within either. Surely, some had already infiltrated key positions. When is it? Cain asked. In a month or two. The Sinnoh League is already making preparations, and the other regions are mobilizing as well, Stephen replied. It seems this mission is also meant to make us progress faster. That person who escaped must be quite strong, right? Cain speculated. They say they're at the level of a maximum advanced trainer, but they've likely hidden some of their strength, so we need to be careful. After finishing their conversation, the two sat atop their flying Pokémon, heading toward the Hoenn Desert. Cain still held the small laptop in his hand. With the flying speed of both trainers, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Great Desert of Hoenn by the afternoon. Situated in the middle of Route 111, the vast sea of sand and endless golden landscape made it clear that finding a single person there would be incredibly difficult. Cain retrieved desert survival gear from his storage space, including protective goggles and other essential items for enduring such conditions. Stephen, of course, was equally prepared, though his equipment was noticeably of higher quality than Cain's. Cain, if you were to flee into the Great Desert of Hoenn, where would you go? Stephen suddenly asked. Cain was momentarily speechless. After pondering for a bit, he recalled that the Hoenn Desert wasn't merely an endless expanse of sand, it was also home to remnants of ancient civilizations. If this fugitive had escaped into the desert, it was likely they had pre-planned their route, possibly discovering ruins known only to them. They probably prepared their escape route in advance, perhaps finding ruins known only to the fugitive. Otherwise, anyone would prefer fleeing to the ocean over hiding in the desert, Cain replied after some thought. That's what I thought too, Stephen said. So if we want to find them, we just need to focus on those less obvious ruins. The Great Desert of Hoenn was filled with ancient ruins. Some had already been discovered and undoubtedly looted entirely, meaning they no longer posed significant dangers. These ruins had been recorded by the League, and it was unlikely that the fugitive would be foolish enough to hide there. That left only the undiscovered ruins. After adjusting their equipment, the two ventured into the desert. By the way, how's the battle system going to work for the Sinnoh tournament? Cain suddenly asked. As the heir to the Stone family, Stephen had access to more privileged information than Cain. Apparently, there will be several rounds, with no restrictions on the number of participants. Anyone who's earned the 8 badges can compete, regardless of their region. Before the top 16, trainers will be limited to 3 Pokémon in one-on-one battles. As for the top 16, the rules haven't been revealed yet, but it's likely to be full battles with 6 Pokémon. Stephen paused before continuing. However, I'm almost certain it'll be full battles with a maximum of 6 Pokémon. Stephen's guess was quite reasonable. Cain nodded in agreement. So, do you have your 6 Pokémon ready? You're not planning to defeat 6 of someone else's Pokémon with just 3, are you? That's exactly my problem, Stephen replied with a bitter smile. As you know, I've always focused on training Metagross due to lack of time. While Metagross is powerful, it can't take on 6 Pokémon of the same level by itself. And besides, I'm sure Cynthia, as the host of the tournament, will also participate. Beneath his goggles and protective mask, Stephen's expression looked somewhat troubled. Don't worry. You still have time to improve. This desert expedition is both a test and an opportunity to train your Pokémon. Have you decided on your training focus? Cain asked. Stephen nodded and pulled out 2 Pokeballs, summoning 2 of his Pokémon. They were Anorith and Lileep, 2 fossil Pokémon that met Stephen's high standards and had recently become part of his training focus. Thanks to the training methods and special Pokeblocks Cain had developed for them, their growth had been remarkably swift. Anorith had reached level 25 and Lileep level 28. Their progress was truly impressive. Seeing Stephen release 2 of his Pokémon, Cain also tossed out 2 Pokeballs, revealing his recently evolved level 25 Poliwhirl and level 21 Marshtomp. Poliwhirl still appeared a bit fatigued, but was much better than when it had first evolved. As long as it avoided intense battles, it would be fine. When Stephen saw these 2 Pokémon, his eyes lit up and he said to Cain, I see you came well prepared. These 2 are perfect for the desert. Cain shrugged and replied with resignation. I don't have much choice. As a water-type gym leader, having only a competent Slowking would be odd. These 2 have quite a bit of potential. If I train them properly, they won't be weak in the future. Stephen nodded in agreement. Poliwhirl, a Pokémon from the Kanto region, evolves into Poliwrath and combined with the move Rain Dance, its power increases significantly. Marshtomp, on the other hand, is one of Hoenn's starters, and its final evolution, Swampert, is renowned for its excellent typing and resistances. Stephen didn't know that Poliwhirl had another evolutionary path, and Cain didn't plan on telling him just yet. Perhaps it would be a surprise for the future. Let's consider this both training for our Pokémon and a search for the criminal. If we can't find them within a month, we'll leave. I'm sure the League won't hold it against us, Cain said as he ventured deeper into the desert with his Pokémon. They won't blame us, but if we fail to find someone in a month, won't we look a bit too incompetent? Steven followed. If anyone has something to say, let them come here and try. Let's see them survive a month in the desert, Cain replied nonchalantly. The Hoenn League valued them highly, even granting them advanced researcher ranks under extraordinary circumstances. Failing one task wouldn't cause them trouble, and with the Sinnoh tournament approaching, the League would pull them out of the desert even if they wanted to stay. Besides, Cain didn't believe many in Hoenn had more skill than them. It seemed Cain, Steven, Wallace, and Phoebe were the most talented and powerful of their generation in Hoenn. Anorith and Lileep, as rock types, didn't have to worry about sandstorms. However, Marshtomp and Poliwhirl were somewhat affected. At Cain's suggestion, both Pokémon coated their bodies with a light layer of water, allowing them to resist the sand's damage unless the storms became too severe. Steven, even counting these two Pokémon, you're still one short of a 6-member team, aren't you? Cain suddenly asked. Huh? Steven looked momentarily confused. Then he nodded and replied, Yes, Metagross, Skarmory, Aggron, and now Anorith and Lileep. I only have 5 Pokémon. Then, you might consider capturing one in this desert. There should be several Pokémon here that meet your requirements, said Cain. Oh. Hearing this, Steven's eyes lit up. Steven showed interest. Cain, tell me, what Pokémon do you think I should add? But my favorites are still steel types. Of course, if they're rock or ground types, I can accept them as well. In this desert, I would recommend Excadrill first, a steel and ground-type Pokémon that fits your requirements, and you probably know its resilience better than I do. The second I'd suggest is Claydol, a ground and psychic-type Pokémon. While psychic types don't always have a massive impact, not having one puts you at a disadvantage against opponents who use psychic types. You already have Metagross, and pairing it with a Claydol could be even more impressive. You've battled me several times, so you must know why Slowking is such a nuisance, right? Cain suggested. Steven fell into thought, contemplating the viability of those Pokémon. In fact, Steven already had many Pokémon at home, and as soon as he asked, he could get them, many of which had great potential and outstanding abilities. However, like any capable and wealthy young man, Steven felt that he could catch Pokémon through his own efforts without relying on his family. If Cain knew what Steven was thinking, he would immediately say, then stop using your family's money. If you're not going to use your family's Pokémon, give them to me. I promise I'll take good care of them. Of course, he would only say that as a joke. If Steven truly couldn't find a suitable Pokémon, he would undoubtedly use his family's resources. These are the 2 Pokémon I'd most recommend in this desert, but ultimately, it depends on your own needs. And what about outside the desert? Steven asked, catching the nuance in Cain's words. Cain hesitated a little, unsure if he should interfere with Steven's Pokémon choices. The 2 Pokémon he had already mentioned were ones Steven would eventually catch anyway, but they weren't necessarily the ones with the highest potential. As a visionary, Cain knew which Pokémon truly had the greatest potential. In later stages, Pokémon that couldn't Mega Evolve would always be at a disadvantage. Onix, Scyther, Mawile, and Aegislash. Cain mentioned 4 Pokémon he thought would be most suitable for Steven and had the highest potential for development. Onix can evolve into Steelix, Scyther can evolve into Scizor, and Mawile as a steel type is also a great option. As for Aegislash, is it a Pokémon from the Kalos region? Steven asked, familiar with the first 3 since he had seen them used within his family. However, he wasn't as familiar with the last one. If anyone had experienced what Cain had, they would understand how accurate Cain's Pokémon recommendations were. He wasn't misleading Steven at all. If Steven captured those Pokémon, alongside his shiny Metagross and an Aggron, he wouldn't just be a Steel-type champion, he'd be a much stronger champion. Onyx had many weaknesses, but after evolving into Steelix, most of those weaknesses disappeared, leaving only 4 minor ones, along with 10 resistances and immunities. Most importantly, Steelix could Mega Evolve. Scizor, after evolving from Scyther, was even better than Steelix. Except for its quadruple weakness to fire types, it had no other weaknesses. Aside from its speed decreasing slightly after evolution, its physical attack and defense improved, and it could also Mega Evolve. Then there was Mawile, which currently was only a Steel type, but Cain knew that when the Fairy type was introduced, Mawile would gain that typing. Steven would then have a strong counter against Dragon types. Moreover, Mawile could also Mega Evolve, and its ability after Mega Evolution would be Huge Power. Huge Power doubled the Pokémon's physical attack power, making it an incredibly potent ability. These 3 Pokémon were outstanding and could Mega Evolve. Steven didn't know this yet, but when Mega Evolution was introduced, he would definitely thank Cain. As for the last one, Aegislash. A Steel and Ghost-type Pokémon from the Kalos region, it could change forms during battle, altering its attack and defense stats. Additionally, it had resistances and immunities to 12 types, making it a very strong Pokémon and one of Cain's personal favorites. It was like an upgraded version of Shuckle. Cain hesitated to tell Steven about these 4 Pokémon. While they were close friends now, Cain didn't know how Steven would react when his Team Rocket identity was revealed. Strengthening Steven now could mean strengthening his greatest enemy in the future. But in the end, Cain said it. That was what a true friend should do, and Cain didn't believe his Team Rocket identity would be exposed. Even if there was a possibility now, in the future, when Cain consolidated his plans and increased his influence in the League, he didn't think anyone in Team Rocket, except Giovanni, would dare expose him. And based on Giovanni's behavior, the higher Cain climbed, the less likely he'd be betrayed. Most importantly, Cain thought that even if Steven discovered his identity, there was a 50% chance he wouldn't do anything. And when Steven understood the benefits of the Pokémon Cain recommended, no one could surpass him in supporting Cain. Compared to the possibility of Steven becoming a formidable opponent in the future, Cain preferred to focus on immediate gains. Cain was confident that in the future, he wouldn't be weaker than Steven and might even surpass him. Cain slowly explained Aegislash to Steven and the reasoning behind his recommendations. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Mega Evolutions or the Fairy type. It would be up to Steven to decide what to do, but even if he didn't choose any of them, Steven would still have the strength of a champion in the future. Well, those are some Pokémon that really suit me. Cain, you've put in the effort, said Steven. Cain waved his hand dismissively. It would be great if Steven took his advice, but if he didn't, it wasn't Cain's problem. At the moment, Cain simply couldn't afford to raise so many Pokémon at once. Otherwise, some of the Pokémon he'd mentioned would have interested him greatly. But Cain wasn't like Steven, he didn't have the resources of a wealthy family. Even though he now owned a small mine, it was still insignificant compared to the mines owned by Steven's family. In the outer areas of the desert, the wild Pokémon were relatively weak. With Steven's Anorith and Lileep, along with Cain's Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, they had enough strength to defeat them. It was unfortunate that Steven's Anorith had the battle armor ability. If it had the hidden ability Swift Swim, its synergy with Cain's Pokémon would have been even better. However, using the move Rain Dance in the desert remained a challenge. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Sandshrew appeared in the sand before Cain and Steven, but they didn't attack. Sandshrew were relatively docile Pokémon. But, on the other hand, there were much more aggressive groups of Pokémon. Like the one currently blocking Cain and Steven's path, a pack of Sandile with black-ringed eyes, accompanied by a few upright and intimidating-looking Krokorok. They had an air of, "This road is ours, and so is this tree," as if demanding a toll from Cain and Steven. For Cain and Steven, who had come to the desert partly to train their Pokémon, there was no way they were going to flee or miss the opportunity to battle. Steven's Anorith charged forward, leading the attack, while Poliwhirl, Marshtomp, and Lileep took positions behind, using water and grass-type moves to deal significant damage to the Sandile and Krokorok. This was one of the main reasons Cain had chosen Hoenn's Great Desert. It was full of ground and rock-type Pokémon, making it ideal for battles with water-type Pokémon. Although the arid environment made it difficult for water types to use their moves freely, Cain had plenty of poke blocks to help restore their stamina. Additionally, Anorith and Lileep, being rock types, felt right at home in this environment. Lileep, being rock and grass type, could also deal massive damage to the desert Pokémon. However, it seemed that Sandile formed quite a large population in this area. After defeating one group, more emerged from the sand, along with additional Krokorok. Marshtomp and the others couldn't defeat the Pokémon fast enough to keep up with the new ones appearing. Wow! Did we wake up an entire colony of Krokorok or something? This endless flow of Pokémon. How long are we going to be fighting? We've barely entered the desert, said Steven, looking at the black-ringed eyes surrounding them, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Sandile are Pokémon that live in groups and support one another. We've defeated the younger ones, and now another group of youngsters has come out. We should just be thankful the bigger ones haven't shown up, replied Cain. Hurry up, this is a rare training opportunity. As he spoke, Cain continued directing Poliwhirl and Marshtomp to use moves at full speed. Although Steven grumbled a bit, he knew that, despite being annoying, these Pokémon weren't very strong. With both of them being advanced-level trainers and each having a quasi-elite-level Pokémon, if their weaker Pokémon became exhausted, they could always bring out their stronger ones. However, the Sandile seemed endless. Cain and Steven's 4 Pokémon had been battling for half an hour, defeating more than 100 Sandile. Yet, instead of dwindling, their numbers kept growing, with the new Sandile being stronger and more Krokorok joining in. Cain and Steven began to feel the pressure. I hope we haven't attracted all the Sandile and Krokorok in Hoenn, Steven said again. The Pokémon were already exhausted, and while Cain fed them poke blocks, the Pokémon's energy was wearing thin after such prolonged, intense combat. But the Sandile that emerged were growing stronger. No, not all of them, but it looks like we've called out every Sandile in this part of the desert. Relax, it's not a big deal. Hang in there. Poliwhirl, use all your strength to perform Rain Dance. Marshtomp, protect it. Floette, use grassy terrain on Anorith and Lileep. Cain finally brought out Floette to ensure his Pokémon could continue fighting longer and reap more benefits. Using the move Rain Dance in the desert was extremely difficult for Poliwhirl, but that was exactly the challenge it needed to refine its control over water-type energy. Gradually, rain clouds began to form in the sky, and a light drizzle started falling, quickly absorbed by the sand without leaving a trace. It was a minimal rain. Still, being able to use Rain Dance in such an extreme location as the desert demonstrated how much Poliwhirl's water-type control had improved. Once the rain began, even though it was light, the battlefield shifted in favor of Poliwhirl and Marshtomp. After so many battles, despite missing Aaron and Combusken, Poliwhirl and Marshtomp managed to execute a combined strategy. Steven, who was resting, observed the increase in power of Poliwhirl and Marshtomp under the rain, and his eyes sparkled. As expected of someone I've approved of. Anorith. Lileep. We can't fall behind. Let's start the second round of battles. Steven directed his Anorith and Lileep to join Marshtomp and the others in the fight. With the rain, water-type moves were executed much faster and with greater power. Even though the rain was light and Poliwhirl had to regularly concentrate to maintain it, the battlefield had shifted in their favor. Perhaps due to the rain or because the Pokémon were reaching their limits, the number of Sandile emerging began to decrease, and some even retreated upon sensing the rain. Finally, Cain and Steven managed to control the situation, defeating a large number of Sandile and Krokorok. Fortunately, no Crocodile appeared, because if one had, Marshtomp and the others wouldn't have been able to handle it. In the end, the effort was worth it. After the battle, Cain noticed that Marshtomp had leveled up twice, reaching level 23, and Poliwhirl had leveled up once, reaching level 26. Poliwhirl, still not fully recovered, was exhausted from maintaining Rain Dance. Steven's Anorith and Lileep also saw slight improvements in strength. After 5 days of thorough searching, Cain and Stephen had explored the Great Desert of Hoenn, conducting an exhaustive investigation. However, due to the vast expanse of the desert, they had not found any traces of the Alliance trader until that moment. They were not only searching for the trader, but also had a second purpose, to allow their Pokémon to adapt to the levels of the wild Pokémon in the desert. Only when their Pokémon were strong enough would they venture deeper, spending more time in specific areas to search. Despite the harsh desert conditions, the battle experience proved to be extremely beneficial for the levels of their Pokémon. In just 5 days, Cain's Poliwhirl reached level 31 and Marshtomp reached level 29, with daily progress. Stephen's Pokémon also became significantly stronger. Anorith reached level 31 and Lileep reached level 33. Although their official mission was to find the traitor, Cain had influenced Stephen to also take the opportunity to train their Pokémon. Finally, on a new day, Stephen discovered something strange. The two were following their usual plan when they passed through an area filled with cacti. Among them were several cacturn disguised as cacti, which they easily defeated. After the battle, Stephen found a small stone protruding from the ground, something he had never seen before. With his curiosity piqued, he began to investigate it, and as he dug, he realized there was something larger underneath. The small stone was connected to a larger structure buried in the sand, the roof of an ancient building. The spot where they were standing was the roof of that structure. Although the Great Desert of Hoenn was full of ruins, many of which had already been explored by Cain and Stephen, all the ones they had found up until now had been empty. This time, it seemed they had discovered a ruin that no one else had seen before, as neither Cain in his records nor Stephen in his memories recalled anything like this at that location. Driven by curiosity, they began to carefully dig the sand that covered the ruin. The sand, being fluid, made the process complicated, as each time they dug, more sand would fall into the hole. Fortunately, with Poliwhirl and Marshtomp, they were able to wet the sand to prevent it from slipping, and Marshtomp solidified it with the Move Mudslap. After much effort, they managed to expose part of the structure's roof. It was an ancient building with a door carved with inscriptions that seemed to be in an ancient language. Seeing those symbols, Cain had a feeling of familiarity. After digging about 2 or 3 meters, they revealed the basic shape of the roof. "What do you say? Should we take a look inside?" asked Stephen, as both stood on what appeared to be a window in the roof. "We definitely need to investigate," Cain replied. "It's possible this is the place the Alliance trader was searching for. If the trader came to the Great Desert of Hoenn, it was probably to find an undiscovered ruin. This could be it." Stephen nodded, agreeing with Cain's reasoning. With effort, they managed to open a sort of window or door in the roof. Darkness reigned inside, with no light source in sight. Cain jumped inside with Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, falling about 3 or 4 meters. With his psychic powers, he controlled his descent to avoid landing too hard. "No problem, come on down," he told Stephen. With grace, Stephen brushed the dust off his coat, and together with Anorith and Lileep, he jumped inside. Cain, using his psychic powers, helped them land smoothly. Once Stephen was on the ground, Cain used his psychic powers to close the window above them. When the sun dried the sand, it would flow again, hiding the ruin completely once more. Cain held a specially prepared torch, lighting the dark interior as Stephen and his Pokémon followed him. The interior was remarkably intact, except for the thick layer of dust on the floor. "This place is very solid," Cain observed. "Despite all the sand on top, it doesn't seem to have suffered any damage. Look at the thickness of the dust on the floor. No one has been here in a long time." However, as he spoke, Cain pointed to an area where the dust was visibly thinner, about the size of a fist, with almost no dust compared to the rest of the place. "This doesn't look like a footprint. Could it have been left by someone?" Stephen asked. "If it was left by someone, it means whoever did it was experienced, and this is probably just a trace of their landing. After that, it seems they were cautious enough not to leave any more traces. If you're not careful, you might miss this clue," Cain explained. "So you think this could be the trader's hideout?" Stephen asked, increasingly convinced of the idea. The dense growth of cacti outside would be a great landmark for finding this place. If it weren't for my interest in stones, anyone would have passed it by. Yes, but be careful, warned Cain. Our opponent isn't easy, and this place isn't either. As he looked at the strange inscriptions on the walls, Cain felt something sparkle in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen similar symbols before. This can't be, he murmured, shocked. Before he could finish, the entire ruin trembled slightly. Fine dust fell from the ceiling, covering the floor once more. Cain and Stephen exchanged glances. Although the tremor wasn't strong, both of them knew that something powerful enough to make that solid structure shake wouldn't be ordinary. Both adopted serious expressions. The tremor just now, I don't think it was caused by that person, Cain said. Stephen's expression was somewhat serious as he nodded. It definitely couldn't have been that person. Otherwise, the League wouldn't have sent just the two of us. Then that means this site probably has something hidden, Cain responded, his face equally serious. As he observed the inscriptions on the walls, Cain recalled something that led him to a possible conclusion. This place wasn't a simple ancient ruin where people had lived. Instead, it seemed to be a poison hall. The reason Cain found the inscriptions on the walls familiar was because, in the information he had received from Team Rocket about the toxin nutrition technique, the ancient, undeciphered inscriptions found in certain locations matched closely with what he now saw on the walls. This also explained why this ruin was buried much deeper than others, and why there was only a single entrance resembling a window or door in the ceiling. Once inside, Cain noticed no windows in the walls. Although the structure was incredibly solid, it wasn't completely sealed. After all this time, Cain and Stephen didn't feel the air inside was stale. In fact, the air within the site was even fresher than outside. So, could the earlier tremor have been caused by a Pokémon that had survived since ancient times, growing by using the toxin nutrition technique? Cain's expression darkened. He pondered whether it was wise to proceed further. Although the League traitor they were searching for was likely hiding deeper within, was it worth the risk for that person? However, while Cain hesitated, Stephen had already made his decision. Come on, Cain, let's move forward. No matter what's down there, since we've come this far, we can't just leave without finding out, Stephen said. Hearing Stephen, Cain, who had been wrestling with his thoughts, finally made up his mind. Stephen was right. Whatever Pokémon was down there, if it had never left the site, it meant it was either confined or didn't have the strength to escape. Otherwise, why would the place have trembled? It was likely that the Pokémon still hadn't managed to break free. With that reasoning, Cain set aside his concerns about the risk. Moreover, if the traitor managed to control that Pokémon, they would create a formidable enemy for the future. Torches in hand, the two began descending a wide hallway that led downward. The hallway consisted of a massive spiral staircase, so deep that its end couldn't be seen from above, only darkness. The site was completely silent. Apart from Cain and Stephen's footsteps, only the occasional sounds of small Pokémon could be heard. Not even Pokémon that typically thrived in darkness, such as Zubat, were present. This indicated that, aside from the air, the site was perfectly sealed. After an hour of walking, they finally reached the bottom. Judging by the ruin's depth, it seemed to be buried over 5 kilometers underground. It was clear that the temperature was considerably higher than when they had entered. Stepping onto flat ground again, Cain and Stephen felt somewhat strange after so much time descending. They exchanged glances and both withdrew their smaller Pokémon. This was no longer the right place for training. The real mission was about to begin. Cain released 2 Pokeballs, and Slowking and Drapion appeared before him. Stephen also released 2 Pokeballs, from which emerged shiny Metagross and Aggron. As soon as Drapion appeared, it displayed an unusual expression. It seemed uncomfortable, even frightened, as if something here terrified it. Seeing Drapion, a Pokémon that feared neither foe nor circumstance, react this way surprised Cain. Even when facing the Regis, Drapion hadn't shown fear. What's wrong, Drapion? Cain used telepathy to connect with his Pokémon's mind. The response he received was an inexplicable sense of sadness and fear, as if something in this place deeply unsettled it on a primal level. Cain understood what was happening and tried to calm Drapion. After receiving an affirmative response, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Slowking, it didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual. When Cain looked at Steven's Pokémon, Shiny Metagross and Aggron, he noticed that both had grown significantly since the last time he had seen them. The last time Cain saw Metagross, it had already reached level 49, nearly at the brink of becoming a quasi-elite level Pokémon. But now, its growth had been so remarkable that Cain couldn't help but be impressed. Metagross had reached level 53, firmly establishing itself as a quasi-elite level Pokémon. Moreover, as a shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon of high quality, it was much stronger than an ordinary Pokémon. And with Steven's commanding abilities, it became a formidable opponent. Shiny Metagross was beginning to showcase the potential it had gained through its evolution. However, the Pokémon that had changed the most was Aggron. Pokémon: Aggron, light purple. Gender: male. Level: 49. Type: steel plus rock. Ability: sturdy. Held item: hard stone. Egg moves: body slam, smelling salts, head smash, stealth rock. Basic moves: tackle, harden, mud slap, headbutt, metal claw, rock tomb, roar, iron head, rock slide, take down, metal sound, iron defense, double edge. Learned moves: earth power, magnet rise, stomping tantrum, iron tail. TM moves: protect, hidden power, water, earthquake, shadow claw, stone edge, bulldoze, swagger, substitute, dragon claw, ice beam, thunderbolt, flamethrower. Not only had it evolved, but its quality had risen to light purple, and its level was at 49, right on the edge of the advanced level. Steven, being quite wealthy, had equipped Aggron with moves like Dragon Claw and versatile moves such as Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, and Flamethrower, making it adaptable to various battles. Aggron was almost fully developed as a combatant. All it needed now was to level up further and gain more battle experience. Cain, for his part, possessed a Mega Evolution Stone for Aggron, but he couldn't give it to Steven. Moreover, Mega Evolution couldn't yet be revealed, or Cain would lose his advantage. If it came to competing for Mega Evolution Stones, who could match the resources of the great families or the League itself? Be prepared for any danger that might arise at any moment. They've likely uncovered quite a few secrets inside since they arrived before us, Cain said quietly. Steven nodded in agreement. In such a silent environment, any spoken word resonated loudly. Cain activated his psychic power, connecting with Slowking and Metagross. The group chat mode was activated once again. He enveloped Steven and all the Pokémon in telepathy, which not only reduced the risk of alerting enemies, but also sped up communication between Cain and Steven. Steven, already familiar with this form of cooperation, was not surprised at all. When they had used it before, both Slowking and Metagross were at the advanced level. But now these two Pokémon had reached the quasi-elite level, significantly increasing their power. Upon reaching the lowest level, they noticed that the cylindrical structure of the building had 4 passages at the bottom, each heading in a different direction. Cain and Steven exchanged glances and chose the nearest passage. Inside, there wasn't much difference from the exterior, but the walls were covered with claw marks. Examining the marks, it was clear they weren't made by a single Pokémon or even a single species. Some marks were identifiable using Cain's system scan, but others couldn't be identified at all. As they progressed, both grew more cautious, sensing an eerie atmosphere around them. The passage wasn't very long. At the end, they found an empty room with no Pokémon, only some empty cages and a thick layer of dust. Time had deteriorated almost everything, except for some cages made of an unknown material that still appeared strong. This confirmed Cain's suspicions. The cages had been used to contain bug-type Pokémon. When the creators of this place wanted to breed a first-class Pokémon, they released all the Pokémon from the cages. Without food, the Pokémon would fight each other until only the strongest remained, the chosen one. In ancient times, those who used this method were not ordinary people, suggesting that the Pokémon they were trying to breed had to be rare or possess great potential. Furthermore, relationships between humans and Pokémon in that era were not as peaceful as they are now, making it hard for Cain to imagine all the details. Since many ancient Pokémon species were already extinct, it was impossible to know for sure what Pokémon had been bred here. Let's check the other passages. They're probably similar to this one, Cain suggested to Steven telepathically. They explored another passage but found nothing new there either. However, in the third passage, something caught their attention. There were footprints on the ground, both human and Pokémon, and they appeared recent. Careful not to make any noise, Cain and Steven, with the help of their psychic Pokémon, levitated 5 centimeters off the ground and advanced stealthily. A faint cloud of smoke emanated from the passageway, along with the smell of food. Both of their expressions turned serious. It seemed the traitor they were looking for was nearby. As they moved closer, they found a well-organized room, unlike the previous ones. There were no cages, but the walls were lined with food, and in the center, a campfire with meat roasting over it. In one corner was a pile of supplies, water, food for humans and Pokémon. This traitor had turned the place into a refuge, preparing to hold out until the situation calmed down. Then, they could join Team Magma, Team Aqua, or escape to another region. A well-thought-out plan. Yet, despite all this, Cain saw no one in the room. There was no one. Something was off. Steven, watch out behind you, Cain warned telepathically. Rather than fleeing, Steven hid behind Agron's sturdy body. Jengar, Cain called mentally. Jengar instantly emerged from Cain's shadow, activating a green energy shield. Protect. A black shadow darted behind Cain, but was momentarily stopped by Jengar's Protect. However, the shadow didn't stop completely and launched another attack toward Cain. Floette, Cain called out, using his psychic power to halt the attack. Fortunately, the shadow wasn't very fast, and Floette managed to use Protect just in time. Slowking also reacted quickly, using its psychic power to restrain the enemy. Meanwhile, Steven's Agron had successfully blocked an attack on his side as well. Despite the dangerous situation, Cain remained calm, and his Pokémon's swift responses allowed them to escape harm. The fact that the attack had pierced Jengar's Protect showed that the enemy was well prepared. Why hadn't Slowking and Metagross detected the enemy earlier? Before Cain could ponder further, the shadow bolted toward the passage's exit. Cain mounted Drapion and ordered him to give chase. Steven climbed onto Metagross, which used its electromagnetic levitation to closely follow Cain. Upon exiting the passage, they saw a figure standing in the center of the cylindrical chamber. Upon seeing Cain and Steven, the person's expression revealed surprise. I didn't expect to encounter the famous Cain and Steven. Now I understand why my plan failed. I've lost, the figure said. It was a woman with short black hair, dressed in loose, casual clothes. Despite being in such an inhospitable place, her demeanor was relaxed. Yes, it was a woman. The footprints they had seen in the passage had been a trap to lure Cain and Steven, and the smell of food had been bait. Then, her Pokémon attempted to attack them from behind. Floating beside the woman were 2 small, incredibly fast Pokémon. A Ninjask and a Shedinja. The Pokémon Ninjask is quite well known, primarily due to its incredible speed, which is among the highest of all Pokémon. Except for its physical attack, which has a value of 90, the rest of its stats are rather mediocre. However, its speed reaches an astonishing value of 160, a truly remarkable figure. The bug/ground-type Pokémon Nincada can evolve into Ninjask upon reaching level 20. While this species of Pokémon is rare, it's not impossible to find. Cain, however, was more interested in the other Pokémon next to Ninjask, Shedinja. Whether it should be considered a true Pokémon is unclear, but since it can be captured with a Pokeball, it likely qualifies. This peculiar Pokémon originates from the exoskeleton that Nincada leaves behind when evolving into Ninjask. Through a strange reaction, this shell gains consciousness, becoming a new Pokémon, Shedinja. This special reaction remains unexplained, as it essentially involves the birth of a new consciousness. Though this consciousness is somewhat slow, Shedinja is still capable of communication. Shedinja's stats are low, with a total of only 236. Its physical attack reaches 90 points, but its speed is just 40, and most strangely, its vitality is only 1 point. This means Shedinja is extremely fragile. A single hit could knock it out. However, Shedinja possesses a unique trait, its Wonder Guard ability, which protects it from any damage unless the move used is of a type that counters it. As a bug/ghost-type Pokémon, Shedinja can only be harmed by flying, rock, ghost, fire, or dark-type moves. Any other type of move has no effect on it. The Pokémon that had ambushed Cain and Steven were precisely Ninjask, using its speed, and Shedinja, which, being invisible, managed to evade the psychic tracking of Slowking and Metagross. If Cain hadn't reacted quickly, they both would have fallen victim to a surprise attack. When Steven saw Ninjask, he understood the situation, but seeing Shedinja left him baffled, as this Pokémon is exceedingly rare to encounter. Cain used his system to skin both Pokémon. Pokémon, Shedinja, dark green. Gender, genderless. Level, 49. Type, bug plus ghost. Ability, Wonder Guard. Held item, none. Egg moves, endure, feint attack, silver wind. Basic moves, absorb, scratch, harden, sand attack, fury swipes, spite, shadow sneak, mind reader, confuse ray, shadow ball, grudge, heal block. Learned moves, bug bite, giga drain. TM moves, protect, leech life, aerial ace, shadow claw, dream eater, sleep talk. Both Pokémon, Ninjask and Shedinja, were at level 49, the maximum level within the advanced tier. Although their quality was only dark green, their power was not insignificant. Thanks to Ninjask's speed and Shedinja's peculiar ability, they held a considerable advantage over opponents unfamiliar with their abilities. Imagine Ninjask using its speed to evade most of the opponent's moves, and if it couldn't avoid them, Shedinja stepping in to take the hit without taking any damage. This would force the opponent to be cautious with Shedinja, only to discover that most of their moves would have no effect. Even if they managed to use an effective move, Ninjask could interfere or absorb the blow. This type of strategy works best against adversaries who are unfamiliar with Shedinja. For those who do know it, the key lies in using the appropriate moves. Shedinja is slow and has little endurance. A single successful move can defeat it. In Steven's case, being unfamiliar with Shedinja, the enemy had the advantage of knowledge. Although Steven's Metagross and Agron were stronger, if he couldn't quickly identify the opponent's weaknesses, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. Cain also understood why Shedinja's move had bypassed Jengar's Protect. Shedinja had used Shadow Sneak, which evades the effects of moves like Protect. Cain reacted swiftly enough, using his psychic power to counter the move. If Shedinja had attacked Steven instead, the result might have been very different. The League's traitor clearly knew what they were doing. It's no surprise they dared to collaborate with Team Magma, as their knowledge of bug-type Pokémon was formidable. Knowledge is one of the greatest weapons of a trainer. Why do you think Professor Oak developed the Pokédex? It was to ensure that trainers affiliated with the League wouldn't be at a disadvantage due to a lack of information. Without the Pokédex, Ash would never have progressed as quickly as he did. Even Steven, despite his inheritance from one of the most powerful families, lacked knowledge about certain Pokémon. If he had faced this traitor alone, the outcome might have been uncertain. So not only do you feel no remorse, but you're also proud of it? Cain said in response to his opponent. The woman's expression grew increasingly sinister. Remorse? Ha ha, what a joke. Everything I did was for a little gain. I eliminated an evil member of Team Magma, and the League hunts me down as if I committed some great crime. I rose from being a mere civilian to this position. Why are they persecuting me this way? Although she was a woman, Cain sensed intense madness within her. If her mental fortitude had been slightly stronger, she might have succeeded in her plans. Cain felt a slight regret for her, but no pity. Despite her attractiveness and good figure, someone with that mindset could never be trusted. Moreover, with Steven by his side, Cain wouldn't do anything to reveal his true identity. A mere civilian? From the moment you started working for the League, you were no longer one. And by choosing to collaborate with Team Magma, you sealed your fate. There's no place for you in the League, Cain said firmly. His speech resonated with powerful conviction, as if he were the true avenger of the League, and Stephen, by his side, nodded in agreement. What do you elite members cultivated by the Alliance know? You have no idea what someone like me, who rose from the depths of this world, has had to endure. The woman wore a look of evident disdain. Despite having worked for the Alliance for so long, what she despised most were those so-called elite members. They had access to the best resources, the best conditions, and were full of arrogance, yet their skills left much to be desired. That was her opinion of the Alliance's elite. Even those who seemed stronger were nothing more than decorations, greenhouse flowers. They had never experienced a real Pokémon battle, only what they called combat training. Could they even be considered true trainers? In today's relatively peaceful environment, their existence wasn't a problem. But if the Alliance thought it could thrive solely on such people, it was utterly ridiculous. Her name was Kaya, and she was born in a small town in the Hoenn region. As a commoner, her first Pokémon was a Wurmple she caught by risking her life in a forest. From that moment on, through constant effort, she became an official trainer. Then, after much time and countless hardships, she managed to become a worker for the Alliance. It took her years to realize just how extraordinary her talent was. If the Alliance had supported her from the beginning, now, at 27 or 28 years old, she wouldn't just be at an advanced or near elite level, she could have even aspired to the elite level. But she didn't have that option. She was merely an ordinary trainer with no background and average abilities. Perhaps, if she worked for the Alliance for decades, her children might earn the title of elite members of the Alliance. However, she wasn't willing to let her life end that way. That's why she secretly collaborated with Team Magma, gaining various benefits in return and slowly improving her power. As for the isolated environment she found herself in, it didn't pressure her at all. In fact, it offered her a sense of tranquility deep within her soul. But for everything received, a price must be paid. She betrayed the Alliance's trust and squandered some of its resources, which was why Cain and Stephen were now here, representing the Alliance, to reclaim all that had been lost. Do you think you're the only one who's a commoner? If you don't put in enough effort and fight with determination, it's not fate that's unfair, it's you who's self-destructing, Cain said. Although Stephen had no authority in such matters, Cain certainly did. As a commoner who had lived two lives, Cain understood well the distortions of values in this world. However, what good was understanding them? If you lack absolute power, you can only resign yourself to it. Otherwise, you'll be crushed by this world. Only when you have enough power can you attempt to change this world. Until then, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to hide, and if you're a tiger, you'll have to crouch. Cain's words left Kaya stunned. She realized Cain was also a commoner, not too different from herself. Yet, he had reached his current position through sheer effort, leaving her speechless. Stephen, listening to the conversation between Cain and Kaya, cast a complex look at Cain. He, too, knew there were many injustices in the world, but he couldn't do anything about them. After all, he was part of the privileged class. And while he was theoretically the main heir of the Stone family, he still held no real power. Perhaps, if he someday became the champion of the Hoenn region, he could make some changes. Enough talk. It's clear you're here to take me back. It's surprising you managed to find this place, Kaya said, reluctant to continue conversing with Cain and Stephen. She had found this place by chance during a mission. Initially, she didn't pay much attention to it, but after spending some time there, she realized that bug-type Pokémon experienced incredibly rapid growth in this area. As a trainer who started as a commoner, all her Pokémon were bug types, so this place seemed as if it had been specially prepared for her by fate. Moreover, on her first expedition here, she captured an incredibly powerful bug-type Pokémon that she had yet to use. It was her trump card, the reason she dared to face Cain and Stephen. As for the earthquake felt in the area, she believed it was simply due to the proximity to the Earth's core, caused by tectonic movements or underground magma flow. It didn't affect her life or training there. Kaya was convinced that if she lived there for a year, she could reach the near elite level. If she stayed for 3 years, she might have the power to aim for the elite level. For now, her sole task was to keep Cain and Steven occupied. Although their Pokémon intrigued her, she knew they wouldn't have the advantage in this environment, whereas bug types certainly would. Those 2 elite members of the Alliance, those greenhouse flowers, even if their power matched hers, she was confident she could handle them. Then there's nothing more to say. When you return to the Alliance, you can explain everything, Cain said with a smile. After all, Kaya was just another victim of this cruel world. Cain activated his telepathic communication ability, enveloping Steven and his Pokémon. Metagross, Aggron, Slowking, Drapion, Floette, and Gengar, all incredibly powerful. Then try defeating my Pokémon first. Ninjask, Shedinja, used the usual tactic. Kaya let out a cold laugh as she released 3 Pokeballs, revealing 3 Pokémon. One was a Beedrill, nearly twice its usual size, a Heracross, and the last one, an Armaldo. Steven was stunned. There was an Armaldo standing before him. After Cain had explained Anorith and Lileep to him, Steven had researched and discovered that the evolved form of Anorith was precisely the Pokémon standing in front of him, Armaldo. Kaya had an Armaldo. Cain was also taken aback. This Armaldo had been captured by Kaya during her first discovery of this place. At the time, Kaya didn't realize Armaldo was a fossil Pokémon. After expending a large number of resources to capture it, she used her connections within the Alliance and her dealings with Team Magma to investigate more about Armaldo. Now, she believed she knew enough about the Pokémon. There was no longer any reason to hide it. No more pretense. She was ready to face them with everything she had. Pokémon, Armaldo, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 54. Type, rock plus bug. Ability, battle armor. Held item, none. Egg moves, knockoff, screech, cross poison, aqua jet. Basic moves, scratch, harden, mud sport, water gun, fury cutter, smack down, metal claw, ancient power, slash, brine, crush claw, X scissor, protect. Learned moves, water pulse, bug bite. TM moves, earthquake, rock polish, stone edge. This was the Pokémon she truly relied on. Cain, reviewing Armaldo's data, reflected silently. This Armaldo not only had great potential, but also a respectable level of power. For a trainer who had started from scratch, obtaining the TMs for moves like Earthquake and Stone Edge wasn't an easy feat. He also received data on her other 2 Pokémon, a level 50 Beedrill with dark green quality and a level 48 Heracross with light blue quality. Both were quite strong. In total, she had 2 quasi-elite level Pokémon and 3 advanced level ones. With a team like this, she already had 1 foot in the quasi-elite level. She only needed a bit more training, raising Shedinja and Ninjask to level 50, and then she would be a genuine quasi-elite level trainer. The difference between advanced level and quasi-elite level trainers is vast, and the Pokémon League greatly values the latter, as they are the true backbone of their strength. It was a shame she didn't manage to hold out until the end, Cain thought with slight sadness. However, the battle had already begun. With Honchkrow and Weevil, who used to control the team's speed, absent, Cain now relied on Aggron, a formidable defender on the front line, supported by Steven's shiny Metagross, which was at the quasi-elite level. With proper coordination, their power was significantly enhanced. Aggron was the first to act, boldly advancing to the front. The opponents were all bug-type Pokémon, and the only real threat to him was Heracross with its fighting-type moves. The other moves didn't concern him at all. So, he positioned himself as the primary barrier. At the same time, Drapion also advanced, standing beside Aggron. The 2 Pokémon briefly exchanged glances and greeted each other, having fought together for a long time and still maintaining strong synchronization, despite their recent evolutions. Under Cain's command, Gengar slowly faded into the shadows. With the torchlights casting shadows across the ruins, his field of action was wide. Ninjask and Beedrill quickly flew, taking advantageous positions in the air and ready to attack at any moment. Armaldo, on the other hand, trudged heavily toward Agron and Drapion. As one of Kaya's strongest Pokémon, she trusted Armaldo to face and defeat those two powerful opponents. Despite Armaldo's strength, he underestimated Drapion's power. Drapion prided itself on its strength, and in terms of physical power, no other Pokémon could match it. Armaldo charged with all his might, but Drapion stopped him dead in his tracks. The surprise in Armaldo's eyes revealed his astonishment at Drapion's power. What overwhelming strength, Armaldo thought. However, Drapion wasn't as calm as he seemed. While he maintained the upper hand in strength, Armaldo's overall power level was much higher, and Drapion could barely hold on. But Drapion wasn't alone. Following Steven's orders, Agron lunged at Armaldo, his metallic horns gleaming like two giant scythes. Lowering his head, Agron executed his special move, Head Smash. This rock-type move was highly effective against Armaldo, who had a double weakness to rock-type moves. Just before impact, a green shield appeared around Armaldo as he used the move Protect to block Agron's attack. In response, Armaldo used Earthquake. Though the ruin's floor was incredibly solid, a strong tremor was felt, and dust accumulated over the years began falling from above. Drapion and Agron, being closest, took the most damage. Meanwhile, Beedrill flew directly toward Slowking. Although Beedrill was vulnerable to Psychic-type moves, its Bug-type moves were also highly effective against Psychic-type Pokémon. Slowking and Metagross floated together in the air. As the strongest Pokémon of Cain and Steven, their psychic powers intertwined, creating a dense energy field around them. The combined move from Metagross and Slowking struck Beedrill before it could get close, knocking it out almost immediately. Despite Beedrill's fall, Kaya wasn't worried. Right behind Beedrill, Ninjask was stealthily approaching. Despite the intense psychic energy surrounding the area, Ninjask managed to evade it and dangerously close in on its opponents. At that moment, just as Ninjask was about to attack, Slowking and Metagross, under Cain and Steven's orders, focused their psychic power into an invisible blade and launched it at Ninjask. However, before it could hit, Shedinja suddenly appeared, having been hiding behind Ninjask the entire time. Thanks to its special ability and unique nature, Shedinja completely ignored Psychic-type moves. Both Pokémon charged directly at Slowking, who, being a Water and Psychic-type, was easier to defeat than the sturdy Metagross. Steven's expression changed upon realizing the danger, and he quickly ordered Metagross to attack Shedinja. Kaya, seeing the concern on Steven's face, smiled. She loved seeing that expression on her opponents. Without knowing Shedinja's ability, many moves were rendered useless. These three Pokémon, along with Armaldo, were her true secret weapons. But what Kaya didn't notice was Cain's smile. "I've been waiting for you," Cain thought. The Jengar Cain had ordered to hide didn't target Kaya, assuming one of her Pokémon would be guarding her. Instead, Jengar unleashed two massive dark balls, which he had been charging all this time, directly at Shedinja. Kaya, seeing what was happening, shouted in surprise, "How is this possible?" Shedinja, as a bug and ghost-type Pokémon, takes double damage from Flying Dash, Rock Dash, Ghost Dash, Fire Dash, and Dark-type moves. Only moves of these 5 types can harm Shedinja, and Cain's Jengar's Shadow Ball is precisely the move that can damage Shedinja. Kaya's expression turned somewhat grim, but she didn't believe Cain had responded specifically because he understood this particular Pokémon. After all, having been in the league for so long, rarely, if ever, had anyone recognized Shedinja. Kaya herself had only discovered this Pokémon's existence by flipping through a book on bug-type Pokémon, and she had tested its traits herself through multiple experiments. Facing Jengar's 2 dark spheres, Shedinja, under Kaya's command, used Protect just in time to block the first attack. As for the second attack, it was intercepted by Ninjask, which quickly arrived from behind and also used Protect. However, due to Jengar's attack, both Pokémon significantly reduced their speed. Next, Slowking taught them a lesson. With its mouth puffed up, It gathered a large amount of fire-type energy, as if pouring out lava, directly spraying the two Pokémon. This time, they had no way to use Protect again, and they were close enough to Slowking that the flamethrower attack hit them directly. After so much training, Slowking's flamethrower was no longer what it used to be. Although not as powerful as that of a fire-type Pokémon, it now had considerable strength. Through telepathy, upon hearing Cain's explanation of this Pokémon, Steven showed an expression of understanding. To finish things off, his Metagross condensed a black, spinning ball, directing it straight at Shedinja through the flames with the help of its psychic powers. Both attacks hit, and with Shedinja's physical frailty, there wasn't much to say. It immediately lost its ability to battle. Ninjask, although it managed to escape thanks to its speed, became far less effective without Shedinja's collaboration. Now it was just a fast Pokémon, but an extremely fragile one. On Slowking and Metagross's side, the advantage was overwhelming as expected. However, Drapion and Aggron were having a much tougher time. At this moment, Drapion, whose arms were locked with Armaldo's, was already covered in wounds. Even its once flexible tail showed signs of fracture. Despite its sturdy build, Drapion could not match Armaldo's physical strength. This wasn't surprising, as Armaldo had a significant level advantage over Drapion. Beside it, Aggron, also fighting against Armaldo, bore numerous wounds. Even though it was a Steel-type Pokémon, Aggron was not without weaknesses, and Earthquake, being 4 times effective against Aggron, dealt devastating damage with each attack. Despite their severe injuries, both Pokémon managed to endure thanks to the support of Floette's grassy terrain. Without that move's effects, they probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Ninjask and Heracross quickly withdrew to try to help Armaldo defeat Aggron first, but on their way, they encountered Gengar, which emerged from the shadows to block them. After defeating Shedinja, Slowking and Metagross extended their psychic powers toward Armaldo, preparing to attack it. However, Armaldo fired a dark blue, iron-scented jet of salt water, dealing damage and causing intense pain to Drapion and Aggron. It was the move Brine. Weakened by the pain, both Pokémon were struck again by Armaldo's Earthquake attack. Boom! Aggron, after taking the Brine attack followed by the close-range Earthquake effects, finally lost its ability to battle and collapsed to the ground. Floette's grassy terrain move couldn't heal it in time. Drapion, though still standing, was severely injured, barely holding on with its last breath. The only advantage it had over Aggron was that Earthquake's damage was only double for it, which, combined with Floette's assistance, prevented it from being taken out immediately. However, it had fulfilled its mission well, as Slowking and Metagross had arrived in the area. With their combined psychic support, Armaldo attempted to quickly defeat Drapion, but it failed, as its hands were immobilized by Slowking and Metagross's psychic abilities. Metagross lunged into close combat, using its 4 arms like hammers to repeatedly strike Armaldo, leaving it with only the ability to defend itself. Meanwhile, Slowking stopped assisting Metagross. Being a pseudo-legendary Pokémon at a similar level to Armaldo, Metagross didn't need additional support. Slowking began forming numerous black spheres of psychic energy that spun around it, increasing in number. These spheres, charged with psychic energy intertwined with the environment, resembled small black holes surrounded by pink lightning. When they were finally ready, Heracross, which had been previously blocked, couldn't escape and took the full impact of Slowking's psychic attack. With psychic-type moves being twice as effective against fighting types, and the charge time amplifying the attack's power, Heracross fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Now, only Ninjask, Armaldo, and possibly one more Pokémon accompanying Kai remained. Although Ninjask was extremely fast, it couldn't last long against Gengar and Slowking's combined attack. In the end, it fell to Gengar's Fire Punch. On the other hand, the battle between Armaldo and Metagross was reaching its conclusion. Armaldo had defeated Aggron, which not only enraged Metagross but also Steven. However, there wasn't much to be done, as Aggron's weakness to ground-type moves was inescapable. Armaldo's use of Earthquake was exceptional. Kaya wasn't an inexperienced trainer, and if Ninjask and Shedinja had managed to hold back Slowking and Metagross while Heracross blocked Gengar, Armaldo could have defeated Agron and Drapion first, tipping the scales in Kaya's favor. But she overestimated her Pokémon knowledge, believing that only she understood these rare Pokémon and could take advantage of two young league members. However, Cain proved that he knew more about Shedinja than she did. When it comes to Pokémon knowledge, Cain has no fear of competing. Finally, with all of Metagross's effort, Armaldo fell under its iron fists. However, Kaya still had one more Pokémon hidden. It wasn't literally on her, but she kept it concealed in a Pokeball that she firmly gripped in her hand. Her fingers remained pressed against the button of the sphere, ready to release the Pokémon at any moment. That Pokémon turned out to be a Forretress, one that had mastered the move Self-Destruct. A desperate and brutal tactic, not only against her opponents, but also against herself. But Kaya was that kind of person, one who didn't fear risking everything to achieve her goal. Even so, Cain thought she had chosen the wrong path. With her character and abilities, she would have fit perfectly into Team Rocket, where the violent and competitive environment would have allowed her to thrive. However, she chose to stay with the League, which suggested that deep down, perhaps she wished to live under the light of the sun rather than in the shadows. Forretress never got the chance to explode because before Kaya could release the button, Slowking and Metagross sensed her intention with their psychic abilities. Immediately, they used their powers to block the Pokeball, preventing the Pokémon from emerging. When he saw the Pokémon inside the Pokeball, Steven couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at how close they had been to disaster. Thus, Kaya, as a traitor to the League, was captured by Cain and Steven. However, in the end, she offered little resistance. She was confused and frustrated, unable to comprehend how Cain had managed to anticipate Shedinja. When you believe your knowledge is enough, that's when you become a frog in a well, Cain told her coldly. Hearing those words, Kaya was left stunned, and her expression darkened. To Cain, her knowledge, which she had prided herself on so much, was nothing more than the limited perspective of someone who had yet to see the world. The Pokémon world is vast and full of diverse knowledge. No one can claim to know everything. Even Cain, who had access to all the information he had collected in his past life, was constantly searching for new knowledge. From stealing information at the Lake of Rage research base to the breeding knowledge he had learned from his master, Matsuda Takashi, or the daycare center on the outskirts of Saffron City, Cain never let an opportunity to learn slip by. Now, his greatest expectation lay in the data that Team Rocket was gathering for their Mew cloning project, knowledge that, if he managed to obtain, could give him an unparalleled advantage. In this new beginning of his life, Cain's greatest resource had always been his knowledge. Whether it was his memories of the future or the system he carried with him, knowledge was his true weapon. The surviving Pokémon were recalled, while those who did not make it through the battle, such as Beedrill and Heracross, were left behind. These two Pokémon had fought with such intensity that their bodies were completely exhausted. Even before the battle, their physical conditions had already deteriorated due to Kaya's abuse, as she had prioritized Armaldo's development over theirs. Steven silently observed the lifeless bodies of Beedrill and Heracross. He deeply appreciated the loyalty and sacrifice they had shown, but he also lamented how they had been exploited. Meanwhile, Cain and Floette tended to the injured Pokémon, including Steven's Agron and Cain's Drapion, both severely damaged during the battle. With the medicine Cain had prepared and Floette's healing assistance, the wounded Pokémon would not suffer permanent aftereffects, though they would still require considerable time to recover. Agron, in particular, had taken the most damage. Cain, come quickly and look at this, Steven suddenly called out urgently. Cain finished treating the last of Agron's wounds before walking over to Steven, who had discovered something unsettling. He had gathered Beedrill and Heracross's bodies to cremate them and let them rest in this place, but something strange had happened. The Pokémon's bodies showed no traces of blood. Even with visible wounds, they had not left a single drop of blood on the ground. As Cain approached, he noticed that the blood had not stopped flowing, it was simply being absorbed immediately by the ground. The sight was so bizarre that both Cain and Stephen felt the hairs on their skin stand on end. Then, Cain remembered something. The inscriptions on the walls of the ruins suggested that this place was once an ancient sacrificial chamber, possibly inhabited by Pokémon that had survived since ancient times. Armaldo, who had been captured by Kaya, was likely one of these ancient Pokémon that had managed to endure. However, there was much more that Cain and Stephen didn't know, things that perhaps only Kaya had come to understand during her first visit here. But Kaya remained silent, her gaze lost, refusing to cooperate. Meanwhile, the blood of the fallen Pokémon began to flow faster, disappearing completely into the ground. Cain and Stephen's expressions darkened in the face of the unknown. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, the temperature of the ground began rising rapidly. They barely managed to stay safe thanks to the psychic powers of Slowking and Metagross, who lifted them off the ground. However, the bodies of Beedrill and Heracross were left behind, and before their very eyes, the corpses shriveled and collapsed like balloons deflating completely. As they hovered above, the ground beneath them continued to melt, as if it were ice under the sun, revealing something hidden in the depths. Finally, Cain and Stephen caught a glimpse of what had been generating so much heat. The ground at the center of the ruins began to melt, forming a massive hole that revealed the hidden scene below. A network of rusted chains, seemingly hundreds of them, intertwined and tightly wrapped around a Pokémon at the center. Although the chains appeared ordinary, even inferior due to the yellow rust covering them, anyone who saw the Pokémon trapped in the middle would quickly change their mind. Cain and Stephen gazed at the scene beneath their feet in astonishment. "That is," murmured Stephen. "Volcarona," Cain exclaimed, naming the trapped Pokémon. However, this Volcarona was not in a normal state. The chains binding it broke one by one with every movement of its body. Additionally, the blood spilled by Beedrill and Heracross had been completely absorbed by Volcarona. Cain understood what was happening. This ancient chamber was not merely a ritual site, but also a breeding ground designed for a specific Pokémon, Volcarona. In the past, a multitude of bug-type Pokémon likely lived here, but all of them eventually became food for Volcarona. Only Armaldo, captured by Kaya, managed to escape this fate. The other bug-type Pokémon must have fought among themselves, leaving Volcarona as the sole survivor, absorbing their energies to sustain itself for centuries. That was the primary reason Volcarona had managed to survive from ancient times until now. However, why was Volcarona ultimately chained and sealed? Through his psychic abilities, Cain perceived that these special chains were constantly absorbing Volcarona's energy. Though the amount of energy drained was minimal compared to its vast power, this extraction had continued for countless years. This also explained why Kaya believed that bug-type Pokémon trained and grew faster in these ruins. The energy absorbed by the chains was dispersed throughout the chamber. This Volcarona was a Pokémon bred to become a mighty force, yet in the end, it was used merely as an energy source. Perhaps the reason behind its imprisonment was the fear its power instilled in its creators. Its strength was so overwhelming that they decided to seal it rather than let it roam free. The earthquake that Cain and Stephen felt upon entering the ruins was caused by Volcarona's final attempts to break free. The high temperature of the place was also due to its presence, hidden beneath the depths. In certain regions, Volcarona is revered as a deity. When it spreads its 3 pairs of red wings, it resembles a blazing sun, with the black spots on its wings representing solar flares. In battle, Volcarona scatters burning scales as it flies, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames, which is why ancient civilizations feared it as the wrath of the sun. It is said that Volcarona is born from a cocoon wrapped in flames. When volcanic ash darkens the sky, its flames replace the light of the sun, making it a symbol of the sun. Although Volcarona had existed since ancient times, this was the first time Cain had seen one raised like a mere insect. Perhaps whoever built this breeding chamber had accidentally captured a Larvesta and placed it in this facility. However, the Larvesta evolved into Volcarona, and its immense power caused its creator to imprison it out of fear, eventually abandoning the site. The special chains restraining Volcarona were likely designed as a security measure to prevent this extremely powerful bug-type Pokémon from escaping. However, no one had anticipated that Volcarona could survive for centuries, gradually wearing down the chains. Now, although the chains were about to break, its life was also nearing its end. For a bug-type Pokémon to have lived this long was a true miracle. Still processing the magnitude of what he was seeing, Cain scanned Volcarona's data using his system. Pokémon: Volcarona, light purple, exhausted. Gender: female. Level: 83. Type: bug/fire. Ability: flame body. Held item: none. Egg moves: string shot, endure, zen headbutt, morning sun, magnet rise. Basic moves: quiver dance, fiery dance, hurricane, rage powder, heat wave, flare blitz, thrash, amnesia, bug buzz, flame wheel, ember, absorb, gust, fire spin, whirlwind, silver wind. Learned moves: signal beam, defog, giga drain, snore. TM moves: none. In level 83 Volcarona, with a light purple quality. It was an initial champion level Pokémon. Cain stared at Volcarona's data, at a loss for words. The system indicated that its body was exhausted. It had resorted to the residual energy of Beedrill and Heracross to unleash its current strength, but it was clear that it didn't have much time left. Perhaps this Volcarona had never seen the sun since it evolved. Kaya, tied to the side, also stared at Volcarona in awe. As a bug-type Pokémon specialist, she knew exactly how powerful Volcarona was. Although deep down she wished to capture Volcarona to secure victory over anyone, she knew it was already too late. Volcarona, a Pokémon that evolves from Larvesta at level 59, has one of the highest evolution levels, even compared to pseudo-legendaries. This reflects the massive amount of energy it needs to accumulate to reach its final form. It is one of the most powerful bug-type Pokémon for a reason. Suddenly, the chains binding Volcarona began to snap one after another as the Pokémon gathered what remained of its strength. Volcarona knew that its life was coming to an end, but it still had one last thing to do. Sensing the rising energy of Volcarona and seeing how the chains were breaking, Steven became alarmed and exclaimed, "Cain, we need to get out of here. This Volcarona, which has lived for countless years, is about to break free. We can't handle it. We must contact the League's High Command immediately." Steven grabbed Cain, trying to drag him toward the exit. But Cain, with a complex expression, shook his head, refusing to flee. Volcarona's life had come to an end. Now it was simply in its last moments of struggle. It no longer cared about the presence of Cain and Steven. The chains continued to break one after another, but Volcarona's energy was beginning to weaken. The speed at which the chains broke was also decreasing. The energy it had previously absorbed from Beedrill and Heracross was limited. For it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The reason it could break these chains was not strength, but because it had already given up hope of living, releasing all the remaining energy of its life. Cain's expression was complicated. Suddenly, he wanted to see what Volcarona would do after breaking the chains. He wanted to witness how this Pokémon, imprisoned for so many years, would display its true splendor in its final moments. Almost instinctively, Cain took out 2 fist-sized energy blocks from his storage space. They were the energy blocks from the unknown island. Though their energy was not enough for Volcarona, it far surpassed what it had absorbed from the other Pokémon. Under Steven's astonished gaze, Cain threw the 2 energy blocks toward Volcarona, which was still struggling to break free. Sensing the approaching energies, Volcarona paused for a moment and looked at Cain, who stood above. Without hesitation, it swallowed the energy blocks in one gulp. At that moment, its body shone with a dazzling light. The chains continued to break, and their speed increased significantly. "Cain!" Steven exclaimed, confused by his actions. This is its final moment. Such a powerful Pokémon should have the right to decide how it dies. Cain looked at Volcarona, whose energy was growing stronger, and responded. "It's in its final moments?" Steven murmured upon hearing Cain's response, surprised. He did not doubt him. Cain was a talented Pokémon breeder and knew far more about Pokémon than Steven. If he claimed that Volcarona's life was coming to an end, it was surely true. Yes, Cain replied with a firm nod, his expression now calmer. Volcarona had shown him that even with immense power, one is not invincible. In this Pokémon world, technology was incredibly advanced. Even Pokémon like Mutwo, with the power of a legendary Pokémon, could be captured by Team Rocket's devices. Despite being champion level, this Volcarona had been imprisoned for centuries. Had it not been for Cain and Steven's intervention, this Pokémon, revered as the emissary of the sun, would have died in darkness without leaving a trace. Still not enough? Cain noticed that Volcarona was starting to show signs of exhaustion again. He took out 3 more energy blocks and threw them toward it. Suddenly, Volcarona's wings burst into flames. Clack! 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 All the chains that bound it shattered in an instant. After centuries of wear, these chains finally succumbed just as Volcarona's life was reaching its end. Once free, Volcarona remained motionless as if lost. After being imprisoned for so long, it did not know what to do. At that moment, Cain shouted, "Volcarona!" He pointed toward the top of the ruins. Volcarona's eyes shone with an unfamiliar spark. It flapped its 6 wings, scattering fiery scales like tiny meteors that faded into the darkness. Volcarona ascended rapidly, appearing in front of Cain in an instant. Its blue eyes locked onto Cain, as if memorizing his face or contemplating something. 3 seconds later, it flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. Boom! The ceiling of the ruins could not contain it. A massive hole was left as evidence of its escape. Cain and Steven looked at each other. They quickly summoned Flygon and Skarmory, recalled their other Pokémon, and flew out of the ruins, carrying Kaya, who was still tied up. Despite everything, Flygon had begun to grow accustomed to Cain's peculiarities. Upon emerging into the desert, they saw Volcarona suspended in the air, gazing at the vast, arid landscape with curiosity. After so much time imagining what the outside world would be like, the first thing it saw was an endless desert. However, it had no time left. It closed its eyes, remembering its days as a Larvesta, longing to fly freely in the sky. Now, as Volcarona, that opportunity was slipping away. In its final moments, it decided to shine brilliantly. Before Cain and Steven's eyes, Volcarona ascended as its entire body burned with a golden radiance. It looked like a small sun. It flew higher and higher, consuming itself as fuel. From afar, many watched that small sun. It was an incredible phenomenon, 2 suns in the sky, one large and one small. But the small sun did not last long. In an instant, it exhausted all its light and disappeared, turning into tiny sparks that slowly drifted down from the sky. One of these special sparks landed in Cain's hand, as if it were Volcarona's final gift of gratitude. Steven and Cain directly witnessed Volcarona's disappearance. In the sky, at the closest point to the sun, it felt the scorching heat. After performing its final flash, its entire body was consumed by flames, turning into ashes that scattered across the desert. Volcarona had achieved what it desired most, and in gratitude to Cain, who helped it in its final moments, it bestowed upon him the greatest gift it could offer. Cain looked at his hand, where small, warm scales had accumulated, forming a reddish object resembling a corneous cloak. Sensing the heat emanating from this object, Cain activated his analysis system to identify the legacy Volcarona had left him. Item name: Volcarona's Legacy. Description: a special substance that was not consumed during the self-immolation of an initial champion-level Volcarona. Effect: enhances perception of fire-type energy, increases talent in this attribute, and boosts the power of fire-type moves by 20%. It was a unique gift, Volcarona's final gesture of gratitude. Cain carefully stored the legacy. Although the only Pokémon on his team that could immediately benefit from it was his Combusken, he was certain that this item would be crucial in the future. This artifact not only increased the power of fire-type moves, but also enhanced a Pokémon's sensitivity to this energy type and boosted their innate fire element abilities. An item of this caliber was extremely rare and powerful. Cain had not expected to receive something so valuable. His initial intent in helping Volcarona was not selfish. He simply believed that such a strong Pokémon should not die so humiliatingly in a dark underground prison. That's why he freed it, allowing it to shine like a small sun alongside the real one. Volcarona had found its place as the true messenger of the sun. System, rename this item as the Radiance of the Sun's Messenger. Beep. Item name changed to the Radiance of the Sun's Messenger. As Cain processed everything, Stephen remained silent, deeply impacted by Volcarona's sacrifice and its decision to shine until the very end. Seeing the item Volcarona had left Cain, Stephen felt neither envy nor greed. He recognized it as a gift meant for Cain as thanks for freeing it. Besides, he didn't have any fire-type Pokémon, so he wouldn't have had any use for it. Suddenly, both of their communication devices rang simultaneously. Stephen checked his dad. Cain looked at his master. They exchanged resigned glances. Their father figures wanted answers. Stephen stepped aside to answer his father's call, while Cain accepted his master's, Matsuda Takashi. Cain? I heard from some veterans in the league that you and the Stone family kid were sent to the Great Hoenn Desert. Does this have anything to do with that small sun that appeared in the sky? Knowing he couldn't hide it, Cain admitted that it was related, but avoided going into details over the phone. After a brief explanation, he tried to change the subject. Master, weren't you busy with your experiments? Bah. Experiments, my ass. Two suns appear in the sky, and you say it's nothing? We'll talk in person when you come to the researchers' building at the Hoenn League headquarters. I want a full explanation. Rio abruptly hung up, leaving Cain confused. Meanwhile, Stephen was also finishing his call. From their expressions, they both knew the conversations had been similar. Heading to the League headquarters? Stephen asked. Yeah, Cain nodded in resignation. They both knew something bigger was unfolding. The small sun incident couldn't be the only reason behind their mentor's urgency. Mounting their flying Pokémon, they set off toward the southeast. The Hoenn League headquarters was located on an island southwest of the continent, north of Evergrande City, beyond Victory Road. As they traveled, Cain reflected on his training plans. Marshtomp, Poliwhirl, and Combuskin were ready to evolve into their final forms, but he needed to prepare the necessary potions to maximize their potential. However, the cost of these resources was exorbitant. On top of that, there were Larvitar and Aaron, whose development required a significant amount of minerals and specific materials. Additionally, his latest acquisition, Bagon, would soon be ready to begin training. Finally, there was his main team. Slowking and the others had already reached competitive levels, but they needed advanced resources to keep up with their opponents. Cain sighed, realizing how his money seemed to vanish with every new milestone. Meanwhile, Stephen remained calm. The difference was clear. The heir of a wealthy family didn't have to worry about the costs of Pokémon training. Cain couldn't help but feel a bit envious. 3 days later, Cain and Stephen, flying at full speed, finally arrived at the Hoenn Alliance headquarters. Flygon and Skarmory were exhausted, but the one who suffered the most was Kaya, who was hanging beneath them. She had already suspected several times that Cain and Stephen were torturing her. Although she didn't have much hope of surviving, she never thought she would have to endure 3 days of suffering like this. Now, Kaya desperately wished for Cain and Stephen to hand her over to the Alliance researchers' headquarters as soon as possible. Once there, she would confess everything she knew, and whatever happened next, whether she lived or died, would be better than being suspended in the air, unable to move up or down, exposed to the sun, squeezed by ropes, and on the verge of despair. After showing their advanced researcher badges and under the envious gazes of the guards, both continued towards the headquarters, riding their Pokémon. The Hoenn Alliance headquarters consisted of 5 large buildings. The biggest one was the Alliance's main tower. On its sides were the Hoenn Pokémon Center and the Alliance Police headquarters. Further beyond were the Pokémon Beauty Contest headquarters and the researchers' base. Cain and Stephen immediately headed to the second floor of the researchers' base, where they found numerous trainers with varying levels of skill and power. An important detail, To save time, the Hoenn Alliance allowed flying within its headquarters, so trainers flying overhead was a common sight. Each region set its own rules. For example, in the Alliance headquarters on MT Silver, flying was prohibited. Here, all kinds of flying Pokémon could be seen, such as Fiero, Pidgeotto, Aerodactyl, and Salamence. However, trainers with more powerful Pokémon usually carried badges of high-ranking Alliance officials or lead researchers. The advanced researcher badges worn by Cain and Steven were already eye-catching enough, drawing many curious glances as they passed. Being so young and holding that rank was not common. After recalling their Pokémon and entering the base, they were greeted by an assistant. Though technically they didn't need a guide due to their rank, both were still relatively new to the position. With a restrained smile, the assistant helped them complete the mission submission paperwork. When they left headquarters, both sighed in relief. Although being a researcher seemed glamorous and offered many rewards for completing missions, what most people didn't see was the danger behind the role. While Cain and Steven were submitting their mission, they saw multiple groups rushing back with severely injured members, hurrying toward the Pokémon Center for treatment. Many risked their lives for more resources. Some, however, saw the role of a researcher as their calling, contributing to the harmonious development of the Pokémon world. In short, it was a job that seemed brilliant on the outside, but held a bitter reality only its holders knew. After leaving headquarters, Cain received a good amount of Alliance points on his identification card, which could be exchanged for various resources. As the two headed toward the Alliance's main building, they encountered two fatherly figures conversing in the lobby. Matsuda Takashi and Joseph Stone, who clearly already knew each other, were chatting while waiting for Cain and Steven. Seeing them return, they paused their conversation and gestured for them to come over. "Brat, you're really something now, huh? Advanced Alliance researcher?" "Feeling incredible," were the first words out of old Matsuda's mouth as he scolded Cain. After calming the old man down a bit, he started asking about what happened with Volcarona. Cain recounted the entire story, omitting almost no details. Upon hearing everything, old Matsuda's expression turned complex. As an experienced Pokémon trainer, he knew very well what it took to reach champion level, immense sacrifice and effort. It was hard to believe that a champion-level Volcarona had remained underground for so long without being discovered. Had it been found years earlier, perhaps it would have had a chance to survive. Even so, old Matsuda nodded in satisfaction, patted Cain on the shoulder, and said, "You did well. A Pokémon of that magnitude shouldn't die in such a pitiful way." Its final radiance allowed much of Hoenn to learn of its existence. That is enough. Old Matsuda had no objections to Cain's decisions, as they aligned with his own values. On the other hand, Steven and Joseph Stone discussed similar matters. The expression on Patriarch Stone's face clearly showed his appreciation for Cain's actions and his sorrow for Volcarona. Both veterans, accustomed to adversity, quickly recovered from the emotional impact. It looks like this situation will give the Alliance plenty of material for propaganda. "Prepare yourselves mentally," Joseph Stone joked with a smile. Cain and Steven exchanged glances, sharing a feeling of resignation. Again, once more, they were going to be the faces of promotional campaigns. The praise was always exaggerated, to the point that even Cain felt uncomfortable reading it. Could so much adulation end up being counterproductive? "Please don't overdo it," Cain murmured to himself, concerned. "Master, you called us here for something else, right?" "I don't think it was just for this," Cain asked after thinking for a moment. Old Matsuda and Joseph Stone nodded. Indeed, there was something more important. Otherwise, Joseph Stone, the patriarch of the Stone family and a key figure in Hoenn, wouldn't have come in person. Both the Stone family and Devon Corporation had enough influence to shake Hoenn whenever they wished. Old Matsuda, while not as powerful as Joseph Stone, played a crucial role in the relationship between the Alliance and the Breeders' Guild. He also held a prestigious position within the Hoenn Alliance. In fact, both held similar honorary titles, personal advisors to the president of the Hoenn Alliance, Juan. A high-ranking title that sounded quite impressive. Indeed, there is something important, Matsuda Takashi said to Cain and Steven. Soon, the president will convene a meeting, and both of you have been mentioned as participants. Cain and Steven were somewhat surprised. However, it didn't seem far-fetched to them. As prominent members of the new generation in the Hoenn League, they had a certain level of recognition. Lance, back in his time, had also gained access to these meetings. Although in terms of strength, both were still below the level Lance had back then, in terms of status, they were nearly on par. Cain suspected that this meeting would be related to the Sinnoh tournament. Shortly after, someone arrived to inform Old Matsuda and Joseph Stone that the meeting was about to begin. The messenger glanced at Cain and Steven, and upon confirming they were also on the attendance list, he guided them toward the meeting room inside the main building. For Cain, this was the first time he had access to this place, making him feel as if he was finally stepping into the inner circle of Hoenn League's high command. People began arriving steadily. Cain and Steven were assigned seats in a row against the wall. These chairs seemed designated for those attending the meeting as observers. On the other hand, Old Matsuda and Joseph Stone took their seats at the main meeting table. Observing the seating arrangement, it was easy to discern the rank of each participant within the league. For example, Steven's father, Joseph Stone, leader of the Stone family and president of Devon Corporation, occupied the first seat to the left of the president. This made his prominence within the league clear, being the second most important figure after President Wan. Meanwhile, Matsuda Takashi, Cain's master, took the third seat to the president's right. According to the hierarchy, his position ranked 7th in importance within the league. Many of the league's veterans no longer attended these meetings regularly, delegating their subordinates to report the outcomes to them. Despite their absence, they were the ones who truly determined the course of Hoenn's development. This meeting hall was informally known as the Outer Senate. There was also an Inner Senate, composed exclusively of veteran figures. The decisions made within the latter were the most consequential. Among those present at the meeting, only President Wan and Joseph Stone had access to the Inner Senate. Over time, the seats gradually filled. Cain and Steven noticed several empty spots beside them, presumably reserved for other young trainers like themselves. It wasn't long before someone Cain recognized arrived, a young woman with dark skin, Phoebe, whom he had met at MT Pyre. Phoebe peeked inside, scanning the room, and upon spotting Cain, her eyes lit up. She quickly took a seat beside him. "Cain, it's been so long," Phoebe said with a smile. Cain, slightly surprised, soon realized that this section of seats was likely intended for representatives of Hoenn's new generation. "Yes, it's been a long time, Phoebe," he replied with a smile. Cain introduced Phoebe to Steven, and just as they began to talk, another familiar face appeared, Wallace. However, to Cain's surprise, Wallace and Steven had yet to meet. Wallace greeted Cain with a smile, nodded at Steven and Phoebe, and then took a seat in a more distant spot. Although Wallace had a prior connection with Cain, his interaction with Steven and Phoebe was practically non-existent. Originally, Wallace and Steven were meant to be the most prominent figures in this meeting. Eventually, Steven was supposed to pass down his title as Hoenn champion to Wallace, recognizing both his strength and capability. However, due to Cain's influence, the spotlight had shifted to him and Steven, pushing Wallace aside. Additionally, Wallace had begun to focus more on Pokémon contests, putting traditional battles on the back burner. As more people arrived, other acquaintances of Cain also made an appearance: Winona, the upcoming gym leader of Fortree City, and Roxanne, the gym leader of Rustboro City. Finally, once all seats were occupied, President Wan entered the room, took his place at the center of the main table, and declared the meeting open. The Hoenn Elite Four did not attend in person, but followed the meeting via video call. Among them was the well-known Dragon-type Elite Four member, Drake, broadcasting from his ship. The current Hoenn Elite Four were Drake, a Dragon-type specialist; Glacia, an Ice-type specialist; Sydney, a Dark-type specialist; Watson, an Electric-type specialist and the gym leader of Malville City. Watson, known for his easygoing personality, wasn't particularly interested in his position, but he had accepted it due to his status as a respected veteran. However, he planned to retire soon, with Norman, the gym leader of Petalburg City, being a likely candidate to take his place. Finally, President Juan also held the title of Hoenn Champion, consolidating his authority and power within the region. The meeting began under Juan's direction. This old man has truly given everything for the Hoenn League. Despite his advanced age, he still holds the title of champion because there is no one with the strength and potential necessary to take over the position. It's not that he craves power, he simply wants to find a suitable successor. Lately, Juan has held Norman, the gym leader of Petalburg City, in high regard. If Norman manages to take a position among the Elite Four, Juan will help him establish connections and build a solid foundation. As long as he meets Juan's requirements, he will be allowed to inherit the title of champion. Additionally, Juan has taken great care of the younger generation, such as Stephen and Cain. Not only did he exceptionally promote them to advanced-level researchers, but he also assigned them tasks that seemed difficult but were actually relatively simple, helping them accumulate strength and experience within the league. In Juan's plans, once Norman takes on the role of champion, Stephen and Cain could each occupy a spot among the Elite Four. Perhaps, when Norman retires, one of them could even inherit the title of champion. Juan has high expectations for Stephen and Cain, especially Stephen, due to his vast resources. However, all of this is just an ideal plan. It's likely that Juan will be disappointed since Norman is a man who constantly seeks to grow stronger and has no interest in power. He will not accept a position in the Elite Four, let alone that of champion. After all, in the manga that Cain knows, Norman is someone capable of directly confronting Rayquaza, which shows that his strength is no small matter. Juan also couldn't imagine how quickly Stephen would improve his strength with the help of the Stone family. The meeting proceeded as expected, with the main topic being the Grand Sinnoh Tournament. Although it is held in the Sinnoh region, this tournament includes talented participants from all regions, showcasing each region's potential. The age limit is 18 years, meaning both Cain and Stephen can participate. In fact, Cain is still a few years away from reaching that limit, and if he achieves good results, he will highlight Hoenn's potential. During the meeting, it was mentioned that Lance from the Kanto region would not be able to participate since he was already over 18. This relieved many administrators from other regions. The strength and resources of Lance's family are undeniable, and Lance is so talented that many from the previous generation no longer see him as a young trainer. Cain nodded upon hearing this. If Lance were to participate, the champion would likely already be decided. Currently, Lance has a few more years of Pokémon training experience than Stephen and the others, which is understandable. As a Pokémon's power reaches a certain level, the rate of improvement slows down, giving Cain and Stephen the opportunity to catch up. Besides Lance, other outstanding young trainers were mentioned, such as Cynthia from Sinnoh, who is one of the main figures to watch. Other talented trainers from Sinnoh were also highlighted, including Flint, a future member of the Elite Four, and Faulkner, a future gym leader of Sunnyshour City. In the Unova and Kalos regions, there are also exceptionally strong young trainers. Cain realized that the main objective of this meeting was to analyze potential opponents in the tournament and estimate the results that Stephen and he could achieve. One concluded the meeting by stating that Hoenn's minimum goal was to secure at least a spot in the top 3. Upon hearing this objective, the reactions varied. Cain remained calm, trusting that Stephen would be at the forefront, which reassured him. Surprisingly, Stephen also seemed unconcerned. He figured that if Cain was this composed, he must have a plan, and since Stephen didn't consider himself any weaker than Cain, he saw no reason to worry either. If Cain knew what Stephen was thinking, he would probably cough up blood from frustration. Were they both relying on the other to have everything under control? In contrast, trainers like Winona and Roxanne, who had less experience, felt more pressure and nervousness. Meanwhile, Wallace, sitting in a corner, seemed completely uninterested. He disliked direct battles and preferred to focus on Pokémon contests. Phoebe, on the other hand, was carefree, swinging her feet as if she had no concerns at all. Juan, observing the reactions, felt satisfied. To him, the selected trainers had a good capacity to handle pressure, especially Steven and Cain. However, he wasn't aware of the full situation. This tournament would have representatives from 5 leagues. At this point, Kanto and Johto had not yet been split into separate leagues, so they competed as one. With 5 leagues in total, aiming for at least one podium finish didn't seem like an excessive goal for Juan. The meeting concluded with an explanation of the tournament's rules. There is no limit on the number of participants as long as they have at least 8 badges. However, selected participants like Cain do not need to collect badges. The initial rounds, reducing the number to 128 participants, will follow a one-on-one single battle format. From the top 128 onwards, battles will allow up to 3 Pokémon per side. In the semifinals and finals, the full 6-on-6 Pokémon battle format will be used. To prevent early encounters between selected participants, the first rounds are designed so that they do not face each other. However, overconfidence could lead to elimination if they use second-tier Pokémon against top opponents, especially if type disadvantages are significant. Once in the top 128, these surprises will be less likely, as 3 Pokémon will be enough to demonstrate a trainer's skill. With that, the meeting came to an end. After the meeting ended, Cain and Steven left together. All the selected trainers for this occasion shared a meal at the League Building's cafeteria, with the purpose of getting to know each other better. After all, in the upcoming Sinnoh tournament, they would meet again, and those invited to this meeting were undoubtedly among the best of the new generation in the Hoenn region. Sharing a meal now would make future encounters less awkward. At the very least, they could acknowledge each other with a nod and avoid tense situations. Once the meal was over, everyone went their separate ways. However, Phoebe followed Cain and Steven. "Cain, why do you carry that computer with you all the time?" "I haven't even seen you use it," Phoebe asked curiously. Even during the meal, Cain hadn't let go of the device. Steven, who had already asked the same question before, rolled his eyes. "It's just a habit," Cain replied with a smile. "The Sinnoh tournament is starting soon, and I'm gathering information on all of you so I won't be at a disadvantage if I run into anyone in battle." Steven couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Yeah, right, he thought. That was the same excuse Cain had given him before, and he had never seen him turn that computer on. But it didn't matter because Phoebe believed him. "I see. Cain, you're really amazing," Phoebe said, a mix of admiration and awe in her voice. Ever since she left MT Pyre, Phoebe, with Juan's help, had learned a lot about the world. Now, she understood many basic things she hadn't before and appreciated Cain's efforts even more. "Alright, what are your plans now? The Sinnoh tournament starts in 20 days. If you need to prepare, it's best to start right away," Cain suggested, changing the subject. "You're right. I think I'll go home to make some adjustments. There are several issues with my Pokémon that I want to discuss with my family elders. Also, it's a bit frustrating because I still don't have 6 main Pokémon for battle. I need to sort that out quickly," Steven responded. Although his shiny Metagross was powerful, the level gap between his other Pokémon was too noticeable. The next 20 days would be crucial for balancing his team. "Same here," Phoebe said, counting on her fingers the things she needed to do. "But Grandpa Juan will help me. Maybe I'll go train to strengthen my Pokémon." She had grown up in isolation at MT Pyre, without systematic training. Juan had worked hard to find her good mentors who could teach her from scratch. Although she had improved a lot since leaving the mountain, she still had a long way to go. Cain nodded. If they needed final adjustments, so did he. Besides, he had many things to prepare. Among the Pokémon he could use under the league's name were Slowking, Gengar, Drapion, and Floette, but Marshtomp and Poliwhirl were still not at the required level. Completing a 6 Pokémon main team wouldn't be easy for Cain. His best option was to train Marshtomp and Poliwhirl during these 20 days, as they were the most advanced in his secondary group. However, raising them quickly to Slowking's level seemed unrealistic, and such rushed growth could affect their foundation, making future development difficult. Moreover, Marshtomp needed to evolve into Swampert and Poliwhirl into Politoed, which meant preparing a new dose of the quality enhancement potion. But this time, obtaining the materials for the potion wouldn't be as easy as the first time. The necessary resources weren't something that could be gathered quickly. The biggest problem was that Cain was completely out of money. No money. Preparing the first potion had drained all his savings, leaving him practically broke. Now, all his plans depended on having enough money to execute them. It was also time for Floette to evolve, but obtaining a supreme quality shiny stone would require a lot of money, and even with money, there was no guarantee of getting one. The only advantage was that even after the Sinnoh tournament began, there would be time before the final phase, offering some breathing room for preparation. In the worst case, Cain considered using Altaria and Mismagius, relying purely on brute strength. Although he didn't like that idea much, Altaria was still reasonable with its near-elite maximum level, but using Mismagius would be too problematic. Others might assume it was a Pokémon loaned by a veteran trainer, which would spark criticism from participants in other regions. Even the Hoenn League wouldn't support that approach. Winning that way wouldn't be very honorable. For now, Cain decided to set a basic plan. If he could gather the resources for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl's potions and complete their evolutions, he would take them to the tournament. If not, he would have to use Flygon and Altaria, even if that could be considered an unfair advantage. Additionally, before the tournament started, finding a supreme quality shiny stone for Floette's evolution would be ideal, improving his chances in team battles. Therefore, the most urgent matter now was making money. Cain thought about ways to earn money quickly. So, see you at the Sinnoh tournament. Steven, help me find a supreme quality shiny stone. If you find one, let me know immediately, Cain requested. Got it, but you know how rare they are. I can't promise anything, Steven replied. It's fine, just keeping an eye out is enough. With that, Cain threw a Pokeball, summoning Flygon, and climbed onto its back. Steven, Phoebe, see you later, Cain said as Flygon took off into the sky. Steven planned to leave later on his family's private jet, once his father finished a brief meeting with Juan. Phoebe, on the other hand, would stay at the League headquarters, receiving full support from Juan. Inside a small meeting room in the League's central building, there were noticeably fewer people than before. Only 8 individuals were present: President Juan, Joseph Stone, the heads of the Joy and Jenny families, a representative from the Battle Frontier, a representative from the Coordinator Guild, the Commander-in-Chief of Hoenn League Investigators, and Matsuda Takashi, who was currently acting as the president of the Breeder Guild's Hoenn branch. Additionally, 4 screens displayed the current Elite Four of the Hoenn region. Is it true that Team Rocket has begun retreating? Has the League headquarters confirmed it? Could this be a trick from Team Rocket? Joseph Stone asked. It's not. The League has infiltrators within Team Rocket, and it has been confirmed that they are indeed retreating. It seems they've obtained something very important. Although they've pulled back, their internal activity has intensified, and their resource consumption has skyrocketed to at least twice the usual amount, replied the head of the Jenny family. As an influential family with ties across multiple regions and strong connections to the League, both the Jenny and Joy families had immediate access to internal information. If that's the case, the start of the Sinnoh tournament marks the moment when the League will begin consolidating its control over Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos, correct? I heard that a new region was recently discovered. Alola, was it? Matsuda Takashi chimed in. Being one of the earliest discovered regions, Hoenn was under solid League control, second only to Kanto and Johto. The Sinnoh tournament, therefore, signaled that Sinnoh would be the next region to undergo intensive development by the League. After that, Unova and Kalos would follow. As for Alola, it had just been identified, and the League had yet to send official representatives. That's correct. However, this Sinnoh tournament is not just about that. The rankings obtained will also significantly impact the future distribution of resources among the regions. The more recognition young talents gain, the more investment they will receive in their training. Consequently, resources will be allocated accordingly. Sinnoh and the following regions, Unova and Kalos, fully understand what the League intends to do, so they will give it their all in this competition. It's not like Hoenn, Juan explained clearly. Then, the president suddenly changed the subject. Now, does anyone have any objections regarding Cain's identity? Juan looked around the room, including the Elite Four members displayed on the screens. Within the League, there had always been some skepticism toward Cain due to the speed of his growth. While it was understandable for someone like Steven, who came from an influential family, Cain was a civilian. Even with his exceptional talent as a breeder, where did the resources come from to train his Pokémon? Because of this, there had always been reservations about Cain within the Hoenn League, and not even Matsuda Takashi's mentorship had been enough to dispel them. Share your thoughts. If there are no objections, today we will formally recognize Cain as being on the same potential level as Steven. Being a psychic is also a talent, Juan added. Agreed, said Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four, speaking first. Agreed, Joseph Stone seconded, trusting his son's judgment. Agreed, said the Battle Frontier representative, recalling Noland and Brandon's praise for Cain. Agreed. One by one, the supportive voices started to accumulate. Matsuda Takashi, as Cain's mentor, chose to abstain. Some, like Watson, the Electric-type Elite Four, also opted to abstain, though they did not openly oppose the decision. Eventually, the room fell silent, with a clear consensus of approval. Very well, from now on, Steven Stone, Cain, Phoebe, and Wallace will be considered the main group of potentials for training. The others will maintain their current classifications. The meeting is adjourned. The four young trainers possessed exceptional talents. Steven had unlimited resources, Cain possessed psychic abilities, Phoebe wielded a special power connected to ghosts, and Wallace was a prodigy in contests. With this, Cain's status and position within the Hoenn League were officially established. Meanwhile, Cain had no idea what was happening. He was on his way to Leafy Town, where Team Heaven had already accumulated a decent amount of resources. Although most of them were used for the group's development, some reserves were still available. Cain planned to use those resources to make up for his lack of funds. After all, his main goal in creating an organization was to leverage it for acquiring the resources needed to train his Pokémon. Additionally, the Leafy Town Gym had amassed a fair amount of revenue thanks to the flourishing commercial street, which, under the promotion of Devon Corporation, was attracting more and more visitors. With these resources, Cain would decide how to proceed. As for the fastest method to make money, Cain already had a clear target, the Void Group in Malville City, whose leader had gone missing. The Void Group's situation was dire, and various factions were beginning to attack them. If they're going to come for me sooner or later, I might as well strike first, Cain thought with a smile. After 2 days of travel, Cain arrived in Leafy Town at night. After securing funds from Team Heaven and the gym, he departed for Malville City at dawn. His goal, to gather the necessary materials to enhance his Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, and, if possible, to collect some compensation from the Void Group for past troubles. A legendary hero appeared in Malville City. Cain dressed completely in black, with a tight-fitting suit and a black mask that covered him entirely. He was accompanied by Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar, constantly moving between the old neighborhoods and the dark corners of Malville City. Cain started by confronting street gangsters and, following leads, tracked down the initial members of the Void organization, then the intermediate members, until he reached the divisions of the different districts in Malville City. Cain swept through these divisions, always leaving a powerful message: "I will represent justice and take you down." Although this phrase sounded a bit childish, its purpose was to divert attention and prevent the Void organization from identifying who was attacking them. In this way, he intended for them to think the culprit was a League member with a strong sense of justice who disapproved of the Void organization's actions, but did not want to reveal their identity. Cain's plan worked very well. Since he started his actions, the Void organization did not suspect any other group. They simply assumed that another group in Malville City planned to be the first to take them on. The atmosphere among the city's underground forces became tense due to Cain's appearance. All the groups began to distrust each other, wondering which one would be the first to take action against the Void organization. When they realized that the leaders of the Void organization were not responding to the attacks, the other underground forces, like sharks sensing blood, rushed in to completely tear the Void organization apart. Cain's window of action was limited to this period of confusion within the Void organization, while the other groups were still unsure. When the leaders finally acted, Cain would barely be able to pick up the scraps. In just 2 days, Cain destroyed 3 underground divisions of the Void organization in Malville City, accumulating a large number of resources. However, for Cain, this was not enough, so he planned one big hit before disappearing. On the other hand, the Void organization started to react. If Cain continued, they wouldn't even need a new leader to be chosen. The internal divisions would have already exposed their greatest weakness, and the other underground groups would be even more ruthless than Cain. For the first time since their leader's disappearance, the higher-ups of the Void organization gathered to decide how to handle the vigilante. Among them was Cain, Cain's greatest enemy within the Void organization. However, this meeting of leaders, all distrusting each other, was not going to solve anything. If they could cooperate, the organization wouldn't be in this chaotic state. Every leader dreamed of taking the missing leader's place and becoming a powerful figure in Malville City. The main reason for the proliferation of underground organizations in Malville City was the lack of action from Watson, the Malville City gym leader. Although Watson was not only a gym leader but also an Elite Four member of the league, his personality was not suited for administrative positions. He was more suited for battling than for managing. No agreement was reached in the meeting. Each leader protected their own interests, and some even hoped that Cain would attack more divisions of other leaders to weaken them. The Void organization was already completely rotten, and Cain took advantage of this to act without restrictions. Although the main source of income for the Void organization came from controlling the battle arenas in Malville City, Cain accumulated resources by attacking smaller divisions. For him, every attack added up. The higher-ups of the Void organization, by not taking action, gave Cain more freedom to act. During these 2 days, Cain led Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar in a relentless offensive, looting every division, regardless of its size. At the same time, he took the opportunity to train his Pokémon, testing tactics he couldn't use in regular practice. With the upcoming competition in Sinnoh, Cain knew he wouldn't be able to train them in battle, so he used this time to refine his strategies and analyze what he had learned. Thus, an unusual situation developed in Malville City. Someone powerful was attacking the Void organization's divisions, but the higher-ups were not reacting. They weren't even trying to recover the lost resources. When Cain attacked a division, the other leaders blocked any attempt to evacuate the resources, hoping to weaken their rivals. The chaos was so intense that Cain faced no significant resistance. Even Cain was surprised at how easy it all was. After reflecting, he realized that a group this rotten only continued to exist out of sheer inertia. Cain stopped worrying about possible retaliation. By the time the organization stabilized its internal chaos, it would have already lost so much that it would barely be a second-rate group in Malville City. This demonstrated how important it was to have a strong and respected leader. Organizations like Team Rocket thrived because Giovanni was a powerful leader with strength and charisma. Cain eliminated the Void organization from his list of concerns. Compared to enemies like Xenon, the Void organization was not a serious threat. By the time the leaders of the Void organization finally tried to react, Cain had already escaped with great gains. The most surprising thing was that it only took him 3 days, less than half the expected time. The money came so easily that Cain felt like he had accomplished nothing. He knew this opportunity would not come again. Finding a group as disastrous as the Void organization was nearly impossible. When Cain left Malville City, there were 15 days left before the start of the Sinnoh tournament. His immediate goal was to visit the underground markets of various cities to gather the necessary materials to craft high-quality enhancement potions, search for a superior or supreme-quality shiny stone, and, in the process, acquire some moves that could strengthen his Pokémon in the remaining time. However, he wasn't sure if the money he had would be enough. Although he had looted many resources from the Void organization, this was his first time buying materials for this type of potion, and he didn't know the prices of some ingredients whose names he didn't even recognize. He left Malville City and headed for Slateport City. Both Malville City and Slateport City are major urban centers in the Hoenn region, but since Slateport City is near the sea, it has a higher concentration of water-type Pokémon. Cain thought he might find the materials he needed there for water-type Pokémon. It wasn't his first visit to Slateport City. During his last visit, he had even had a symbolic battle with the local gym leader. That man, who seemed very kind, handed him the badge with a smile upon learning who Cain was. This time, however, Cain remained unnoticed. With a discreet disguise, it was difficult for anyone to recognize him. Dressed in a modest black jacket that concealed his face, he easily found the entrance to Slateport City's black market and began exploring. His first objective was to find materials for the high-quality enhancement potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl. He was also looking for a superior or supreme quality shiny stone, moves for his Pokémon, and new ingredients for Pokeblock recipes, although the latter were relatively easy to obtain. As a coastal city, Slateport City had a large number of useful materials for water-type Pokémon. After extensive inquiries, Cain found several ingredients whose names he had never heard before. Despite the high prices, everything was going fairly well. Cain purchased 2 moves for Floette, Energy Ball and Grass Knot, grass-type moves that complemented its expertise in this type. After becoming a grass-type Pokémon, Floette needed more moves to diversify its combat style, so Cain planned to use it as his grass-type Pokémon in the Sinnoh tournament. Additionally, Cain acquired the move Protect for all the Pokémon in his second combat lineup, as this move could be crucial in tough situations. Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, the only ones from the second lineup with a chance of participating in the tournament, received special attention. Cain bought them additional moves, for Marshtomp, Earthquake and Scald, strengthening both its offensive capability and endurance in prolonged battles, for Poliwhirl, Scald, and Double Team, enhancing its evasion ability and battle sustainability. Despite everything, Cain couldn't find a crucial ingredient for the high-quality enhancement potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl. This material, called Ocean Soul, was unavailable throughout Slateport City's underground market. Not even the most experienced vendors had heard of it. With no other options, Cain decided to leave the city and head for Pacificlog Town, an island settlement. Perhaps someone there would know what the Ocean Soul was. As for the money, Cain would have to figure out a solution once he found the material. On the coast of Slateport City, he took a deep breath of the salty air and summoned Flygon, his dragon-type Pokémon. Although its level was still 49, Cain had begun training it seriously. Flygon now had access to exclusive Pokeblocks, a privilege reserved only for Pokémon Cain considered essential. Flygon seemed happier than ever. Finally, it no longer suffered through punishing training sessions, something that had wounded its pride as a dragon-type Pokémon. Cain mounted Flygon and, with his handheld computer, flew toward the ocean. However, he failed to notice that someone was watching him from the beach. A man with a radiant smile, basking in the sun, stood up and looked in the direction where Cain had departed, forming a strange grin. As he flew, Cain felt an inexplicable unease. It was a feeling of restlessness, as if something was about to happen. Although Cain used to ignore things like this in the past, ever since awakening his psychic powers, he had learned to pay attention to these gut feelings, as they were never wrong. Cain pressed his lips together and tried to calm his mind, but the feeling wouldn't fade. Flygon, sensing its trainer's mood, accelerated without needing instructions. It seemed that something important was about to happen. The unease in Cain's heart grew stronger and stronger. However, he could only suppress it with sheer will, ordering Flygon to fly in a specific direction. Cain hated this feeling. It was as if he had become prey while an expert hunter, somewhere unknown, watched him closely, searching for the slightest mistake, ready to pull the trigger at any moment and take him down with a single shot. But Cain had no way to do anything about it. He could only rely on his instincts to find a chance to survive. If the hunter didn't reveal himself, the prey would never be able to locate him. Unless he could dodge the hunter's first shot, only then would he have a chance to determine his position. If the hunter never fired, the prey could only keep running indefinitely. As prey, Cain sensed a familiar feeling. Once, in the past, he himself had hunted in this way. When he subjected his prey to extreme pressure, it eventually exposed numerous weaknesses, marking the perfect moment for Cain to pull the trigger. Having been the hunter so often, now that he was in the position of the prey, Cain could clearly understand the hunter's mindset. By putting himself in the other's shoes, Cain could roughly guess his enemy's intentions. However, that was useless. Even if Cain understood his opponent's intentions, he had no way to counter them at this moment. He could only rely on his willpower to suppress the anxiety in his heart and the creeping fear of becoming prey. In this state, Cain and Flygon flew for a full 3 hours. The beating of Flygon's wings generated gusts of wind that created small waves on the ocean's surface, leaving a clear trail in the direction Cain was flying. Finally, a small island appeared ahead. Cain ordered Flygon to land on it. Cain decided that he couldn't continue like this. If he kept flying, his own determination and confidence would be worn down to the limit, giving his opponent an absolute advantage with a single move. Instead, stopping and finding out who was chasing him would be a better option, to be mentally prepared. When a hidden enemy reveals themselves, the psychological pressure they create almost completely dissipates. Moreover, this place was suitable for Cain to face his opponent. Slowly landing on the island, Cain kept a cold expression as he watched the distant sea. At first, nothing changed. However, after waiting silently for 5 minutes, ripples began to appear on the water's surface. A figure, accompanied by a Pokémon, gradually emerged on the horizon. A towering Gyarados, radiating an overwhelming presence, slowly approached the island. Its enormous eyes looked at Cain's Flygon with a mocking and disdainful expression. It was evident that this Gyarados had been pursuing them for a long time. Standing on Gyarados' head was a person. That person slowly began to remove a diving suit. It turned out that his enemy had been silently following him from the ocean depths, likely waiting for Cain to be unable to endure any longer and show signs of exhaustion before striking. When he thought Cain was about to give in, Cain decided to land on an island, seemingly ready to face him head-on. Though he admired Cain's decision, the man showed a confident smile. "No matter what choice you make today, you're only changing the moment you'll close your eyes forever," the man murmured as he removed the diving suit. When his face was revealed, Cain immediately recognized him. He was the same man he had seen sunbathing on the beach when he left Slateport City. Cain frowned as he observed him. Although he felt the man looked familiar, he couldn't help but find him strange at the same time. The man, still atop Gyarados, slowly approached the island. Finally, he got off Gyarados and, barefoot, walked along the beach toward Cain. Seeing the confusion on Cain's face, the man suddenly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Have no idea who wants to take you down?" Cain ignored the man's mocking words and activated his system to scan Gyarados. Pokémon, Gyarados, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 58. Type, water plus flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fong, aqua tail, scary face, dragon rage, crunch, hydro pump, dragon dance, hurricane, rain dance, hyper beam. Learned moves, water pulse, icy wind, iron head, iron tail. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, ice beam, thunderbolt, earthquake, flamethrower, scald, stone edge, dark pulse. Cain's eyes narrowed as he analyzed Gyarados' data. This Pokémon was outstanding in both level and moves. At level 58, it was already nearing the peak of quasi-elite rank. More importantly, its trainer seemed to have a deep understanding of Gyarados, teaching it moves of various types, giving it a great advantage in battles against opponents of different types. When thinking of a trainer capable of developing a Pokémon to this level, only one name came to Cain's mind. Xenon. Cain asked with a frown. The man was momentarily surprised before bursting into laughter. How observant. Hardly anyone remembers my name. I've gone to great lengths to find you. As he spoke, he tore off a false skin mask covering his face. Indeed, it was Xenon. Seeing that face, one that bore a strong resemblance to Xander but more mature, Cain immediately recognized him. Only Xenon would go to such lengths to track him down and chase him for so long. You really went out of your way, huh? Cain said coldly. What other choice do I have? Your growth is so fast that it's concerning. If I don't stop you now, it will be too late, Xenon replied with a slight smile. Then, his expression turned grim as he said, and while my brother was useless, not just anyone can kill him. Cain shrugged indifferently. If having a brother like that doesn't bother you, then I suppose you're no better than him. Xenon responded with an icy glare. It seems you're ready to face the wrath of a quasi-elite level trainer. Cain merely smiled. Ever since I killed your brother, this was inevitable. Oh, right, you have a Slowking that can use teleport, which makes you quite reckless. Last time I sent someone to stop you, they couldn't prevent you from teleporting. I suppose it's because your Slowking has reached the quasi-elite level, right? Xenon said, changing his expression from cold to relaxed, as if everything was under control. Xenon had managed to join Team Rocket as a mere civilian and stand out in an organization full of internal conflicts. This was no coincidence. Moreover, back then, he had to take care of a younger brother who had not yet grown up. His ability to switch attitudes and his cunning were undeniable. Under normal circumstances, Xenon had the potential to become an elite officer of Team Rocket in the future. With the support of his older brother, Xander, he would have had a chance to rise to the position of senior officer. Over time, he could have even become an elite officer. If the two brothers had stuck together, it wouldn't have been impossible for them to establish their own faction within Team Rocket, becoming a major branch of the group. However, this timeline had changed due to Cain's intervention. Xander died prematurely, and now Xenon, taking a great risk, was trying to eliminate Cain before it was too late. He had no other choice. The threat Cain posed was too great. Even the advanced-level trainers he had previously sent, considered some of the best in their category, had been defeated. Xenon no longer had anyone else to send. He had to step in himself. Moreover, he could no longer afford to wait. He couldn't allow Cain the time to grow stronger or uncover his plans. Even if Giovanni found out about his actions, Xenon was determined to finish Cain off. If that meant leaving Team Rocket, Xenon was willing to do it. He could flee to regions like Unova or Sinnoh and join a local criminal organization. Once there, he wouldn't have to worry about Giovanni or Team Rocket. In fact, those organizations would be thrilled to have someone with inside information on Team Rocket. Originally, Xenon hadn't wanted to go this far. He had spent a long time building relationships within Team Rocket, and the higher-ups had a good impression of him. If his strength reached the required level, he would soon have been promoted to a lead officer. In the worst-case scenario, if someone of lower rank discovered his actions, he would probably only receive a symbolic reprimand. However, Cain's growth was so rapid that Xenon couldn't afford to wait. If Cain reached his level, it would be Xenon who suffered the consequences. By then, with Giovanni's backing, no one would dare to go against Cain. Instead of waiting for a slow death, Xenon preferred to act quickly and bet on which of them was more important to Team Rocket, him, a rising officer, or Cain. Both understood a fundamental truth: only those who were alive and could contribute to the group held any value. Team Rocket wouldn't sacrifice a useful member just to avenge a dead one. Many people hesitated to go after Cain because they feared they wouldn't be able to finish him off completely, complicating things further. But Xenon had already reached the point where he was willing to risk everything. Taking out a luxury ball, Xenon threw it into the air, releasing an Exeggutor. Exeggutor was a grass and psychic-type Pokémon. Although its resistances weren't particularly outstanding, Xenon had obviously chosen it to counter Cain's Slowking. Cain activated his system to scan Exeggutor's data. Pokémon, Exeggutor, light blue. Gender, female. Level, 58. Types, grass plus psychic. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, Synthesis, Ancient Power, Ingrain. Basic moves: Barrage, Uproar, Hypnosis, Reflect, Leech Seed, Bullet Seed, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Confusion, Worry Seed, Stomp, Seed Bomb, Psyshock, Egg Bomb, Wood Hammer, Leaf Storm. Learned moves: Telekinesis, Giga Drain, Stomping Tantrum, Zen Headbutt. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Psychic, Dream Eater, Grass Knot, Trick Room. It was another Pokémon close to the quasi-elite level cap. Seeing Executor's data, Cain understood that Xenon was determined to kill him right then and there. What do you think? Are you going to send out your Slowking to see which of our psychic types is stronger? Xenon asked with a seemingly warm smile, though his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Cain assessed Xenon in silence. This was a man who had perfectly integrated his facade into his identity. Even though he wasn't wearing a physical mask, he always wore an emotional mask, hiding his true thoughts. Did you follow me all this time just to show me what you had prepared? Cain asked calmly. No. I just wanted to see if the right opportunity arose. But it turns out you brought me to this deserted island yourself. Now that there are no witnesses, I can kill you and return to Team Rocket without any trouble, continuing my rise to senior officer and then elite officer, Xenon replied confidently. Cain kept a neutral expression and asked, "How did you know I would be in Slateport City and that I would head out to sea?" As he said this, a shiver ran through Flygon, the Pokémon standing beside Cain. Despite the pressure from Executor, Flygon had shown no fear until Cain asked that question. Cain was furious, but he managed to hide it. Very few people knew his itinerary. If Xenon knew so much, it meant that someone within his own organization, Team Heaven, had betrayed him. You know how Team Rocket works. What do you think about your Team Heaven? Xenon asked with a mocking smile. Though he was trying to provoke Cain, he wasn't able to shake him completely. Cain thought Xenon was pathetic. Even though he had reached considerable strength, he lacked the dignity of a true strong one. A true strong one doesn't act like a frightened rat full of schemes and fears. Without the greatness of a leader, Xenon was nothing but a waste. Living the way you do is truly quite pathetic, said Cain. Upon hearing those words, Xenon was momentarily perplexed. However, he quickly regained his composure. How was it possible that a mere 16-year-old could see through his tricks so easily? Although he felt a slight discomfort inside, Xenon said nothing more. In that case, why don't you let me test your skills? Xenon responded. Then he threw another luxury ball. From within, an imposing Arbok emerged, its presence so intimidating that it could not be ignored. This Arbok was not only Xenon's trump card, but also the reason why he had chosen Anikins as his starter Pokémon. Even Gyarados, who had previously displayed an air of superiority, and Executor, who had appeared with its usual mocking smile, shifted slightly to make room for Arbok when it appeared. Both seemed to avoid standing in its way at all costs, making it clear that its position in Xenon's team was unrivaled. Under normal conditions, an Arbok is about 3.5 meters long, but this particular specimen, according to Cain's calculations, easily exceeded 5 meters. Its imposing size and musculature were incomparable to those of a standard Arbok. As he observed the Pokémon, Cain recalled the Arbok he had captured on Trial Island. Like this one, it also had an anomalous size and outstanding physical constitution. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of connection between them. When Arbok appeared, it began to coil its body into a circle, completely surrounding Xenon. Its massive tongue hung to one side as it flicked it in and out continuously. Its piercing eyes locked onto Cain, like a predator that had already marked its prey and was ready to strike at any moment. Pokémon, Arbok, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 59. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, None. Egg moves, Poison Fong, Iron Tail, Sucker Punch, Snatch. Basic moves, Crunch, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Wrap, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech, Acid, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray, Mud Bomb, Gastro Acid, Belch, Haze, Coil. Learned moves, Aqua Tail, Throat Chop, Bind, Seed Bomb, Giga Drain. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Electric, Venoshock, Earthquake, Rock Tomb, Rock Slide, Poison Jab, Dark Pulse. This was, without a doubt, Xenon's most powerful Pokémon. Not only had it reached level 59, just a step away from entering the elite level, but its quality was blue. This demonstrated that it had the potential to go even further. Cain deduced that this Arbok probably did not have such high talent from the beginning. It was evident that Xenon had used methods provided by Team Rocket to improve the quality of this Pokémon, complementing them with his own knowledge of breeding this species. That combination had allowed Arbok to reach this exceptional level. As for Xander, Xenon's younger brother, his admiration for him was evident. Although he wished to surpass him, it was clear that he had been influenced in his decision to raise an Arbok as his main Pokémon. Come on, if you think that Flygon can stop me, you don't need to call any more Pokémon, Xenon said confidently. Cain nodded slightly, acknowledging that, as Xenon said, relying solely on an advanced max-level Flygon would not be enough to face Xenon's quasi-elite level Pokémon. However, Cain was not worried. He still had an ace up his sleeve. He took out a luxury ball, and upon throwing it, a majestic Altaria appeared before him. As it emerged, Altaria let out a resounding cry while beating its wings with force, kicking up a cloud of sand from the beach. Even the seawater and the treetops on the island seemed to stir due to the shockwave generated by its movements. With just its entrance, Altaria managed to capture everyone's attention, earning an imposing image for Cain. Cain thought that upon returning, he should reward Altaria and the two Swablu with a special meal for their excellent performance. Xenon, upon seeing Altaria, was momentarily surprised. With his nearly elite-level Arbok, he could clearly sense that Altaria's presence was not inferior to Arbok's. In fact, it seemed slightly superior. Xenon's Arbok, who had been exuding confidence until then, instantly tensed up, adopting a defensive stance. It was evident that Altaria commanded great respect. So this is your trump card, huh? A max quasi-elite level Altaria. It seems you've been hiding quite a few things. No wonder every time we tried to ambush you, you managed to escape unscathed. Did the League assign this Pokémon to you as a guardian? Xenon asked, implying that the League was the source of that Altaria. Cain smiled slightly, but did not respond. Do you think an Altaria will be enough to defeat me? Xenon said as he threw 3 more Pokeballs. He no longer planned to hold back. A level 57 Pidgeot, dark green quality, a level 55 Nidoking, light blue quality, and a level 55 Crobat, blue quality, appeared. With a total of 6 Pokémon, all at quasi-elite level, Xenon was showing his full power. Cain's Altaria grew serious, aware of the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Cain decided to call upon his Slowking, the only Pokémon on his team that could have a significant impact in this battle. The others would not be up to the task. Upon appearing, Slowking immediately used Nasty Plot to increase its special attack. Cain climbed onto his Flygon's back and began to fly away from the island. If you want to kill me, come, Cain said with a smile as he looked at Xenon from above. Xenon smirked coldly. Pathetic attempts to escape, he muttered as he mounted his Pidgeot and began the chase. However, Cain, who led the retreat, carried a hidden smile and a calculated course. Are you ready to receive a big gift? Cain stood on his Flygon, flying ahead while Altaria closely followed, launching constant attacks to harass Xenon. At this moment, the differences between a quasi-elite level wild Pokémon and one trained by an experienced trainer became evident. On Mythical Island, this Altaria could have easily defeated a quasi-elite level Pidgeot in just a few moves. Even when facing a Crobat of the same level, it wouldn't have had too much trouble. However, now it was fighting against Xenon's Pidgeot and Crobat, and its attacks failed to make a significant impact. Additionally, Xenon's team included an Exeggutor, a Psychic-type Pokémon with overwhelming power at level 58. It continuously helped its teammates harass Altaria with precise attacks, taking every opportunity to cause disruptions. If their strategies worked correctly, they could even deal considerable damage to Altaria. Meanwhile, on the ocean surface, the battle was also intense. Every time Cain's Flygon descended slightly in altitude, Xenon's Gyarados took advantage of the opportunity to launch attacks. A single direct hit from Gyarados would be enough to incapacitate Flygon and prevent it from continuing to fly. Despite the pressure, Cain found some relief in seeing how his Flygon handled the situation. Over time, it had developed greater confidence and was no longer so easily intimidated, even against multiple quasi-elite level Pokémon. This was progress. However, Cain knew this situation couldn't drag on indefinitely. He activated his telepathy ability to communicate directly with Altaria. Altaria, this can't continue. Listen to my orders from now on. Although somewhat reluctant, Altaria had to admit that it wasn't achieving results by fighting at its own pace. Facing Xenon's well-coordinated strategies, it had even taken a few hits. Nodding slightly, Altaria agreed to follow Cain's instructions. Although she had never participated in Cain's training sessions, she had observed how he trained her two children, the two young Swablu, and was somewhat familiar with his style. Therefore, even though their synchronization wasn't perfect, they managed to coordinate at a basic level. Even so, the initial coordination didn't allow Altaria to unleash its full potential. After all, as a Pokémon that had lived in the wild for a long time, Altaria had its own combat rhythm. Adapting to someone else's instructions was a challenge. However, under Cain's guidance, Altaria gradually began to understand its trainer's rhythm. Its movements became more precise, and while it still couldn't deal significant damage to Xenon's Pokémon, it managed to avoid taking combined attacks. Xenon's strategies began to crumble. Despite this, as Xenon observed the clumsy cooperation between Cain and Altaria, he became even more convinced that this Pokémon must have been specially assigned by the League's higher-ups. To him, the lack of fluidity in their movements was evidence that they were just starting to work together. However, thanks to its innate ability and outstanding talent, Altaria quickly adapted to Cain's rhythm. Little by little, its actions became more efficient, demonstrating considerable combat capability. The battle dragged on for almost an hour. Although Xenon couldn't defeat Cain, Altaria, facing 3 quasi-elite level Pokémon alone, began to show signs of exhaustion. Unlike systematically trained Pokémon, this Altaria had grown by accumulating energy naturally. Its body and abilities weren't fully developed, and many of its capabilities remained untapped. The reason it could surpass other Pokémon at the highest end of the quasi-elite level was partly due to its pure Dragon-type lineage and its exceptional dark blue quality. However, these advantages were more evident when facing other untrained wild Pokémon. As Cain and Xenon continued their chase over the ocean, a small island appeared on the horizon. Cain guided his Flygon toward it. Noticing this, Xenon relaxed a little. It looks like Cain is reaching his limit. He knows that if this continues, he'll end up exhausted. He's probably planning to face me on this island. Xenon evaluated Altaria's remaining strength. Considering its current condition, he knew it wouldn't take long to defeat it. With Altaria out of the fight, Cain would have almost no chance of winning. Xenon was sure of his victory. Once he eliminated Cain, he could focus entirely on his own growth, reach the elite level, and enter the ranks of Team Rocket's top executives. A high-ranking position didn't just mean authority, it also meant the ability to lead operations across multiple regions, becoming an influential figure within the organization. However, just when Xenon thought everything was under control, Cain directed Flygon toward a landing on the island. The small island had a mountain at its center, tall enough that its peak was covered in snow. Cain had Flygon stop at the mountain's base. Altaria, visibly tired, descended alongside Cain. Although Altaria hesitated, it knew it could carry Cain on its back and easily escape from Xenon's Pidgeot. However, as a proud dragon, there were limits to what it was willing to do. Moreover, its relationship with Cain was more of a partnership than absolute loyalty. It was only fighting alongside him because it trusted Cain and because he had cared for its 2 children. Meanwhile, from Altaria's perspective, Flygon didn't even deserve to be considered a real dragon. But Cain showed no signs of worry. Even during his time on the previous island, he hadn't seemed nervous. Now that he had arrived on this island, he looked even calmer. The trap was already set. The hunter and the prey were about to switch roles. After all, he had always preferred to be the hunter. Just after Cain landed, Xenon controlled his Pidgeot to descend, landing not far away. With a mocking smile on his face, Xenon said to Cain, "What happened? Not running anymore? I thought you could last a little longer." Hearing these words, Cain also smiled. However, his response carried a tone of irony. "Have you ever heard a famous saying?" "What saying?" Xenon asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "The villain dies from talking too much," Cain said, a sarcastic expression on his face. For a moment, Cain's words left Xenon silent, surprised by the remark. "The villain dies from talking too much?" Xenon frowned and shifted his gaze toward Cain. In his mind, he questioned whether the young man before him still had any chance of resisting. But Cain's mockery made him reflect for a moment. Am I being too overconfident? He realized that he had yet to eliminate Cain, and celebrating too soon would be a mistake. His expression shifted from mild confidence to seriousness. "If that's the case, then die now," Xenon shouted in fury. At his command, Xenon's Pokémon prepared to attack. Gyarados and Arbok, who had just emerged from the water, positioned themselves alongside Pidgeot, Exeggutor, and Crobat. They were all ready to pounce on Cain at any moment. However, just as Xenon was about to give the order, something unexpected happened. A strange noise began to echo from the top of the nearby mountain. Small ice particles started falling from the mountain, slowly descending from the sky. Before they could reach Cain, a psychic barrier created by Slowking blocked them. Xenon looked up at the mountain's peak with a frown. What he saw left him completely stunned. A massive black object partially blocked the sun, casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. "Shah! Rahar!" Xenon's Pokémon, especially Arbok and Gyarados, visibly bristled. Their bodies reflected their natural instinct to sense a mortal threat. Xenon quickly turned his head toward Cain and, with a mix of surprise and fear, asked, "Is this your trump card?" Cain, with a calm smile on his face, remained silent. Suddenly, a loud rumble shook the area. A gigantic Pokémon landed near Cain, sending a powerful gust of wind through the battlefield and making the ground tremble. When Xenon clearly saw the Pokémon that had just appeared, his eyes widened in shock. His face showed absolute disbelief as his lips barely managed to utter a few words. The legendary Regice, he stammered, his throat dry. It was true. The gigantic Pokémon that had appeared was none other than Regice, the Ice Pillar. Now, Xenon understood why Cain had fled toward the sea and then to this island, even knowing he was being pursued. It was all part of Cain's plan, and Regice was his ultimate card. Cain had formed a pact with Regice. According to their agreement, Regice would assist him 3 times, and this was the first of those 3. Despite his Pokémon being on high alert, Xenon still couldn't believe it. How was it possible that someone like Cain, who hadn't even reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, had a connection with a legendary Pokémon like this? Countless questions flooded his mind. Weren't the 3 pillars supposed to remain in their respective ruins? What was Regice doing here? But none of those questions would help him now. The mere presence of Regice made it impossible to fight back. If they were in a ruin, he might have been able to escape the area and avoid pursuit. But here, outside of any ruin, what chance did he have? While Xenon remained trapped in his disbelief, Cain took a step forward toward Regice. He raised a hand and gently placed it on the Pokémon's body, reaching as high as he could. Through telepathy, Cain gave his command. The yellow dots on Regice's forehead began to glow, and the legendary Pokémon nodded slightly, indicating that it had understood. Seeing this, Xenon was paralyzed. Regice had accepted Cain's order. Regice wasted no time and attacked. Despite Xenon's desperate screams for his Pokémon to resist, it was futile. The first blow struck Arbok, his strongest Pokémon, which had reached its peak before evolving into an elite-level Pokémon. But even this powerful Arbok was unable to withstand a single hit from Regice. The impact was so brutal that Arbok was slammed into the ground, leaving deep cracks across the battlefield. Gyarados and Exeggutor tried to counterattack, but fell just as quickly. Regis' attacks were simply too powerful, and although Regice wasn't particularly skilled in physical combat, its sheer brute force was more than enough to completely dominate its opponents. Raw power always triumphs over technique. In a last-ditch effort to save himself, Xenon climbed onto Pidgeot and tried to escape. But before he could get away, Regice appeared in front of them, blocking their path. With a single swift motion, Regice struck both Pidgeot and Xenon at the same time. The two crashed into the ground with immense force, crushed by the impact. Pidgeot couldn't withstand the blow, and as for Xenon, a mere human, even less so. Without even being able to utter his final words, Xenon lost his life instantly. In less than a minute, under Regis' full-scale attack, Xenon had no chance to resist and was completely eliminated. After finishing Xenon off, Regice acted as if it had merely swatted a few flies, showing no emotion as it walked toward Cain. With a slight nod, it ascended back into the sky and returned to its cave, leaving behind a scene of chaos, debris scattered across the ground and multiple bodies, including those of some Pokémon and one human. Regice had shown no mercy. Each of its attacks had been at full power. As a result, both Xenon and his Pokémon had lost their lives entirely. Xenon and his Pidgeot lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, frozen in an expression of disbelief. Cain coldly remarked, "If you had stayed in Team Rocket, you would have been a constant nuisance. There would always be someone trying to stab me in the back. But in the end, your impatience led you to act. Otherwise, maybe you could have lived a little longer." To Cain, his rival's death was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Cain collected the only storage device Xenon carried, along with several Pokeballs from his belt. Inside those Pokeballs were some Pokémon, though of lesser strength. Perhaps they were part of Xenon's secondary team, or simply random captures intended for sale to organizations like the Hunter Guild or Pokémon merchants, which could yield good profits. Like Cain, Xenon had built up his strength through effort, facing danger and adversity. After inspecting the Pokémon in the Pokeballs, Cain found a few with decent potential. However, at the moment, he lacked the resources to train them. Thus, he decided to either keep them for Sky and the others or sell them directly. Storing the Pokeballs, Cain ordered his Flygon to clean up the area. Flygon obeyed diligently, digging a large pit in the ground and pushing all the bodies inside. Then, it used its ground-type energy to fill the hole back up. Flygon demonstrated just how useful ground-type Pokémon could be for such tasks. On his way back, Cain passed by Altaria, who seemed dazed. She lifted her head and, without paying attention to Cain, simply walked forward. When she reached Cain, she obediently lay down on the ground, awaiting instructions. However, Cain ignored Altaria. Instead, he emptied the contents of Xenon's storage device to inspect them. Although there wasn't much inside, everything was well organized. Cain found several boxes that caught his attention. Inside these boxes were valuable items, which made sense, considering that Xenon had been a mid- to high-ranking member of Team Rocket. Like Cain, Xenon preferred to keep all his belongings with him. It was safer to have them while alive. After all, if one died, what did possessions matter? Cain opened each box, feeling a certain thrill from the uncertainty of what he might find. There were more than 10 boxes, and what he discovered inside surprised him. He hadn't expected Xenon to have accumulated so many valuable things in secret. Among the items were rare materials needed to craft Pokeblocks, whose high value came from their scarcity. Cain realized that looting Xenon's belongings was far more profitable than raiding some of the Void Organization's bases. When only 2 boxes remained unopened, Cain noticed that their material was more refined, indicating that their contents were likely even more valuable. Opening the first box, he found a silver stone emitting a soft glow. An evolution stone? Cain thought, his heart racing. It was a supreme quality moonstone. Cain was surprised that Xenon had such a valuable stone. But then, why had his Nidoking never shown great potential? Perhaps Xenon had obtained the stone after Nidoking had already evolved, or maybe he had been saving it for a Nidorino with better traits. Whatever the reason, this moonstone was an incredible find. Its value surpassed that of all the other items in the previous boxes combined. Cain recalled how he had needed a superior or supreme quality duskstone for his Murkrow's evolution. Finding this moonstone reminded him of how difficult it had been to obtain Mismagius's help, who possessed a supreme quality duskstone. Finally, Cain opened the last box. This time, the light shining from inside was dazzling. Inside was another evolution stone, a supreme quality shiny stone. Is this a shiny stone? Cain asked in disbelief as he held the warm, golden stone in his hands. Name: shiny stone. Quality: supreme. Function: can induce evolution in certain Pokémon and significantly enhance their abilities. Description: a mysterious stone that enables specific Pokémon to evolve, shining as brightly as the light itself. Thanks to the system scan, Cain confirmed that it was indeed a shiny stone. This item was exactly what he needed for his Floette to evolve into Florges. It seemed that Xenon had left behind exactly what Cain needed, as if fate had orchestrated it. Looking at Xenon's possessions, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit grateful. I should erect a monument for you, Cain said with an ironic smile. Something that says, Xenon, the Generous, traveled great distances to deliver his treasures. A small gesture, yet full of meaning. With an unexpected stroke of luck that day, Cain didn't want to waste the opportunity and decided to wake up Floette, who was peacefully resting in the pocket of his chest. At that moment, Floette was at level 42 and had mastered both grass and fairy-type moves. Her small size allowed her to stay close to Cain, serving as a sort of second line of defense. During the exploration of the Hoenn Desert ruins, it was Floette's Protect move that stopped Ninjask after it had broken through Jengar's Protect. However, once she evolved into Florges, her size would reach 1.1 meters, making it impossible for her to continue fulfilling that role. Moreover, the time to evolve had already come, her physical development had reached its limit, and advancing further required enhancing that capability. On the other hand, Floette had the lowest quality among all of Cain's main Pokémon, with a dark green quality, whereas even Flygon, the Pokémon he used as a mount, had already reached blue quality. Originally, Floette had been trained mainly as the team's healer, so Cain hadn't required such a high quality from her. However, as she perfected her moves, she naturally learned to switch between her grass and fairy types. This led her to take on part of the grass-type attacker role as well. Therefore, her current quality was no longer sufficient to meet these expectations. Awakened by Cain, Floette opened her sleepy eyes, somewhat disoriented. She had been sleeping while Cain flew endlessly over the ocean and had no idea how much time had passed. However, upon noticing the glow coming from the shiny stone in Cain's hand, an inner impulse shook her. "This is for you," Cain said with a smile but added a warning. "First, adjust your state. Prepare yourself as best as you can." Floette, excited, nodded vigorously. She jumped down from Cain's shoulder and settled on the ground. Extending small roots from her feet into the earth, she absorbed the sunlight that bathed her body while her petals fully opened. Her body began to emit a faint green glow synthesis. After half an hour, the lights faded and the roots retracted. Floette was now in her best condition. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she looked at Cain, awaiting what was to come. "First, eat this," Cain said, handing her some poke blocks. Floette obediently began eating the poke blocks. Although daily training was intense and battles were exhausting, life with Cain was much more comfortable than her existence in the wild. Moreover, her training had accelerated growth that once seemed impossible, and the company of the team made her feel safe in every battle. As she finished eating, Cain pulled out a small vial from his storage, a quality-enhancing potion specially designed for Floette. Since old Matsuda's research did not include specific references for fairy-type Pokémon, Cain had developed the formula by adapting it with the help of his system. Although the ingredients were difficult to obtain, he had finally managed to prepare it. "Drink this now," Cain instructed. Floette took the potion without hesitation, but her expression immediately twisted into a bitter grimace. It tasted awful. Cain burst into laughter, and without wasting time, He placed the shiny stone on Floette's head. To many, using a supreme quality evolution stone on a Pokémon with dark green quality might seem like a waste. Adding the cost of the quality-enhancing potion, the resources invested were enough to acquire a more powerful Pokémon from the start. However, for Cain, the bond and compatibility with his Pokémon were the most important things. If one didn't fit with him, like what had happened with Poliwag, he was willing to let it go, regardless of the time and resources spent. As soon as the shiny stone made contact, Floette's body began to emit an intense glow, enveloping her completely, far brighter than in normal evolutions. Beneath the light, her silhouette stretched and transformed rapidly. The system monitored every detail of the evolution process. Through the glow, it was possible to see how Floette was visibly growing, her form changing in real time. Floette was evolving into Florges. Under the system's close supervision, Floette's stats quickly surpassed the critical limit, rising at an accelerated pace as if propelled by a rocket. Floette had accumulated enough experience throughout her development. Now, with a shiny stone in her possession, evolution was only a matter of time and opportunity. Of course, this was no ordinary shiny stone. It was one of supreme quality, ensuring a flawless process and impressive results. Under Cain's focused gaze, the small Floette began to transform. Her height gradually increased until reaching 1.1 meters. From being a delicate little flower that could fit in the palm of a hand, she evolved into a majestic and radiant bloom, leaving behind all traces of childishness to adopt a mature and elegant form. When the white light that enveloped Floette finally dissipated, it did so in the form of small sparkles scattering across the ground, revealing the newly evolved Florges. Her full figure emerged in clear view. From an adorable, tiny Pokémon with a childish appearance, Floette had evolved into a distinguished and sophisticated lady. The contrast between her previous and current forms was astonishing, almost difficult to process. From childish to mature? Those words surfaced involuntarily in Cain's mind. Had he just transformed a small, charming Pokémon into a full-fledged elegant lady? He shook his head to dismiss those thoughts and refocused on what was important. Like the previous stages of this evolutionary line, Florges could have flowers in 5 different colors. However, the color she would take on after evolving was random and unpredictable. To Cain's surprise, Florges' flower turned out to be pure white. Most likely, this purity in color was influenced by the use of the supreme quality shiny stone. The brilliant white of her flower evoked a sense of purity and serenity, which contrasted strikingly with Florges' curvaceous and enchanting figure. Congratulations on evolving, Florges! From now on, let's keep working together to reach new heights, Cain said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Florges nodded obediently. Although her appearance had changed drastically, her personality remained essentially the same. The Pokémon glanced at the front pocket of Cain's jacket, where she used to settle comfortably, then looked at her new physical form. It was at that moment that she realized she could no longer fit there as before. A faint trace of melancholy appeared on her face. Cain immediately noticed her sadness. With a warm laugh, he gently patted her head and tried to cheer her up. You don't need to be my full-time guardian anymore. Now you have a more important role in the team. You'll likely have to participate in battles more often, but I know you'll do a great job. Flotte, she responded in a soft, melodic voice, filled with determination. Cain then activated the system to analyze Florges' updated data. Pokémon, Florges, dark blue. Gender, female. Level, 43. Type, fairy. Ability, flower veil. Held item, none. Egg moves, copycat, captivate, camouflage, tearful look. Basic moves, tackle, vine whip, fairy wind, lucky chant, razor leaf, wish, magical leaf, grassy terrain, petal blizzard, aromatherapy, disarming voice, flower shield, misty terrain, moonblast, petal dance. Learned moves, worry seed, synthesis, heal bell, after you. TM moves, protect, energy ball, grass knot. Florges' evolution not only brought a change in appearance, but also marked a significant improvement in her capabilities. Surprisingly, Florge's quality ascended to dark blue, a complete leap in her potential. This outcome was not entirely unexpected, considering that both the supreme quality shiny stone and the quality-enhancing potion had been used together. However, what stood out the most was that Florge's dark blue quality was not weak or superficial, but a balanced and solid manifestation of her newfound strength. In addition to the quality change, Florge's also leveled up, reaching 43. She had also learned 6 new moves, with Misty Terrain and Moonblast catching Cain's attention the most. The move Misty Terrain is a fairy-type move that covers the battlefield, reducing the power of dragon-type moves by 50%. This effect makes it a crucial move against trainers who specialize in dragon-type Pokémon. On the other hand, Moonblast is not only a powerful fairy-type attack, but also has a chance to lower the opponent's special attack, making it even more effective against special attack-based Pokémon. What impressed Cain the most was Florge's special defense stat, which had risen to a base value of 154. With this attribute, combined with her ability to change type using the move Camouflage, Florge's positioned herself as both a defensive pillar and a significant threat against special attackers. Florge's, return to your Pokeball for now. Take some time to adjust to your new form and recover your energy, Cain told her as he took out a luxury ball for her to rest. Although satisfied with Florge's evolution, Cain also turned his attention to Altaria, who had been watching the situation with mixed emotions. As a proud dragon-type Pokémon, Altaria had always maintained a certain emotional distance from Cain, but Regis' unwavering obedience toward its trainer seemed to have deeply affected her. Cain approached Altaria and, using telepathy, said, "There are many things you still don't know. I'll explain everything as we continue on our journey." He climbed onto Flygon's back and headed toward his next destination. Altaria hesitated briefly before following, flying alongside Flygon as the team continued their journey into the unknown. During the flight, Cain briefly explained his encounter with Regice to Altaria. After all, Altaria should theoretically know Regice, as both Pokémon could be considered countrymen. Moreover, from Altaria's initial reaction, it was evident that she did not expect Cain to have such a powerful resource up his sleeve. Cain perfectly understood Altaria's pride. Considering her as an ally, she had already done more than enough. Initially, Cain had not even planned to rely on Altaria to escape. Under Cain's comforting words and persuasion, Altaria's attitude gradually began to change. However, when she looked at Cain again, something different was reflected in her eyes. Since meeting Cain on Mythical Island, Altaria had always believed that her talent and power made her superior. Although she eventually decided to follow Cain off the island, deep down, she still saw him as an ordinary, even average person. A somewhat clever trainer, but nothing outstanding. But after what had happened, that small sense of superiority Altaria held in her heart completely disappeared. In such a short time since leaving the island, Cain had advanced significantly in power. He had even managed to negotiate with Regice, something Altaria would never have imagined. If he has come this far in so little time, how far could he go if given more? Altaria wondered, unable to imagine it. For the first time since leaving Mythical Island, Altaria felt that her strength might be starting to fall behind. Moreover, she had not yet crossed the barrier to the elite level, something that was beginning to concern her. Perhaps it was time for more rigorous training. Once Altaria had calmed down, Cain returned her to her Pokeball so she could rest. Although she had not faced Xenon in a large-scale battle, protecting Cain had been exhausting for Altaria. Cain was sincerely grateful to her. She was not his official Pokémon, yet she had fought for more than an hour for him, which was a significant act of loyalty. However, Cain was also aware that if Altaria had not been willing, he would not have insisted. If that had happened, their paths would have likely separated forever. In Cain's team, Mismagius was still in training and could have played a similar role. In fact, Mismagius' control abilities surpassed Altaria's, making it more effective at delaying Xenon's moves. The problem was that Mismagius was still relatively new to the team, and its ability to showcase its true potential was far from complete. As he flew on Flygon's back, Cain felt a strange sense of relief. Since the start of this new life, facing Xander and Xenon had been a gigantic mental hurdle for him. He knew very well the level that both brothers could reach in the future. If he could solve the problem early, the pressure on him would decrease enormously. In Team Rocket's current state, only Reggie posed an immediate threat to Cain. Other members, like the executive Lucius, probably did not even remember who Cain was. For a high-ranking Team Rocket officer, forgetting someone as irrelevant as Cain was completely normal. Moreover, with Team Rocket focusing on its own internal issues, Lucius had more urgent matters to handle. As for Reggie, he would need time to recover. His Pokémon had been practically destroyed during the conflict on Mythical Island, and although he had his family's backing, regaining his full strength would not be easy. Cain was certain that Reggie had not used his family's resources against him because he wanted to face him personally. This desire for personal revenge would give Cain more time to grow stronger. As he reflected on his plans and thoughts, Cain directed Flygon toward Pacific Town, hoping to find information there about the material known as the Ocean Soul. Elsewhere, in Viridian City, Kanto region. In the underground facilities of Team Rocket, beneath the Viridian City gym, Giovanni sat in his office. Before him stood 3 people. If Cain had been present, he would have recognized them all: Giovanni, Umbra, and Sabrina. Did he really make it out? Giovanni asked, holding a cigar in one hand while stroking Persian with the other. He did, Umbra replied. It was impressive that the leader of such a large organization, especially at such a critical time for Team Rocket, remembered something so seemingly insignificant. This showed how meticulous Giovanni was. Giovanni nodded and continued. Now we just have to see if that boy can survive. If he does, he'll be worth cultivating. We're in a stage of contraction, but we can't let talent like that fall into the league's hands. Sabrina, normally known for her playful attitude, remained silent before Giovanni. Even she, with her powerful psychic abilities, did not dare to act recklessly in his presence. The aura emanating from Giovanni told Sabrina that, even though he did not use psychic abilities, he possessed a latent strength that rivaled her own. I hear he's doing well in Hoenn. He's participating in that Sinnoh tournament organized by the League, isn't he? Giovanni asked. He is, Umbra confirmed. For now, we won't concern ourselves with the League's elders. Our main objective is still that Pokémon. Once we obtain it, conquering this world will be much easier. Giovanni took a drag from his cigar and leaned back in his chair, letting the shadows envelop him. If that boy survives this time, offer him some support. We don't want him thinking Team Rocket has lost its significance now that he's getting closer to the League. It's time to invest in his growth within the organization. Umbra nodded, aware of the double message in Giovanni's words. Team Rocket valued Cain, but it would not tolerate betrayal. Finally, Giovanni turned to Sabrina. You know which Pokémon we're after. With your psychic abilities, you could be crucial to the scientists working on it. Team Rocket's true objective, replicating a legendary Pokémon, made Cain, important as he was, take a back seat. Cain flew over the ocean for a long time before landing in Pacific Town. This small town, located in a remote region of Hoenn, was modest in size but widely known. Pacific Town's fame mainly comes from the legends that say the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza has appeared multiple times in the clouds covering the sky above the town. Because of this, Pacific Town receives a large number of visitors each year, all hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary dragon-type Pokémon of the Hoenn region. Although few are lucky enough to see Rayquaza, the town remains a popular destination thanks to its many recreational and tourist activities. Built on an island, the town offers a variety of seaside facilities and events, attracting tourists from all over. In short, Pacific Town is a key tourism hotspot in the region. When Cain arrived, there were only 13 days left until the Sinnoh tournament began, and he knew every moment was valuable. Therefore, he wasted no time and spent the next day searching for a material known as the Ocean Soul. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to find it. He searched both the black market and the official Pokémon League stores, but no one seemed to have heard of such a material. It was only after asking several locals that an elderly man, in a small house north of town, offered him some clarity. In a calm and steady voice, the old man explained what the ocean soul truly was. To Cain's surprise, it was also known as mermaid's tears, which left him visibly confused. Since mermaids don't exist in the Pokémon world, he decided to ask for more details. The old man patiently clarified that this name referred to the Pokémon known as Milotic, widely considered the most beautiful in the world. That was when Cain finally understood. The ocean soul was none other than the tears of a Milotic. This explained why it was so difficult to find. After all, Milotic was not only a rare Pokémon, but its tears were also extremely hard to obtain. Milotic's rarity is no coincidence. Despite being known to evolve from Phoeba, no one has fully deciphered the evolution process. What is known is that this Pokémon, considered one of the ugliest, has the potential to transform into the very embodiment of beauty. A clear example of this is the Sootopolis City Gym, led by Juan, whose most notable apprentice, Wallace, also possesses a Milotic. At this gym, there is a tradition of training a Phoeba as the ultimate test to become a gym leader. Only those who manage to evolve their Phoeba into Milotic are deemed worthy of leading the gym. Wallace was the first of his generation to complete this challenge. However, even for the apprentices of Sootopolis Gym, the process of Phoeba's evolution remains a mystery. There are two known methods to achieve it. One is to equip Phoeba with an item known as a prism scale, which allows it to evolve into Milotic, bypassing the need for trading. The other, more complicated method, involves increasing its beauty stat beyond 170 points. The difficulty lies in the fact that Phoeba, known for its unappealing appearance, starts with an extremely low beauty stat. Raising this parameter requires patience, dedication, and, of course, the right poke blocks. With this information in mind, Cain understood why the ocean soul was so rare. Milotic was already difficult to find, and its tears, due to the Pokémon's naturally calm and serene nature, were even rarer. Reflecting on this, Cain thought about Wallace, who likely had access to a Milotic's tears. After saying goodbye to the elderly man, Cain decided not to waste time and called Wallace directly. Though they weren't close, they had crossed paths multiple times and had exchanged contact information. The phone rang for a few seconds before Wallace answered. His voice, calm and elegant, came through the receiver, Cain. Although their relationship wasn't close, Cain got straight to the point. Yeah, it's me. I need your help with something. I'm looking for a material called Ocean Soul, also known as Milotic's tears. Wallace, surprisingly, understood right away what he was referring to. Milotic's tears? I see. I assume you need my Milotics, right? That's right. Cain nodded, grateful for Wallace's willingness. I can give them to you, but I'd like to ask for something in return. Wallace agreed to help him, but with a condition. Intrigued, Cain listened as Wallace explained. I know you've helped Steven and Cynthia create customized training plans and poke blocks for their Pokémon. I want you to do the same for me. Wallace made his request politely, making it clear he didn't want to pressure Cain due to their lack of closeness. However, this was the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Cain, accustomed to this kind of request, didn't hesitate to accept. Of course, I can do it. You don't have to wait until after the Sinnoh tournament. I can design the plan for you during the tournament. Relieved, Wallace responded quickly, perfect. Do you want me to send the tears now, or would you prefer to pick them up later? I'm at the Pokémon Center. Call me via video and transfer them. Aware of the urgency, Cain opted to receive them immediately. Milotic's tears, while valuable, weren't particularly difficult to transport. Using the Pokémon Center's free transportation system, Wallace was able to send them quickly. In less than half an hour, Cain received the Ocean Soul, bringing his search to an end. This exchange was simple but beneficial for both parties. For Cain, obtaining Milotic's tears meant progress in his mission. For Wallace, gaining access to Cain's expertise in Pokémon training was invaluable. With the material in hand and a new task on his list, Cain felt one step closer to his goal. Now that Cain had obtained what he was looking for, he was in no rush to leave. With more than 10 days remaining before the start of the Sinnoh tournament, Cain decided to use the time to complete the preparation of the quality-enhancing potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl before departing. Additionally, he considered that during the journey to Sinnoh, he could provide them with extra training and battle opportunities. Thus, he went directly to the Pokémon Center in Pacific Town, where he rented a free room and locked himself into work. Aside from the quality-enhancing potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, Cain also needed to update the Pokeblocks for his Pokémon. This was particularly important for Slowking, who had reached the quasi-elite level, requiring a complete overhaul of his Pokeblock composition. The system had already completed the necessary formula designs, and all materials had been collected in advance. With everything prepared, he only had to follow the step-by-step instructions provided by the system, significantly easing the pressure. However, preparing the quality-enhancing potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl was a more delicate task. Some of the raw materials Cain possessed were unique, and a mistake would mean losing extremely valuable resources. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, the risk of failure was practically non-existent, as long as there were no interruptions. After several hours of meticulous work, Cain successfully completed both potions. He carefully stored them in labeled tubes inside his storage space. By the time he finished everything, the entire morning had passed. Since leaving the island where Regice was located, arriving at Pacific Town, searching for Milotic's tears, and completing these preparations, time had moved swiftly. Now, only 12.5 days remained before the start of the Sinnoh tournament. Despite the time pressure, Cain felt he could relax a little now that the major tasks were completed. With the quality-enhancing potions for Marshtomp and Poliwhirl finished and Floette having successfully evolved into Florges thanks to the supreme quality shiny stone, things were progressing well. Although Florges still showed signs of exhaustion from the recent evolution, her condition had improved significantly. She only needed a little more time to fully recover. Once ready, with a bit of additional training, Florges could shine in the Sinnoh tournament as a strong counter against Dragon-type Pokémon. With Marshtomp and Poliwhirl at his side, Cain headed to the battle area behind the Pokémon Center. Since Pacific Town was an island community, water-type Pokémon were very popular among local trainers. Cain, accompanied by Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, did not draw much attention in a place where almost everyone had similar Pokémon. Behind the Pokémon Center, there were multiple battlefields, many specifically designed for water battles. This allowed water-type trainers to practice in ideal conditions. Cain found an empty battlefield and began basic training with Marshtomp and Poliwhirl. He had recently acquired 2 new moves for them, and they needed time to familiarize themselves with the new techniques. After practicing until both Pokémon could execute the moves with basic fluency, Cain decided it was time to challenge other trainers. At the Pokémon Center, trainers rarely refused a challenge. Even if they lost, they had the advantage of being close to the treatment center, allowing them to recover their Pokémon immediately. Moreover, winning a battle not only boosted the trainers and Pokémon's confidence, but also earned them a good reputation among others. However, the trainers who accepted Cain's challenges, confident in their abilities, soon found themselves completely outmatched. Marshtomp and Poliwhirl, both in level and quality, were among the strongest Pokémon in the area. After defeating one opponent, Cain immediately sought the next. At first, everyone accepted his challenges, but over time, trainers started avoiding him. The reason was simple. Battles against Cain offered no uncertainty or excitement. Marshtomp and Poliwhirl completely outclassed their opponents, whether through sheer strength, Cain's superior experience as a trainer, or his strategic skill demonstrated in every battle. It's like someone came here just to crush rookies, some trainers murmured upon witnessing the crushing defeats. In the end, Cain found himself with no one else willing to face him. With no other choice, he resorted to a simple yet effective solution: money. He announced that anyone who managed to defeat one of his Pokémon would receive 200,000 Pokédollars as a reward. This offer was possible thanks to the recent funds he had received from Xenon, who had transferred him a large sum of money. Without that support, Cain wouldn't have been able to use this method. As soon as the offer was announced, trainers began to stir. Many returned to the battle area, excited about the chance to win such a generous reward. Cain accepted every challenge that came his way. After several battles, a strong enough opponent finally appeared and managed to defeat one of his Pokémon, thanks to the accumulated fatigue from so many consecutive battles. Cain kept his word and handed over the 200,000 Pokédollars to the trainer who defeated him. However, instead of stopping there, Cain took out another 200,000 Pokédollars and restarted the challenge. He ensured his Pokémon were fully rested with the help of Nurse Joy before continuing. He also took precautions to conceal his identity. If someone recognized him and uploaded battle videos online, simply having defeated Cain could generate a lot of attention and fame. As the challenges continued, Marshtomp and Poliwhirl showed remarkable improvement in their skills. The constant battles not only helped them level up, but also refine their mastery of the new moves. Eventually, Marshtomp reached level 31 and Poliwhirl level 32. At this rate, Cain was confident that both would achieve their final evolution before the Sinnoh tournament began, becoming key players in his team. After spending a day in Pacific Town to rest, Cain dedicated his morning to making Poke Blocks and the entire afternoon to training with 2 of his Pokémon. Although he lost a total of 600,000 Pokédollars, what he gained in return made this expense insignificant. However, from that moment on, a legend began to circulate in the local Pokémon Center. The legend said that, on lucky days, an unknown person would appear in the Pokémon Center's battlefields, bringing their Pokémon and scattering money generously. If someone was fortunate enough to encounter this person, they should challenge them without hesitation. Thus, without knowing it, Cain earned a peculiar nickname among trainers, the Money-Giving Boy. The next day, Cain left Pacific Town. The town was not far from the main headquarters of the Alliance in the Hoenn region. Cain rode on his Flygon and headed directly to his destination. Due to the imminent celebration of the Sinnoh tournament, flights departed daily from Hoenn's headquarters to the Sinnoh region. The Sinnoh region is located northwest of Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. It is a rather isolated region, with most of its land routes surrounding the imposing Mount Coronet, which occupies the center of the region, similar to MT Silver that connects Kanto and Johto. The plane carrying Cain landed in Hearthome City, located in central Sinnoh. Hearthome City is one of the largest cities in the region, densely populated, and particularly popular among children, leading many families to settle there. The reason flights from Hoenn's headquarters do not land directly at Sinnoh's Alliance headquarters, but rather in Hearthome City is because this is the location where the Sinnoh tournament will be held. When Cain disembarked, he could see workers throughout the city busy constructing a gigantic battle arena. From the outside, the structure resembled a circular football stadium, with different battlefields inside adapted to various environments. Surrounding it, grandstands were being built, capable of hosting thousands of spectators. Although the arena was still under construction, its shape was already beginning to take form. There were 10 days left before the Sinnoh tournament began. Cain had arrived in Hearthome City with enough time, so he didn't have to rush his next steps. It was his first time visiting Sinnoh, and everything in this region felt fresh and exciting. As a region that, after being integrated into the Alliance, had gone through a significant period of development, Sinnoh now had Pokémon centers in all corners. Cain spent a few hours exploring Hearthome City and experiencing its local culture before deciding to leave it behind. Although city life can be comfortable, Cain knew it was not the best environment for exceptional Pokémon training. Since he had arrived in Sinnoh, Cain wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the region, and for that, he would seek guidance from a local. The first name that came to his mind was the only person he knew in Sinnoh, Cynthia. Cynthia lived in the legendary Celestic Town. Celestic Town is the oldest settlement in Sinnoh, even predating the formation of the region itself, with a history deeply rooted in its land. As the sole representative of her town in the outside world, Cynthia carries the legacy and the responsibility of preserving its traditions. Although she always appears serene and distant, Cynthia bears a great burden on her shoulders. As a trainer, she must not only constantly face challenges to improve her skills, but also fulfill the expectations of her heritage. Cain didn't know much about Cynthia, but he knew enough to admire her. In the past, Cain had considered Stephen a player with unlimited resources, while he saw Cynthia as someone who achieved everything through pure effort. However, although Cynthia's lineage had declined over time, her family was still powerful, with a heritage far older than Stephen's. Historically speaking, Cynthia's family could easily surpass the Stone family of Hoenn. With the Sinnoh tournament, spanning 5 regions, about to begin, Cynthia, as one of the strongest competitors and Sinnoh's main representative, was at the center of attention. Upon arriving in her home city, Cain contacted Cynthia to ask if she was in Celestic Town, as he wished to visit her. Cynthia's response was brief, sure. For Cain, the main motivation to visit Celestic Town was to learn about its rich history. He had heard rumors that the oldest myths about Sinnoh's legendary Pokémon originated from this town, including the creator of the Pokémon World, Arceus, the creator Pokémon. There were also tales of Giratina, known as the ruler of the Distortion World and Arceus' eternal rival. Sinnoh is the only region that has clear accounts of these 2 legendary Pokémon. Celestic Town is the heart of these stories. Besides Arceus and Giratina, Sinnoh's myths also include Dialga, the Dragon of Time, and Palkia, the Dragon of Space. Although Cain knew it was unlikely to encounter Pokémon of this caliber, he considered it valuable to learn about them, as one day he might face relics or artifacts related to these Pokémon. Cain's system could also provide him with useful information about these Pokémon, helping him avoid incidents in future ruin explorations. With this mindset, Cain left her home city and headed southeast toward Celestion Town. Celestion Town is a small settlement in Sinnoh. To reach Celestic Town, Cain would have to pass through it and take Route 210. Although the journey would be long, Cain took the opportunity to train his Pokémon along the way. Sinnoh, as the homeland of Drapion, was a special place for this Pokémon. Upon reaching the outskirts of her home city, Cain released Drapion from its Pokeball. Drapion, which had hatched from an egg while under Cain's care, had never known Sinnoh. But upon hearing the story of its origin, it showed a complex expression before filling with determination. To Drapion, Cain was its true father, or mother. Well, that didn't matter. Mounted on Drapion, Cain advanced along Route 209, ready to uncover the secrets Sinnoh had to offer.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.